you say, well, as long as he's going to take more risks, he'll be better. But I think the Bears would benefit from that approach because he's got tremendous arm talent, and he would keep the chains moving. The more he's likely to complete more passes at a higher percentage.
Outside of Caleb, David, who's the skill position player on the Bears this season, whether it's Swift, whether it's DJ Moore, Odunze? Who do you think is going to benefit the most from this Ben Johnson offense?
I have to say this. It's kind of interesting because I like Colston Loveland, the first-round draft pick, and Luther Burden III is a second-round guy, and they're all going to get worked into the mix. And I don't really know. I vacillate over who's going to be the top target. The one thing that I could answer that question definitively, DeAndre Swift. They don't have another running back they trust. So of the skill position players that are going to benefit from this offense, it will be the guy who knows the offense maybe best. He played for Ben Johnson in Detroit. They traded him to Philadelphia. Ben Johnson wasn't responsible for that deal, so he remembers how well he can utilize his skill set. DeAndre Swift isn't in a position where they don't have the depth at running back to share carries with really anybody. Kyle Monangai will play, but I could see DeAndre Swift having a big year and being a bigger factor than people are talking about. In Chicago, we're debating all preseason. Well, is Odunze going to catch more than DJ Moore? And is DJ Moore going to be Deebo Samuel out of the backfield? And Colston Loveland, does he get along with Cole Kmet? Guys, I think it's really the running back is going to be a bigger part of this offense than anybody really realizes.
Talking with David Hall here on Send It In, host of Mully and Hall on 670 The Score in Chicago. Vikings-Bears Monday Night Football tonight at Soldier Field. Dave, before we get into that game, I do just want to talk about the NFC North with you because it's the only division in Week 1 where you had all four teams play each other in Week 1, right? We had Packers-Lions yesterday, Bears-Vikings tonight. Packers certainly make a big statement yesterday, and now they're big favorites to win that division. How do you see the pecking order right now in the NFC North? I think most would agree Packers are 1. Lions didn't look great. It is just Week 1. Maybe it's overreaction, but kind of who do you think is that second team right now in the North before we see the Vikings and Bears play tonight?
Well, I agree with you. The Packers, after the Micah Parsons trade, are the favorite in the NFC North, and I even have them as a favorite in the NFC. I said that last week and was accused of having my cheese laced with something because I said it in Chicago, but I do believe that to be true. I think second is the Minnesota Vikings. You look at their ability to score points when Jordan Addison comes back. The passing game is explosive. I really like what Brian Flores does defensively. I think two things can be true. Maybe they could not win tonight. We'll get to that in a moment, but they also could have a better season than the Lions and the Bears in the NFC North. So I think the Vikings are probably number 2 because they'll grow around J.J. McCarthy and once they get healthier and everybody back. And then the Lions, I think we saw on the first Sunday yesterday that they're going to be prone to some mistakes and their offense with 3 new offensive line starters could get stagnant at times. And I think they're going to miss the offensive infrastructure, the intellect of a Ben Johnson and an Aaron Glenn on defense. So I don't think those are any small losses. So I think that I have the Bears being 4th, but a competitive 4th. Then the Lions at 3rd, the Vikings, and the Packers winning the division.
Yeah, and the odds reflect that right now on BetMGM. The Packers minus 125, Minnesota behind them, then Detroit, and then Chicago. Dave, let's get into tonight's game. Vikings 1.5-point favorite on the road. The total is 43.5. Who do you like tonight in Chicago? Who wins? Vikings, Bears.
I think the Bears are going to try to establish the run. I think it's a smart approach. I think Caleb Williams will be very careful in the short passing game, and I think likely efficient. It's the first we've seen of Joe Thuney at left guard. The offensive line will be stabilized. I do think that the Bears, if they protect the football, and Caleb Williams has shown that's what he's good at. They protect the football. They keep the chains moving. I think they can win 27-23, a close game. I don't see that seems like compared to what we saw last night on Sunday Night Football and some of the other games, a little low scoring. But you've got a quarterback in J.J. McCarthy making his first start for the Vikings, and you've got an offense in Chicago with the Bears learning a new scheme under Ben Johnson. So I think eventually if these teams play it again, and they will later in the season, you'll see more points. But tonight I think it's 27-23 Bears.
All right, there you go. Great stuff, David Hall. Give him a follow on X at David Hall, host of Mully and Hall 670 The Score in Chicago. Appreciate the time, David. Enjoy the game tonight. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Anytime, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, great stuff there. David Hall joining us to talk Bears and Vikings. Let's continue talking Bears and Vikings here on Send It In. A little primetime Peach, first Monday Night Football game of the season. Vikings 1.5-point favorite on the road tonight. Total in the game 43.5. You just want to take Minnesota on the money line, minus 125. Bears are plus 105. We did see the Bills beat the Ravens by a point last night, so that 1.5 could be important if you do just want to take the Bears on the spread. If you take the Vikings, probably we just want to lay the money line at minus 125. I do like the Bears in the game, though. If you guys were listening last week to the PJ Pick 5, you know the Bears were in there for me. Nothing has changed. I still like Chicago in the game. Had that great trend going into week one that divisional home underdogs were 18-4 against the spread since 2012. And oddly enough, they're 1-2 against the spread so far in week one. The Browns were the only team that covered. Atlanta didn't. They should have. They didn't. Seattle didn't. They probably should have. So even though it's 1-2, again, you can see how strong that trend is, and the two teams, Atlanta and Seattle, probably should have won outright. So the fact that that trend is 1-2 very easily could have been 3-0. I do like the Bears in the game tonight. J.J. McCarthy, I'm not as high on him as maybe some other people are. KOC is one of the best coaches in the NFL, certainly one of the best offensive play callers that we have. Flores is a terrific defensive coordinator as well. Really good coaches on both sides in this game. I just think for McCarthy to be favored in his first NFL start on the road in a divisional matchup, I think this should be a pick'em, or maybe even the Bears should be favored in the game. When it opened up, they were favorites. Now all this money came in on Minnesota probably about a month ago. They have been the favorite ever since, but I like the Bears in the game, plus 1.5 against the Vikings. As for the total, I'd probably go under 43.5. Unders have been killing it so far in week one. We've only had 3 games that have gone over the total so far. But look, with Monday Night Football tonight, they're going to have their own pregame show. And leading up to it, what's the talk going to be about for the first 2 hours? It's going to be about Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, this Bears offense. Then it's going to be about the Vikings and KOC and J.J. McCarthy. And all you're going to hear is offense, offense, offense. What's Caleb Williams going to look like this year? What's the Bears? How about the Vikings? What's J.J. McCarthy going to look like as a rookie? And then watch it be a 17-16 type game. Because these two, when they normally play in Chicago, normally low scoring. I think this one's the same way, so I would probably go with the under, but I do like the Bears, plus 1.5. Some props that I would look at in the game. J.J. McCarthy, over 15.5 rushing yards at minus 120. And how about anytime touchdown, plus 525? I really like that one. I think that's a great price. If you watch McCarthy at the University of Michigan, he runs, man, and he's a good athlete, and especially short yardage, goal line situations. He got used a lot at Michigan, and I think KOC is going to do the same thing with him as well. And if you're a rookie making your first start in the NFL, I know it's his second year, but essentially a rookie because he was hurt all last year. If you're starting your first year in the NFL, your first game, the game speeds up. And the pro level is a lot different than the college level. And McCarthy would scramble a ton to begin with at Michigan. Really wasn't a guy that liked to sit in the pocket all that much. So I think tonight, in his first NFL game on the road, going to use his legs a lot. I like over rushing yards, and I like that anytime total touchdown price as well, plus 525. Also like Roma Dunze, longest reception, over 21.5 yards at minus 110. I think when we're looking at Ben Johnson and the Bears this season, we're all trying to find out, like, who are going to be the guys on this roster that were the guys for him in those roles when he was with Detroit, right? So obviously, if Coastal Loveland's going to be Sam Laporta, DJ Moore is going to be your Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Adunze is going to be your Jameson Williams. That's going to be your deep threat. That's going to be your big play guy. That's going to be the guy who's catching the 50, 60-yard touchdowns. And you heard David say it. I mean, Caleb Williams was a conservative quarterback last year, and he really didn't love to take that many chances. And I think you're going to try and see Ben Johnson this year open it up a little bit with Caleb and force him to be a little bit more aggressive. And that helps everything they want to do on offense. They want to run the football and they want to pass off of that, but certainly they want to stretch out the defense, and they're going to look to do that with the Dunze, who's great when it comes to one-on-one, 50-50 contested catches. So over 21.5, longest reception for Roma Dunze. I like that as well. And then look, the last point I'll make in the game, probably a great teaser leg. We already have every line out for week 2 games. If you want to take the Bears plus 7.5 with a money line for next week, or maybe a college money line, I think that's a good look. This feels like a one-score game to me. Again, that home divisional underdog trend that I mentioned, All of those games were one-score games. They were field goal games or less. I would expect tonight to be the same thing. So Bears plus 7.5 should be a great teaser leg this week in the NFL. All right, you guys, let's talk a little games I would bet right now. So we got a comment in the chat. Sport Wager ER, PJ, Lamar or Allen, better MVP lean after week 1. I think it's got to be Josh Allen, Sports Wager, for the simple fact that wasn't the big argument last year was the fact that Lamar's got Derrick Henry and Josh Allen really doesn't have a superstar on offense along with him, and he's got to play Superman ball. And you saw that again last night. And Lamar was terrific. He was unbelievable. 3 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. He also looked like the MVP, but it felt like more people came away with that game with what Derrick Henry was doing and how he just doesn't age and what a beast he is to deal with. Whereas you watch the Bills side of the ball, I mean, is anybody talking about James Cook? Is anybody talking about Keon Cook? Like, it's all Josh Allen and what he did. So these are the things that help Allen in the MVP market. Certainly the fact that they had this crazy comeback and he won the game, I think helps him as well. So while it is tough to go back-to-back for the MVP market, I think for week 1 at least, I'd probably give the nod to Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson. But both of those guys, I mean, terrific last night. Again, all these people picking like Denver as a sleeper team in the AFC, how can you watch that game last night against those 2 teams and those 2 quarterbacks and think like anybody other than the Chiefs, the Bills, or the Ravens are representing the AFC? I just think it's tough to have somebody other than those 3 with how great those 3 quarterbacks are to come out of the AFC. Speaking of the Ravens, though, let's start there because, you guys, my favorite bet for week 2 of the NFL is the Cleveland Browns plus 12.5 against the Ravens. I love the Browns on Sunday. Is it not the same exact spot that we had last year that the Ravens are dealing with, right? Last year, they opened up the season against Kansas City on the road in prime time, a team that they lost to in the playoffs. It was a revenge game in week 1, and they lose in heartbreaking fashion. Isaiah Likely's toe is out of bounds. The Chiefs win the game. Well, week 2, everybody thinks the Ravens are going to bounce back. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They're at home. It's going to be a 3-touchdown blowout. The Ravens lose outright. Where here we are again, week 1, on the road against the Bills, the team that you lost to in the playoffs last year. They lose that game, but the Ravens look awesome for 3.5 quarters. And I think going into this week, the Browns lose the game to a Bengals that they should have won. The Browns are going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. And I would think a majority of people are expecting the Ravens to just bounce back this week and absolutely blow out the Browns. But that's not going to happen. The Browns are going to keep this game close. The last 3 times that these teams have met in Baltimore, they've all been decided by 1 score. Ravens fans know this, and even Browns fans know this too. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. It's a divisional matchup. It's a rivalry game. And Cleveland always gives Baltimore their best shot in Baltimore. And another thing with the Ravens, too, as a Ravens fan, I can just tell you guys, there are certain games they get up for, and there are certain games that they don't get up for. The Ravens in primetime games, like last night, they normally play great. When the Ravens, or it's a tight point spread, they normally play great. When it's a weird day of the week, when they're playing on Thursday, Wednesday, Monday, whatever day, they're normally great. But when they're a big favorite at home, they normally struggle in those games. 1 p.m. games, they're normally bad. I was also looking back through the Ravens. They're 1-3 since 2021 in 1 p.m. games against divisional opponents. Joe Burrow has only beaten the Ravens 1 time, and it was at a 1 p.m. game in Baltimore. So there's something about that 1 p.m. game for the Ravens when they go up against divisional opponents, when they're a big favorite, that they always struggle with. And I've talked about this a couple times with Baltimore too. You always want to look for the games to fade the Ravens when they're not going to use their rushing attack. There are certain games throughout the season where they kind of hold back. They don't run Lamar. They don't run Derrick as much as they should. And those are the games that they get into trouble. How about this stat for you guys? Last year, the Ravens played 4 divisional games before Thanksgiving. Derrick Henry got 16 carries or less in all 4 of those games. The Ravens went 2-2 in those games. They lost to the Browns and the Steelers, and they won both games against the Bengals. And if you remember both of those Cincinnati games, they should have lost. The Ravens easily could have been 0-4 last year in divisional games before Thanksgiving, and it's because AFC North, physical games, they don't really want to run Derrick. They don't really want to run Lamar. They throw the ball more than they should. And again, guys, it's just a big letdown spot. Like, you were watching that Ravens-Bills game last night. You could see how amped the Ravens sideline was. You could see how much they wanted that game. Melissa Stark, who was doing the reporting for NBC, she was even talking about how fired up they were. You go from that, you go from the entire offseason prepping for the Bills, wanting revenge against the Bills, and now you lose that game the way that they did. You come home and you're nearly a 2-touchdown favorite against Cleveland, a team that always plays you tough. Love the Browns, and it would not shock me if they won that game. Just about everybody's going to take the Ravens in their survivor pool. I mean, they probably do win, but again, wouldn't surprise me if Joe Flacco, of all people, goes in there and beats the Ravens on Sunday. So I do like the Browns. I also like the Seahawks +3 against the Steelers on Sunday. For me, that's just a numbers play. I think getting Seattle +3 is a great bet. They won 7 road games last year. Mike McDonald, the head coach for Seattle, was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens for 2 years. He knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the Steelers well. And look, that Pittsburgh offense was very good against the Jets. A lot better than I think a lot of us expected them to be. The defense did have some trouble against Justin Fields, but I think Seattle keeps that game close, and I think they're alive to win that game as well. How about the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots? I mean, is this just not a Joes versus pros type game, right? We were all over the Colts on Sunday. It was our favorite bet in week 1, non-sweat. Colts take care of business. We knew they weren't losing for Jim Irsay. Well, now turn around. The Dolphins look awful, and a lot of people were down on the Dolphins going into week 1, yet it felt like everybody was betting the Dolphins in that week 1 game against the Colts. And all those people who bet on the Dolphins now are so disgusted that they did, and they don't want anything to do with Miami, and they're going to see that that team is favored this week against the offseason darling in the New England Patriots. Drake May, by the way, 1-10 now as a starting quarterback, but go ahead. Keep betting them to make the playoffs. Keep betting their over-win total. Guy's got 1 win as a starting quarterback, and he's an underdog this week. You don't think everybody's going to be lining up to bet the Patriots after what they just saw after the Dolphins? Dolphins are going to win that game. We'll take them on the money line at -125. How about the Broncos -2.5 at the Colts? Again, that game was just way more about the Dolphins than it was about the Colts. Don't let that fool you. Daniel Jones goes from playing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL to playing now maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Denver's offense didn't look all that great. Tennessee was very competitive. They forced some turnovers. I think getting the Broncos under a field goal, really good bet. I would expect that to go to 3. I like Denver at -2.5. Some college games that I would keep an eye on. What about Georgia? -4.5 against Tennessee. So much overreaction to Georgia off of how they've looked the first 2 weeks. You guys, Kirby Smart is now 0-10 against the spread against FCS opponents. He's 1-14 against the spread when he's a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. All Georgia's done in the first 2 weeks is what Georgia does every single year. They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy. Their season begins on Saturday against Tennessee. The look-ahead line before going into week 2 was Georgia -7.5. Now it's Georgia -4.5. Why? Because, again, Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville under Kirby Smart. Georgia's won their last 8 games against Tennessee. They have covered in 6 straight and 8 of their last 9. I love Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee. Wisconsin, Bama, we're going under 47.5 in that one. Wisconsin's starting quarterback Billy Edwards Jr. did not play this past week against Middle Tennessee. We'll see if he plays on Saturday against Bama. But this just feels like a 24-3 type game to me. Wisconsin's offense is abysmal. I do not think they're going to do much on the road in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. And Bama's offense put up 73 points against Louisiana Monroe. Awesome. Against Wisconsin, a team that's still solid defensively, doesn't give you much on the ground. Bama's going to have a struggle scoring points in this game. So I like under 47.5 Bama and Wisconsin. And then finally, SMU and Missouri State. Man, I love Missouri. This is my team, Missouri State. Week 1, we fade them. We take USC, easy cover. Last week, we take them plus the points, money line against Marshall. They went outright. Well, we're taking the over now against SMU. I think that's going to be a track meet on Saturday. I like over 61.5 SMU and Missouri State. All right, let's talk about the top 10 teams in college football as we dive into our glass ball. Number 1 team in America, going to be Ohio State at plus 525. They beat Texas in week 1. They beat Grambling 70-0. Ohio State's got some tricky games upcoming, but as of now, number 1 team. Penn State has not looked very good the first 2 weeks, which is very unlike them because they usually destroy teams and cover spreads against bad opponents, but I'm high on Penn State. They were my national championship pick, and until we see them play Oregon at the end of September, they're probably going to hang on to the 2 spot for me. Texas is still number 3. That defense is still awesome. Arch, with more reps and more games, should continue to get better and better. I still feel like Texas is probably the most talented team in college football. Georgia will put them at number 4. Again, Georgia, the first 2 weeks, you guys, this is what they do. They don't cover spreads against bad teams. Against Tennessee, though, I think the Vols are in for a rude awakening. Georgia's still very good. I'll put them at number 4. LSU is going to be number 5 for me. I think if Texas and Georgia played LSU tomorrow in Atlanta in the SEC championship game, Texas and Georgia would both beat them. And are we sure LSU is like really, really good, or is Clemson just like not that great? Because Clemson was down 16-0 to Troy on Saturday. LSU is struggling against Louisiana Tech. That was a 10-0 game in the third quarter. I get it was a letdown spot for both teams, and LSU might have been looking ahead to the game this week against Florida, but I don't know. I'll put them at number 5 behind Georgia and Texas. Miami's going to be number 6 for me. They got a fun game this week against South Florida. But again, from a talent standpoint, man, the Canes are loaded both sides of the ball. And Mario Cristobal is your head coach, though. I don't know if I can ever pick you to win a national championship. Notre Dame's got a big one on Saturday against Texas A&M. They'll be my number 7 team. Miami did beat them, and Miami looked like the better team. So I got to put the Canes on top of Notre Dame. But the upside for the Irish, the real only question mark we had about Notre Dame going into the season was who their quarterback would be and would he be good. CJ Carr looks like the real deal. So Notre Dame, number 7. Oregon, I'll put them at number 8. The Ducks really haven't played anybody up to this point. They get Oregon State next week, and then they have Penn State after that. So we'll see what the Ducks look like in those 2 games. They do have a road trip to Chicago to take on Northwestern this week, but that shouldn't be an issue. I think Oregon's got a ton of talent. Still not sold on them being a national title team, though. Tennessee, I'll put them at number 9. I think the gap between the top 8 teams and number 9 and 10 is a big line in the sand. I think Tennessee's very talented, but again, I do like Georgia quite a bit this week. And then Oklahoma will put them at number 10. Sooners defense, very, very good. John Mateer, really like him at quarterback. Nice win on Saturday against Michigan. So Tennessee and Oklahoma round out my top 10. So there we go. Ohio State, Penn State, Texas, Georgia, LSU, Miami, Notre Dame, Oregon, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. All right, you guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, time to give out our favorite plays of the day. PJ's plays here on Send It In. We will start with going streaking. Corbin Carroll, 7 for 17 in his career against Logan Webb. We're going to take Corbin Carroll to get a base hit today. That's a .412 batting average against one of the best right-handed pitchers in the National League. My prop block is going to be Rome Odunze, longest reception over 21.5 yards. Talked about it earlier in the show, but I think Odunze is going to fill that Jameson Williams role. I think he goes for a long catch tonight, so I'll take his longest reception over. Reds are going to be my dog of the day today against the San Diego Padres. Our boy Nick Lodolo is on the mound, and we like it when Lodolo's on the road. He normally pitches well. Give me Cincinnati money line, and then give me Dub Bears plus 1.5 tonight against the Vikings to get the dub, make us 3-2 on the week in the PJ Pick 5. Let me bring on my producer, Shawnee Sharp. He's decked out in his Bears gear tonight, all fired up for the season to start. Shawnee Sharp, we got about 30 seconds left, pal. How are we feeling about tonight? The Bears going to beat the Vikings.
Peach, I'm terrified. But I'll tell you this, though. Bears by a million. So
Yeah.
I don't care. But no, actually, realistically, I'm very optimistic, kind of. So I think they'll win. I think J.J. McCarthy, being a rookie, it's his first game, so who knows? But I wouldn't be shocked if the Bears lost. I think it's an extreme outcomes game. I think if the Vikings are going to win, they're going to win by a lot. I think if the Bears win, I think you just bet them outright.
5 seconds, Sean. Anytime touchdown score tonight for the Bears, who'd you take?
Oh, man. I think everyone's going to love Colson Loveland. I think Cole Kmet.
Cole Kmet. Okay, I like that. There you go. Our boy Shawnee Sharp. Wishing him good luck. Bears plus 1.5. Let's hope we get it to the window. Thanks again to David Hall for joining us. Tomorrow, Preston Guy joins us to preview LSU, and Florida Nick Kenyon also joins us as well. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day. Go Bears.
Second-year quarterback, typically you'd say, well, as long as he can cut down his mistakes, he'll be better. In Caleb Williams' case, I think the opposite might be true. You say, well, as long as he's going to take more risks, he'll be better. But I think the Bears would benefit from that approach because he's got tremendous arm talent, and he would keep the chains moving the more he's likely to complete more passes at a higher percentage.
Outside of Caleb, David, who's the skill position player on the Bears this season, whether it's Swift, whether it's DJ Moore, Odunze? Who do you think is going to benefit the most from this Ben Johnson offense?
I have to say this. It's kind of interesting because I like Colston Loveland, the first-round draft pick, and Luther Burden III is a second-round guy, and they're all going to get worked into the mix. And I don't really know. I vacillate over who's going to be the top target. The one thing that I could answer that question definitively, DeAndre Swift. They don't have another running back they trust. So of the skill position players that are going to benefit from this offense, it will be the guy who knows the offense maybe best. He played for Ben Johnson in Detroit. They traded him to Philadelphia. Ben Johnson wasn't responsible for that deal, so he remembers how well he can utilize his skill set. DeAndre Swift isn't in a position where they don't have the depth at running back to share carries with really anybody. Kyle Monangai will play, but I could see DeAndre Swift having a big year and being a bigger factor than people are talking about. In Chicago, we're debating all preseason. Well, is Odunze going to catch more than DJ Moore? And is DJ Moore going to be Deebo Samuel out of the backfield? And Colston Loveland, does he get along with Cole Kmet? Guys, I think it's really the running back is going to be a bigger part of this offense than anybody really realizes.
Talking with David Hall here on Send It In, host of Mully and Hall on 670 The Score in Chicago. Vikings-Bears Monday Night Football tonight at Soldier Field. Dave, before we get into that game, I do just want to talk about the NFC North with you because it's the only division in Week 1 where you had all four teams play each other in Week 1, right? We had Packers-Lions yesterday, Bears-Vikings tonight. Packers certainly make a big statement yesterday, and now they're big favorites to win that division. How do you see the pecking order right now in the NFC North? I think most would agree Packers are 1. Lions didn't look great. It is just Week 1. Maybe it's overreaction, but kind of who do you think is that second team right now in the North before we see the Vikings and Bears play tonight?
Well, I agree with you. The Packers, after the Micah Parsons trade, are the favorite in the NFC North, and I even have them as a favorite in the NFC. I said that last week and was accused of having my cheese laced with something because I said it in Chicago, but I do believe that to be true. I think second is the Minnesota Vikings. You look at their ability to score points when Jordan Addison comes back. The passing game is explosive. I really like what Brian Flores does defensively. I think two things can be true. Maybe they could not win tonight. We'll get to that in a moment, but they also could have a better season than the Lions and the Bears in the NFC North. So I think the Vikings are probably number 2 because they'll grow around J.J. McCarthy and once they get healthier and everybody back. And then the Lions, I think we saw on the first Sunday yesterday that they're going to be prone to some mistakes and some their offense with 3 new offensive line starters could get stagnant at times. And I think they're going to miss the offensive infrastructure, the intellect of a Ben Johnson and an Aaron Glenn on defense. So I don't think those are any small losses. So I think that I have the Bears being 4th, but a competitive 4th. Then the Lions at 3rd, the Vikings, and the Packers winning the division. Yeah,
and the odds reflect that right now on BetMGM. The Packers minus 125, Minnesota behind them, then Detroit, and then Chicago. Dave, let's get into tonight's game. Vikings 1.5-point favorite on the road. The total is 43.5. Who do you like tonight in Chicago? Who wins? Vikings, Bears.
I think the Bears are going to try to establish the run. I think it's a smart approach. I think Caleb Williams will be very careful in the short passing game, and I think likely efficient. It's the first we've seen of Joe Thuney at left guard. The offensive line will be stabilized. I do think that the Bears, if they protect the football, and Caleb Williams has shown that's what he's good at. They protect the football. They keep the chains moving. I think they can win 27-23, a close game. I don't see that seems like, compared to what we saw last night on Sunday Night Football and some of the other games, a little low scoring. But you've got a quarterback in J.J. McCarthy making his first start for the Vikings, and you've got an offense in Chicago with the Bears learning a new scheme under Ben Johnson. So I think eventually, if these teams play it again, and they will later in the season, you'll see more points. But tonight, I think it's 27-23 Bears.
All right, there you go. Great stuff, David Hall. Give him a follow on X, at David Hall, host of Mully and Hall, 670 The Score in Chicago. Appreciate the time, David. Enjoy the game tonight. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Anytime, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, great stuff there. David Hall joining us to talk Bears and Vikings. Let's continue talking Bears and Vikings here on Send It In. A little primetime Peach, first Monday Night Football game of the season. Vikings, 1.5-point favorite on the road tonight. Total in the game, 43.5. You just want to take Minnesota on the money line, minus 125. Bears are plus 105. We did see the Bills beat the Ravens by a point last night, so that 1.5 could be important if you do just want to take the Bears on the spread. If you take the Vikings, probably we just want to lay the money line at minus 125. I do like the Bears in the game, though. If you guys were listening last week to the PJ Pick 5, you know the Bears were in there for me. Nothing has changed. I still like Chicago in the game. Had that great trend going into week one that divisional home underdogs were 18-4 against the spread since 2012. And oddly enough, they're 1-2 against the spread so far in week one. The Browns were the only team that covered. Atlanta didn't. They should have. They didn't. Seattle didn't. They probably should have. So even though it's 1-2, again, you can see how strong that trend is, and the two teams, Atlanta and Seattle, probably should have won outright. So the fact that that trend is 1-2 very easily could have been 3-0. I do like the Bears in the game tonight. J.J. McCarthy, I'm not as high on him as maybe some other people are. KOC is one of the best coaches in the NFL, certainly one of the best offensive play callers that we have. Flores is a terrific defensive coordinator as well. Really good coaches on both sides in this game. I just think for McCarthy to be favored in his first NFL start on the road in a divisional matchup, I think this should be a pick 'em, or maybe even the Bears should be favored in the game. When it opened up, they were favorites. Now all this money came in on Minnesota probably about a month ago. They have been the favorite ever since, but I like the Bears in the game, plus 1.5 against the Vikings. As for the total, I'd probably go under 43.5. Unders have been killing it so far in week one. We've only had 3 games that have gone over the total so far. But look, with Monday Night Football tonight, they're going to have their own pregame show. And leading up to it, what's the talk going to be about for the first 2 hours? It's going to be about Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, this Bears offense. Then it's going to be about the Vikings and KOC and J.J. McCarthy. And all you're going to hear is offense, offense, offense. What's Caleb Williams going to look like this year? What's the Bears? How about the Vikings? What's J.J. McCarthy going to look like as a rookie? And then watch it be a 17-16 type game. Because these two, when they normally play in Chicago, normally low scoring. I think this one's the same way, so I would probably go with the under, but I do like the Bears, plus 1.5. Some props that I would look at in the game. J.J. McCarthy, over 15.5 rushing yards at minus 120. And how about anytime touchdown, plus 525? I really like that one. I think that's a great price. If you watch McCarthy at the University of Michigan, he runs, man, and he's a good athlete, and especially short yardage, goal line situations. He got used a lot at Michigan, and I think KOC is going to do the same thing with him as well. And if you're a rookie making your first start in the NFL, I know it's his second year, but essentially a rookie because he was hurt all last year. If you're starting your first year in the NFL, your first game, the game speeds up. And the pro level is a lot different than the college level. And McCarthy would scramble a ton to begin with at Michigan. Really wasn't a guy that liked to sit in the pocket all that much. So I think tonight, in his first NFL game on the road, going to use his legs a lot. I like over rushing yards, and I like that anytime total touchdown price as well, plus 525. Also like Rome Odunze, longest reception, over 21.5 yards at minus 110. I think when we're looking at Ben Johnson and the Bears this season, we're all trying to find out, like, who are going to be the guys on this roster that were the guys for him in those roles when he was with Detroit, right? So obviously, if Coastal Loveland's going to be Sam Laporta, DJ Moore is going to be your Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Odunze is going to be your Jamison Williams. That's going to be your deep threat. That's going to be your big play guy. That's going to be the guy who's catching the 50, 60-yard touchdowns. And you heard David say it. I mean, Caleb Williams was a conservative quarterback last year, and he really didn't love to take that many chances. And I think you're going to try and see Ben Johnson this year open it up a little bit with Caleb and force him to be a little bit more aggressive. And that helps everything they want to do on offense. They want to run the football and they want to pass off of that, but certainly they want to stretch out the defense, and they're going to look to do that with the Dunze, who's great when it comes to one-on-one, 50-50 contested catches. So over 21.5, longest reception for Roma Dunze. I like that as well. And then look, the last point I'll make in the game, probably a great teaser leg. We already have every line out for week 2 games. If you want to take the Bears plus 7.5 with a money line for next week, or maybe a college money line, I think that's a good look. This feels like a one-score game to me. Again, that home divisional underdog trend that I mentioned, all of those games were one-score games. They were field goal games or less. I would expect tonight to be the same thing. So Bears plus 7.5 should be a great teaser leg this week in the NFL. All right, you guys, let's talk a little games I would bet right now. So we got a comment in the chat. Sport Wager ER, PJ, Lamar or Allen, better MVP lean after week 1. I think it's got to be Josh Allen, Sports Wager, for the simple fact that wasn't the big argument last year was the fact that Lamar's got Derrick Henry and Josh Allen really doesn't have a superstar on offense along with him, and he's got to play Superman ball. And you saw that again last night. And Lamar was terrific. He was unbelievable. 3 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown. He also looked like the MVP, but it felt like more people came away with that game with what Derrick Henry was doing and how he just doesn't age and what a beast he is to deal with. Whereas you watch the Bills side of the ball, I mean, is anybody talking about James Cook? Is anybody talking about Keon Cook? Like, it's all Josh Allen and what he did. So these are the things that help Allen in the MVP market. Certainly the fact that they had this crazy comeback and he won the game, I think helps him as well. So while it is tough to go back-to-back for the MVP market, I think for week 1 at least, I'd probably give the nod to Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson. But both of those guys, I mean, terrific last night. Again, all these people picking like Denver as a sleeper team in the AFC, how can you watch that game last night against those 2 teams and those 2 quarterbacks and think like anybody other than the Chiefs, the Bills, or the Ravens are representing the AFC? I just think it's tough to have somebody other than those 3 with how great those 3 quarterbacks are to come out of the AFC. Speaking of the Ravens, though, let's start there because, you guys, my favorite bet for week 2 of the NFL is the Cleveland Browns plus 12.5 against the Ravens. I love the Browns on Sunday. Is it not the same exact spot that we had last year that the Ravens are dealing with, right? Last year they opened up the season against Kansas City on the road in prime time, a team that they lost to in the playoffs. It was a revenge game in week 1, and they lose in heartbreaking fashion. Isaiah Likely's toe is out of bounds. The Chiefs win the game. Well, week 2, everybody thinks the Ravens are going to bounce back. They're double-digit favorites against the Raiders. They're at home. It's going to be a 3-touchdown blowout. The Ravens lose outright. Where here we are again, week 1, on the road against the Bills, the team that you lost to in the playoffs last year. They lose that game, but the Ravens look awesome for 3.5 quarters. And I think going into this week, the Browns lose the game to a Bengals that they should have won. The Browns are going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. And I would think a majority of people are expecting the Ravens to just bounce back this week and absolutely blow out the Browns. But that's not going to happen. The Browns are going to keep this game close. The last 3 times that these teams have met in Baltimore, they've all been decided by 1 score. Ravens fans know this, and even Browns fans know this too. The Browns always play the Ravens tough in Baltimore. It's a divisional matchup. It's a rivalry game. And Cleveland always gives Baltimore their best shot in Baltimore. And another thing with the Ravens, too, as a Ravens fan, I can just tell you guys, there are certain games they get up for, and there are certain games that they don't get up for. The Ravens in primetime games, like last night, they normally play great. When the Ravens, or it's a tight point spread, they normally play great. When it's a weird day of the week, when they're playing on Thursday, Wednesday, Monday, whatever day, they're normally great. But when they're a big favorite at home, they normally struggle in those games. 1 p.m. games, they're normally bad. I was also looking back through the Ravens. They're 1-3 since 2021 in 1 p.m. games against divisional opponents. Joe Burrow has only beaten the Ravens 1 time, and it was at a 1 p.m. game in Baltimore. So there's something about that 1 p.m. game for the Ravens when they go up against divisional opponents, when they're a big favorite, that they always struggle with. And I've talked about this a couple times with Baltimore too. You always want to look for the games to fade the Ravens when they're not going to use their rushing attack. There are certain games throughout the season where they kind of hold back. They don't run Lamar. They don't run Derek as much as they should. And those are the games that they get into trouble. How about this stat for you guys? Last year, the Ravens played 4 divisional games before Thanksgiving. Derrick Henry got 16 carries or less in all 4 of those games. The Ravens went 2-2 in those games. They lost to the Browns and the Steelers, and they won both games against the Bengals. And if you remember both of those Cincinnati games, they should have lost. The Ravens easily could have been 0-4 last year in divisional games before Thanksgiving, and it's because AFC North, physical games, they don't really want to run Derek, they don't really want to run Lamar, they throw the ball more than they should. And again, guys, it's just a big letdown spot. Like, you were watching that Ravens-Bills game last night. You could see how amped the Ravens sideline was. You could see how much they wanted that game. Melissa Stark, who was doing the reporting for NBC, she was even talking about how fired up they were. You go from that, you go from the entire offseason prepping for the Bills, wanting revenge against the Bills, and now you lose that game the way that they did. You come home and you're nearly a 2-touchdown favorite against Cleveland, a team that always plays you tough. Love the Browns, and it would not shock me if they won that game. Just about everybody's going to take the Ravens in their survivor pool. I mean, they probably do win, but again, wouldn't surprise me if Joe Flacco, of all people, goes in there and beats the Ravens on Sunday. So I do like the Browns. I also like the Seahawks +3 against the Steelers on Sunday. For me, that's just a numbers play. I think getting Seattle +3 is a great bet. They won 7 road games last year. Mike McDonald, the head coach for Seattle, was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens for 2 years. He knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the Steelers well. And look, that Pittsburgh offense was very good against the Jets. A lot better than I think a lot of us expected them to be. The defense did have some trouble against Justin Fields, but I think Seattle keeps that game close, and I think they're alive to win that game as well. How about the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots? I mean, is this just not a Joes versus pros type game, right? We were all over the Colts on Sunday. It was our favorite bet in week 1, non-sweat. Colts take care of business. We knew they weren't losing for Jim Irsay. Well, now turn around. The Dolphins look awful, and a lot of people were down on the Dolphins going into week 1, yet it felt like everybody was betting the Dolphins in that week 1 game against the Colts. And all those people who bet on the Dolphins now are so disgusted that they did, and they don't want anything to do with Miami, and they're going to see that that team is favored this week against the offseason darling in the New England Patriots. Drake May, by the way, 1-10 now as a starting quarterback, but go ahead. Keep betting them to make the playoffs. Keep betting their over-win total. Guy's got 1 win as a starting quarterback, and he's an underdog this week. You don't think everybody's going to be lining up to bet the Patriots after what they just saw after the Dolphins? Dolphins are going to win that game. We'll take them on the money line at -125. How about the Broncos -2.5 at the Colts? Again, that game was just way more about the Dolphins than it was about the Colts. Don't let that fool you. Daniel Jones goes from playing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL to playing now maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Denver's offense didn't look all that great. Tennessee was very competitive. They forced some turnovers. I think getting the Broncos under a field goal, really good bet. I would expect that to go to 3. I like Denver at -2.5. Some college games that I would keep an eye on. What about Georgia? -4.5 against Tennessee. So much overreaction to Georgia off of how they've looked the first 2 weeks. You guys, Kirby Smart is now 0-10 against the spread against FCS opponents. He's 1-14 against the spread when he's a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. All Georgia's done in the first 2 weeks is what Georgia does every single year. They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy. Their season begins on Saturday against Tennessee. The look-ahead line before going into week 2 was Georgia -7.5. Now it's Georgia -4.5. Why? Because, again, Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville under Kirby Smart. Georgia's won their last 8 games against Tennessee. They have covered in 6 straight and 8 of their last 9. I love Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee. Wisconsin, Bama, we're going under 47.5 in that one. Wisconsin's starting quarterback Billy Edwards Jr. did not play this past week against Middle Tennessee. We'll see if he plays on Saturday against Bama. but this just feels like a 24-3 type game to me. Wisconsin's offense is abysmal. I do not think they're going to do much on the road in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. And Bama's offense put up 73 points against Louisiana Monroe. Awesome. Against Wisconsin, a team that's still solid defensively, doesn't give you much on the ground. Bama's going to have a struggle scoring points in this game. So I like under 47.5 Bama and Wisconsin. And then finally, SMU and Missouri State. Man, I love Missouri. This is my team, Missouri State. Week 1, we fade them. We take USC, easy cover. Last week, we take them plus the points, money line against Marshall. They went outright. Well, we're taking the over now against SMU. I think that's going to be a track meet on Saturday. I like over 61.5 SMU and Missouri State. All right, let's talk about the top 10 teams in college football as we dive into our glass ball. Number 1 team in America, going to be Ohio State at plus 525. They beat Texas in week 1. They beat Grambling 70-0. Ohio State's got some tricky games upcoming, but as of now, number 1 team. Penn State has not looked very good the first 2 weeks, which is very unlike them because they usually destroy teams and cover spreads against bad opponents, but I'm high on Penn State. They were my national championship pick, and until we see them play Oregon at the end of September, they're probably going to hang on to the 2 spot for me. Texas is still number 3. That defense is still awesome. Arch, with more reps and more games, should continue to get better and better. I still feel like Texas probably the most talented team in college football. Georgia will put them at number 4. Again, Georgia the first 2 weeks, you guys, this is what they do. They don't cover spreads against bad teams. Against Tennessee, though, I think the Vols are in for a rude awakening. Georgia's still very good. I'll put them at number 4. LSU is going to be number 5 for me. I think if Texas and Georgia played LSU tomorrow in Atlanta in the SEC championship game, Texas and Georgia would both beat them. And are we sure LSU is like really, really good, or is Clemson just like not that great? Because Clemson was down 16-0 to Troy on Saturday. LSU is struggling against Louisiana Tech. That was a 10-0 game in the third quarter. I get it was a letdown spot for both teams, and LSU might have been looking ahead to the game this week against Florida, but I don't know. I'll put them at number 5 behind Georgia and Texas. Miami's going to be number 6 for me. They got a fun game this week against South Florida. But again, from a talent standpoint, man, the Canes are loaded both sides of the ball. And Mario Cristobal is your head coach, though. I don't know if I can ever pick you to win a national championship. Notre Dame's got a big one on Saturday against Texas A&M. They'll be my number 7 team. Miami did beat them, and Miami looked like the better team. So I got to put the Canes on top of Notre Dame. But the upside for the Irish, the real only question mark we had about Notre Dame going into the season was who their quarterback would be and would he be good. CJ Carr looks like the real deal. So Notre Dame, number 7. Oregon, I'll put them at number 8. The Ducks really haven't played anybody up to this point. They get Oregon State next week, and then they have Penn State after that. So we'll see what the Ducks look like in those 2 games. They do have a road trip to Chicago to take on Northwestern this week, but that shouldn't be an issue. I think Oregon's got a ton of talent. Still not sold on them being a national title team, though. Tennessee, I'll put them at number 9. I think the gap between the top 8 teams and number 9 and 10 is a big line in the sand. I think Tennessee's very talented, but again, I do like Georgia quite a bit this week. And then Oklahoma will put them at number 10. Sooners defense, very, very good. John Mateer, really like him at quarterback. Nice win on Saturday against Michigan. So Tennessee and Oklahoma round out my top 10. So there we go. Ohio State, Penn State, Texas, Georgia, LSU, Miami, Notre Dame, Oregon, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. All right, you guys, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, time to give out our favorite plays of the day. PJ's plays here on Send It In. We will start with going streaking. Corbin Carroll, 7 for 17 in his career against Logan Webb. We're going to take Corbin Carroll to get a base hit today. That's a .412 batting average against one of the best right-handed pitchers in the National League. My prop lock is going to be Rome Odunze, longest reception, over 21.5 yards. Talked about it earlier in the show, but I think Odunze is going to fill that Jameson Williams role. I think he goes for a long catch tonight, so I'll take his longest reception over. Reds are going to be my dog of the day today against the San Diego Padres. Our boy Nick Lodolo is on the mound, and we like it when Lodolo's on the road. He normally pitches well. Give me Cincinnati money line, and then give me Dub Bears plus 1.5 tonight against the Vikings to get the dub, make us 3-2 on the week in the PJ Pick 5. Let me bring on my producer, Shawnee Sharp. He's decked out in his Bears gear tonight, all fired up for the season to start. Shawnee Sharp, we got about 30 seconds left. How are we feeling about tonight? The Bears going to beat the Vikings.
Peach, I'm terrified. But I'll tell you this though, Bears by a million. So
Yeah.
I don't care. But no, actually, realistically, I'm very optimistic, kind of. So I think they'll win. I think JJ McCarthy being a rookie, it's his first game, so who knows? But I wouldn't be shocked if the Bears lost. I think it's an extreme outcomes game. I think if the Vikings are going to win, they're going to win by a lot. I think if the Bears win, I think you just bet them outright.
5 seconds, Sean. Anytime touchdown score tonight for the Bears, who'd you take?
Oh man, I think everyone's going to love Colson Loveland. I think Cole Kmet.
Cole Kmet. Okay, I like that. There you go. Our boy Shawnee Sharp. Wishing him good luck. Bears plus 1.5. Let's hope we get it to the window. Thanks again to David Hall for joining us. Tomorrow, Preston Guy joins us to preview LSU and Florida. Nick Kenyon also joins us as well. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day. Go Bears.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
First third down for Chicago. 3rd and 5. Williams in. Rhythm again. There's Zacchaeus. And Olamide Zacchaeus takes it to the end zone for the Bears touchdown. 36-yard touchdown to finish off a 93-yard drive to start this game.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
If there's one thing we know all about, it's Bears hype, and it's here once again with the start of the season. Monday Night Football, the Bears and the Vikings. Welcome back. It is Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Sam, Ben Johnson, your favorite for Coach of the Year. Go back 365 days. Matt Eberflus was the favorite for Coach of the Year. We'll see how it goes for Ben Johnson tonight. We'll bring in Jarrett Payton, a Bears analyst. He's on WGN News here in Chicago. Also hear him on 670 The Score. JP, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Better than Sam's picks for Coach of the Year, but it's all good. What's going on, fellas?
I actually did not pick Matt Eberflus last year. Joe is just being Joe. We were laughing, though, because every year this hype ramps up. You know this. You've lived it. You breathe it. Every year. Every year it's the year. There's a lot of similarities between Cubs fans and Bears fans. Last year the win total was 8.5, and Matt Eberflus was the Coach of the Year favorite this time last year. Turn the calendar. As Joe said, the win total is 8.5. And the new head coach is the Coach of the Year favorite. It's a vicious cycle, JP. And some of these coaches, one of them is eventually going to break it, you would think.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, it's time for one of these guys to be able to break it. But I think the hype, it's every single year, you guys, and we all know this, right? We know that Bears fans come in optimistic that this is the year, things are going to change. This is a little bit different just because of getting Ben Johnson and kind of knowing his resume from being in the division and seeing what he did in Detroit. I think the hype was a little bit more. Plus, I think it was coming off of a year where you saw Caleb Williams struggle when it comes to taking sacks and trying to stay upright, but you look at the yardage that he put up and you're thinking, holy cow, the Bears fans are all still searching for a 4,000-yard passer. He was pretty darn close. And so everybody's like, maybe Ben Johnson is the right guy, the guy to get Caleb on track and to get the most out of him. So I think the hype going into this season was doubled. But my biggest thing coming into the year, you guys, was just telling Bears fans to kind of like taper your expectations just a little bit. Like pump the brakes a little bit. Let's enjoy this. Let's enjoy what the beginnings of what could be something special, but know that it's probably going to take a couple of drafts for him to kind of figure out what he wants to do and to have his type of roster. But I am super intrigued to see him talk about from the beginning of building an offense around the players that he has, and even go back into the Matt Nagy days. That was never the case. It was like, this is my system. You have to fit in it, where Ben is a one of one. This is my system. I can build it around people. And for me, I'm here for sustained success. I want long-term success. I want this team, the Bears, consistently in the postseason, in the hunt for the postseason every single year. So I'm not expecting that this season. So but I'm expecting it long term, and hopefully that comes with Ben Johnson being one of those guys that is Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you. If you want to build it right with longevity, slow down. Bears fans, and it's not just Bears, it's other fan bases, 0 to 60, because they see other teams go from worst to first place. Like that happens with this league, with injuries or just everything hits perfectly. And the one successful season that the Bears have had since Lovie Smith was Matt Nagy's first year. So they think that can happen. Like, okay, it's all going to go right. Like, no, it's not that easy. It can for 1 year, but long term, you've got to build it the right way. So I'm glad you bring that up. Everybody wants everything immediately. I think about the run game. We know Ben Johnson wants to run the football. And if you're watching that Detroit game yesterday, oh crap, they had no run game to speak of against Green Bay. It's the same pieces. It's the same dudes for the most part. You didn't have Ragnow, but the same backs. Pretty good line. They could not run the ball at all. How are the Bears going to run the ball here? How are they going to do it this year?
Let me tell you something, though, real quick to go back to that game.
Yeah.
I thought for sure, Jahmyr Gibbs. I was like, you know what? It was, I think the line was like 60, I don't know, it was 60 something, maybe 70 yards. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to just take 90 rushing and receiving. That's going to be cake for Jahmyr Gibbs. And when I went to checked the app, I was like, are you kidding me? So that was a big part of what Ben Johnson was all about. It was establishing the run, and that's going to have to be the case for the Bears. And I know everybody wants Caleb to have the success that here in Chicago that listen, we all do. I want him to be super successful. I would love for him to throw for 4,000 yards and a bunch of touchdowns and not a lot of interceptions. That would be great. But when it comes down to it, the game of football, you guys, is just I know it's so difficult when you look at schemes and figuring out pass protection and what defenses are doing, what offenses are doing. But it's still built on the principles that it was built on and the foundation that's running the football. And to have success in the league, at some point, you have to be able to run. It is very rare that I've been going to Super Bowls since 99 to give out the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. Every team that gets there more than likely has a run game. They can run the ball. It's very, very, very rare. I think that one year, and a good offensive line most of the time. So that year that the Bengals went with Joe Burrow and lost, I was like, that offensive line was horrible. But I was like, it's not normal. So for the Bears, it comes down to DeAndre Swift and can he be the guy? And I don't know if it's just him being the guy. It has to be in some ways pretty similar to what was going on in Detroit for Ben Johnson. I think it's going to have to be a mix of lightning and thunder. Can you find that balance? Is a guy like Kyle Monangai going to be a rookie, be able to come in and be that power for you? But to establish the run early, and especially tonight, if they want to find a way to get a dub, they're going to have to control the game on the ground. And that's going to be tough against a Brian Flores defense, which brings so many different looks, so many different blitz schemes. And when they bring it too is always crazy. Second down a lot. You have to find ways to have success on first down to make it a manageable second down, and then be able to pick your poison. But to me, for Caleb to have success, the run game has to be on, and they have to find a way, whether it's inside zone, it has to be some outside zone as well. And then also mixing in those screen games. And I think that's where tonight you probably see DeAndre Swift have some success. He's such a good back out of the backfield, but also as well get him in space. And with them bringing pressure, I think it's going to give them opportunities for the screen game with the running backs to be able to get those chunk yardage plays.
What's your pulse on the total tonight? 43.5 total points between both teams. When I throw 43.5 out there, what's your reaction?
I think it's low for a reason. We have two quarterbacks who let's just go with JJ McCarthy. I mean, JJ, so many question marks surrounding him. Like I not going to any Vikings practices. I was just like everybody else, just searching on the interwebs, trying to find, different videos of him during camp. And there was times where I was like, holy cow, this dude, what kind of ball was that? That was amazing. To then going, what is he doing there? So I'm feeling like that is going to be probably what we'll see tonight as well, where he will make some. I mean, anytime you got Justin Jefferson on the football field, it makes it a lot easier. Adam Thielen as well. I mean, a veteran guy. So those guys will make the job easier. I think it's low because I think it's going to be a low scoring game, and I hate taking unders in games. Like it just every time I do it, I just really want to I don't even have hair. I just want to pull it out. I don't know can the Bears score? There's a lot of question marks, and I think going into week 1, I might take the under in this game, but it's so low that it's hard, Sam. I would probably it's screaming under, but I would probably just take the over because I just want to see points.
Yeah, not a lot of overs yesterday. Only a couple of them, as Sam has pointed out. With Jared Payton here on BetSweats, Joe Sammy P. You understand offensive line play. Your dad, the greatest running back to do it. When you played, you were a running back. So I know you have lifelong connections with some offensive linemen. So I'm looking at these two teams. Of course, a lot of chatter here in Chicago about the changes on the offensive line, the needed changes. 3 new starters across the center of that O-line. Well, it's the same thing with Minnesota. They had a very successful year, and they made a lot of changes too. Does it take time to gel? How long does it take? Is that going to be an issue for both of these teams early on in the season with two very young quarterbacks?
I think it takes a little bit of time. I think it's weird now in this day and age where you're not getting a lot of game reps because of how shortened the preseason is now. So, and depending on how much guys are playing, the starters are playing, you don't get a lot of it. So a lot of it coming during practice. And I think those joint practices to me are probably even more, I shouldn't say me. No, I think they are. Maybe they could be even more valuable than getting the game reps, right? Because you're getting a chance in a controlled environment to be able to go up against the other team's dogs. So you get a chance to be able to do it. So yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but if you have veterans on that line, and I look at just what the Bears did on the interior, I think you're fine. The biggest issue is when you look at that offensive line for the Bears and what they did in the offseason, the issue is that left tackle position. To me, that's still a question mark. And Braxton Jones is going to get the opportunity to be able to start this season as the guy. I feel like we've seen a lot of Braxton. So I don't know how he holds up. And you're coming off of an injury from last year. How much is your lower half? Like, are you truly ready for that long grind? That's yet to be seen. But I think with the interior guys like Joe Thuney, like you get an opportunity to have dudes that have done it and that have won, a guy like that that's won championships, that's been in big time games, that leads by example. I think they will be fine. Pass protection is always a question mark because you don't know. But I think the one thing that unites all offensive linemen is running the football. Like that's what they've always done. It doesn't matter what system you put them in, running the football. Guys want to fire off the ball and like just get nasty. Those dudes don't want to be catching blocks all day. So if you can find a way to mix in and have a good balance on offense, I think it's only going to help those guys. But I think with the way that, Joe, the way that the preseason is, it's hard to tell if guys have gelled or not. Mm-hmm. A lot of that is being done inside of training camps.
We got about a minute and a half left, Jarrett. By the way, you and the Peyton family are going to be honorary captains at the game tonight, which is so cool to see you guys out there. I'm going to be tailgating. I'm not going to make it in, but I can give you my favorite Bears bet. It's Rome Odunze for the whole season, over 850 yards. Do you love that, or do you love that?
I love that. And the reason why I say that is because one of my big keys and what's good moments on I showed GN Sports was I think this is the year that Rome Odunze shows that he is the future of the franchise. So I think this is going to be that calling card year for him, and I think he's going to have a big year. I still think that DJ probably has more yardage tonight, but I also think that Caleb has a lot of weapons at his disposal, so he's going to be able to choose, and I think it's going to be kind of game by game of seeing who's going to be on, who's not, and who gets the most targets. But definitely love Rome for over that total.
JP, we've got about 30 seconds here. I'm pretty sure that you're going to be on the Bears in the game. Give us a Bear to get into the end zone. Who's scoring a touchdown tonight?
I really think the connection between Olamide Zaccheaus and Caleb is something special. And I think it's kind of obscure. I think it's obscure, but I think him or Colston Loveland getting into the end zone tonight is definitely a good bet, and ones that I might be putting on my slip, but not sure yet because I hate taking touchdowns. I just really do. I'm a yardage reception type of guy, but I hate waiting for touchdowns. Even though last night I had Derrick Henry for one, took it off the slip, and then lo and behold, he was a monster last night.
Woo! Yeah, he was. I am with you on Loveland. You can get that at about 4-1 Ben Johnson wants to show everybody why they drafted that dude so high. Jared Payton, thank you for joining us tonight. Have a lot of fun. That's going to be a great experience. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're going to find out where the room is at for Monday Night Football. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Bet Sweats, thanks for hanging out. Fun checking in with Jarrett Payton there. He was telling us during the break about his parlay from Sunday Night Football that missed because of the Ravens leg. Ravens to win, hits everything else. Classic. Just classic. Should have told us beforehand. We definitely would have talked about that. Those stories are fun.
Bunch of parlays last night that I saw, not only from my friends, but on social media. Book It Trent had his surgical 6, and Trent is notoriously a self-proclaimed fade god. That's what he calls himself. It's in his Twitter bio.
Yes.
Trent's very funny. Great follow on social. So he gave a surgical 6 yesterday that was 10-1. It's a money line parlay. Bengals, bang. Cardinals, bang. Buccaneers, bang. Jaguars, bang. Broncos, bang. Ravens. Last leg to complete the 6-leg parlay. Oh, imagine if you are 5 out of 5 and your last leg is up 40-25 in the fourth quarter. That's a winner. That should be easy. That's a layup. Nope. Killed a lot of parlays last night.
Damn, that's rough. I want to talk a little bit about Chiefs because that game gets hidden, right, in the whole landscape. It's a Friday night. Not as many people are going to watch that game. I believe it was streamed, and you kind of forget about it after Sunday and Saturday's full action there. But one other game that did not get much chatter on this show, we mentioned the Jaguars one was weird. Liam Cohen did a great job. They get the win. Hunter didn't have a fantastic game. They ran the ball a ton. ETN was awesome, by the way. So that had me thinking, is he going to be a bigger part of the offense than we were thinking? 143 yards. Jaguars run for 200. You quickly mentioned the Giants stink. Certainly fair. Russ stinks. It's going to happen. When does it happen? How do we time the market? I think you stepped away. I was talking with Paul a few minutes about it because that was my reaction from that Giants loss yesterday. Yeah, it was one of my picks, but as soon as I saw it was the biggest public dog of the day, I knew that dog was dead. But they're going to go to Dart. When are they going to go to Dart? Can we time it? Yesterday, Titans lose, so I don't think Ward jumped out ahead of anybody. Now, if he plays the whole season, he's going to rack up some stats. Okay, fine. But numbers-wise, he put up nothing. They lose the game, so I don't think he really gets any credit from yesterday's performance. So Dart missing that game is not going to hurt him in the long run. But I wonder how much they're going to stick with Russ. He's not getting a lot of money. Dart is second on the depth chart. And last check this morning, I saw him at 20-1 for Offensive Rookie of the Year. If he's going to get an opportunity to play the majority of games, I'm saying like 12. Give him a dozen games in New York, has any sign of success, I think Dart will have a chance.
It looks like the Steelers, the more we look at it, not to overreact to one game with Aaron Rodgers throwing 4 touchdown passes, but for the Steelers to go from Russell Wilson to Aaron Rodgers looks to be a pretty decent decision. Again, one game, but Russ just had no mobility yesterday. And, the Commanders got through that line a ton. Again, Andrew Thomas did not play, left tackle for New York. Russ does not have that escapability, maneuverability anymore. And that's what a Brian Daboll offense needs. So you would think that would happen. I hope they go to Dart, too, and not Jameis. Because Jameis is the backup. Dart
They're
is
going to
the
go
rookie.
to Dart. Yeah,
they should. They have to see what they have. Because the roster around the quarterback is fine. The quarterback is the issue there. And Russell Wilson is not the answer. We know he's not the long-term solution. Go to the kid.
Look, Ibuka, there's a move. He's the third favorite, right behind Cam Ward. Goes Genty, Ward, Ibuka. Okay? 110-1. Marion Hampton had in the Chiefs-Chargers game, he was used as the bell cow. He was the guy. The problem is you didn't get the production. I think it was 48 rushing yards for him. But Hampton's still going to be in the mix, of course. In that game, Chargers over the Chiefs 27-21. Chargers closed as a 3-point dog. They went outright over in Brazil. Herbert had a good game, man. 318 yardage, 3 touchdowns there. He spread the ball out. He hasn't had weapons in the past, not enough of them healthy. Quentin Johnston, he was their top receiver. Yeah, Lad McConkey, and they bring back Keenan Allen. He spread it pretty even with those guys. Nice group of receivers. Maybe we're going to see some big-time performances out of Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that was a game I was really impressed with the Chiefs' defense up front. So I'd like to see Hampton, earn his keep. I'd like a little bit more of a sample size. I mean, to run against the teeth of that Chiefs defense is never easy. The issue you have when you look at the path for Hampton is he's got to do this against the Broncos defense and the Chiefs defense, a couple more times collectively. So I think Hampton's fine. If anything, I would be looking to maybe buy a little bit more stock. He went out to one book at 15-1, which is where I initially bet him in the summer, and then he came down to 7 or 8-1. It's only one game, Joe. We cannot conclude who the offensive rookie or player or whatever is after just one game. So, no, I would – if anybody missed the Hampton bet from – we talked about it after the draft, I like what I see there. And Najee Harris is not really in favor anymore in Los Angeles. So, Hampton will be just fine, I think.
Yeah, the only question would be how we're going to be with the offensive line. Offensive line health is going to be big there. But yeah, we know what the head coach wants to do. He wants to run the football. On the Chiefs side, that worthy injury hurt them. You've got the Rice suspension. So early on, it's going to be tough. It might be challenging for them to put up points. But they went to Hollywood Brown a ton. 16 targets, Sam. If you're thinking Kelsey, it's going to be all Kelsey his final year. Hollywood Brown got 16 targets in that game. He looks to be a guy that's going to get all the looks, at least early on. We'll see what happens with Worthy, but with the Rice suspension.
And Kelsey gets that first touchdown. So we had talked about that number, 4.5. That was it. Very disrespectful season-long touchdown market on Travis Kelsey, 4.5. He also, I don't know if this was talked about enough, he hit the touchdown and then did a bull riding dance. I don't think he realized he was in Brazil, not in Spain. I don't think that was chronicled enough. Did you see the dance? He did the bull rider dance, but that's not a Brazilian thing. That's a Spanish thing. Whatever. Semantics, I guess.
No, I don't think it is semantics. I think he did know where he was. I think he actually thought that that's what they were known for.
No, he was wrong. Very wrong.
Yeah. We like to point that out for sure. Where's the room? Let's take a look. Monday Night Football for Bears-Vikings.
Where's the room?
I'm chuckling because some of these bets are very, very stupid. Here's the thing. Maybe we've mentioned some of these.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the free Odyssey app, also on the BetMGM network. And also, you can check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. Check me out on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. You can check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You know, if you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, once again, at BetMGM Network is where you want to be finding us. Also, we got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Monday. Everyone's back and everyone's ready to roll. We got Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Haw, Addy Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's wild Sunday night football game that saw the Bills stun the Ravens 41-40. Oh, we'll be talking about that game quite a bit on the show today. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, because we're going to do a lot of recapping what we saw over the weekend in the National Football League, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, because we're doing such a kind favor to all of you guys, putting this out there for you to consume in on-demand fashion, the least you can do is subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. We have one guest who will be joining us on the program today at 5:20 Eastern Time. It's our BetMGM Network teammate, co-host of Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski. It is the great Sam Paniotovich, Sammy P, back with us here on YBYB. Sam does a great job from 9 to noon on Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski, co-host of You Better You Bet's Countdown to Kickoff, Sundays from 11 to 1 Eastern with Nick Costos, does awesome work for Fox Sports Digital, Bear Bets Podcast, Chicken Dinner Podcast. He's going to give us the betting recap on what we saw from week 1 in the National Football League. We still got one game to go tonight, which we'll talk about a little bit later on in this hour, but Sam will let us know and give us the recap of what we saw over the weekend in week 1. Now let's go ahead and get into it because my goodness, what a game. What a freaking game last night. Sunday Night Football, Orchard Park. Bills beat the Ravens 41-40. It's one of those kinds of games that, like, you really do have to see to believe, honestly. Like, as fun a viewing experience that I've had over the last, 6 months in watching sports. Now, of course, I'm a little bit biased. Football is my favorite sport, and as great as some other games are, like Roland Garros or some of the NBA playoff games, et cetera, it just doesn't get me going like how a great football game can get me going. Like, I was right alongside Chris Collinsworth. I know last night on the NBC broadcast, he's going insane. It's like, oh, Lamar Jackson, oh, Josh Allen. Like, I was there with him. I was texting with my brother, watching the game early on. Like, within one drive, I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun. Like, this is going to be one of those kinds of games. And from minute one, I was enthralled. I could not leave the couch. My eyes were glued. An absolute banger of a game that involved the 2 last MVPs. The stars were shining. Like, Lamar was amazing. Josh Allen was amazing. Derrick Henry was amazing up until a certain point, which we'll get into during this segment. But, like, all of the stars that you wanted to see, all of the guys who were, like, on the poster when you think about the National Football League, those guys came and showed up big. But unfortunately, like we've said all summer long, once again, in a big game, and in this instance, a relatively big game, since we're still in the regular season, the Baltimore Ravens come up short. I would say I can't believe it, but that would be a lie. And there was a reason why. When we discussed this game all last week, and every time it came up, hey, Femi, what do you like, Bills and the Ravens? I'm like, you know what? My head says that Baltimore should win, but I just don't want to bet it. I'm still scarred from last January. I'm scarred from the fumbles and the drop 2-point conversion and all the nonsense that happened in the AFC divisional game in 2024. I'm scarred by the Ravens. And last night was just an ugly reminder once again of why we cannot trust the Baltimore Ravens. And this is what pisses me off about the Ravens. And I'll use that phrase, pisses me off, because the Ravens have so much talent. When you watch the Ravens, and they're clicking on all cylinders, they are an absolute force. I mean, we're all texting in our YB chat last night when Baltimore is just getting yards at will, explosives at will. I know Bill was texting, hey, the Ravens are a wagon. We're all texting back and forth, damn, this team looks really, really good. Like, we all see it. You don't need to be Vince Lombardi to recognize the Baltimore Ravens are amazing. I even tweeted it last night during the game. This was way before the collapse even began. I was like, it's really clear that the Baltimore Ravens are the best team in the league. I can't wait to see how they eliminate themselves in January. That was my tweet that people are still engaging with, by the way, right now. I don't know why everyone's still caught up in this one. I just thought it was a basic opinion. Apparently, it resonated with a lot of people. But, it's very, very clear in watching this team and how good they are in the run game, how good Lamar is in the passing game. This, on paper, pound for pound, is the best team in the National Football League. But then once again, you see why you cannot trust these guys. Because in my opinion, and this is going to come out very harsh, and it's going to come off very strong, and I think it's intended to be that way because it's the absolute 100% truth. The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. These guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down. 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up 20 yards in the actual box score. Boom. All right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang. Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens are just going to win this game. Have you seen them play? And it starts with the special teams unit where easily it should be bang, pin them right on the 1 yard line. Buffalo now has to go 99 yards, trailing by 15 in the fourth quarter. Oh no, I'm just going to jump on the football like it's a loose ball, like it's a fumble, and I'm going to slide into the end zone. Whoop-de-doo, touchback, Bills get it on the 20, which at that point you might be thinking to yourself, hey, guess what? No big deal. Ravens still up by 15. Their offense can't be stopped. They're in good shape. They're on the road, up a couple scores. This can't go wrong. But boy, did it. It really did. Because what happens next? Buffalo marches down the field. They cut it to an 8-point game. All right, well, there's 3:10 left in the game. Baltimore surely should be able to run the clock out. I mean, they're only averaging about 10 yards per carry. How the hell will Buffalo get a stop? Here's how. Derrick Henry, who was unbelievable in the game, 169 yards on 18 carries, 2 touchdowns. Goes out there trying to do the Heisman stiff arming. Bang. Ed Oliver rips the ball out of his hands. All of a sudden, the Buffalo Bills now on top of it. And now I'm thinking to myself, here we go again with the Baltimore Ravens. I'm texting back and forth, tweeting friends and everything. They're like, oh, man, you're being harsh on Baltimore. I'm like, no, I'm not being harsh. Like, we're all going to see it in January. Maybe they win tonight, but we're all going to see it in January. They gave us a little bit of a preview of what January is going to look like last night in this collapse. So Henry fumbles the football. Buffalo then immediately scores, which in loss in all of this, by the way, and he's not getting a lot of flack, but he should be. What the hell is Ravens defensive coordinator Zach Orr doing? And I say this as somebody who literally bet the man to be assistant coach of the year prior to the start of the season. Like, that Ravens defense was horrendous last night. Like what is going on? Like, you're just making life easy for Josh Allen. He's able to break, contain, do whatever the hell he wants. Like, the Ravens defense, in the midst of this collapse, at a certain point, hey, we're also allowed to get a stop, guys. We can stop them. Did they stop them? No. Bills go on and score a touchdown. But the Ravens did get one stop where they missed the 2-point conversion. So Buffalo fails on the 2-point, so we're still sitting with a 40-38 game. What happens? All right, here we go. Like all of a sudden, Ravens, who could not be stopped, can't run the football all of a sudden, and it brings up a 4th and 3. And here's where John Harbaugh gets the flack. Because 4th and 3, 1:33 left in the game. You have to go for it. You have to. Because at that point, field position does not matter. Possessing the football is what matters. Because as we saw on the previous 2 drives, your defense, led by Zach Orr, was struggling. Your defense couldn't get stops. So do you really feel comfortable punting the ball back to Josh Allen, the reigning MVP, and saying, hey, we're going to get a stop. No problem. We should be good to go. I even looked at my wife because at this point now she's glued to the game because she had went upstairs when it was a 15-point game. She comes back downstairs after the Henry fumble. I said, honey, you need to sit down and watch this. This game has gone bat bleep crazy. Like, we need to watch this together. And on that 3rd down play prior to the 4th and 3 decision, I told her, I said, game on the line right here. If the Bills get the stop, Bills are going to win. If the Ravens get this first down, they obviously win the game, game over. I said, game on the line. It will be decided on this play. Bills get the stop. They come up with the 4th and 3. Ravens decide to punt, letting that Bills defense off the hook. And then we all know what happened next. We all saw it coming. Here's explosive play down the field to Josh Palmer. Explosive play down the field. Like, we're bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, here's Buffalo in field goal range, and now Baltimore's having to use their timeouts. Like, how do you get here? That whole field position, oh, let's just punt the ball, rely on our defense. Bro, they just marched down the field, hot knife through butter like you weren't even there. Like, there was no resistance. Like, that's how insane this was. And that's how bad of a decision it was from John Harbaugh, who in the midst of all of this Ravens collapsing over the last handful of years, seems to escape all of it. It all goes to Lamar. It all goes to the players like Mark Andrews. It all goes to these other guys. Somehow John Harbaugh, because he's got that dusty-ass Super Bowl ring from when Joe Flacco got hot, he gets to go ahead and escape all the criticism. This guy is standing on the sidelines like a deer in the headlights. Thank God his last name is Harbaugh. We'd be killing him if it wasn't a Harbaugh. Like, that's how bad of a decision that was. We've seen Bill Belichick go for it in his own territory, going up against Peyton Manning, because guess what? He knew Peyton Manning was going to go down the field and score a touchdown. You have to go for it when you have Lamar Jackson and you have Derrick Henry. Decides to punt. Bills go and get in the field goal range. Bills execute the fire drill. Bills walk off and win the game. Like, it was just so damn predictable that the Ravens collapsed in a big spot once again. And the way I look at this, because I said it all last week, I said the loser of this game is a clear cross-off for me in the Super Bowl betting market. And damn it, I feel 100% confident in that opinion. I am crossing the Baltimore Ravens off of my Super Bowl betting portfolio. I will not put a single penny on this team to get it done, because as we outlined last week, the loser of this game was up against it, because now you're likely going to have to play both Buffalo and the Kansas City Chiefs in order to get to the Super Bowl. Based on the Ravens' track record under John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, those gutless cowards ain't going to get it done. Not this year, maybe not ever. Baltimore blew it last night. On the other side, we'll get to the other intriguing games throughout week 1 of the National Football League. Just getting started here on a Monday on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
How many games get 41 points in the first half and don't go over the total? Crazy. Only 3 points in the second half. You had a field goal in the third quarter and then no points in the fourth. Game lands 44. You got 41 at half. If you went to bed at halftime or you went to bed during the 57-minute lightning delay and woke up, you probably thought you were having a nightmare.
That's a bad beat, right? Like, we could say it. We
Yes.
always are like hesitant because people overuse the term. That is a bad beat. All right, this from Evan Abrams. Games with 40 or more points in the first half with a full game total below 50, okay? More than 40 first half, the total on the game is below 50. Last 20 years, before last night, the record on the over, 172-1.
Wow.
That's what we're talking about. Now the number is 172-2. That is absolutely brutal, man.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys on this Overreaction Monday. The Monday after the first Sunday slate in Week 1 in the NFL. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's wild and wacky Sunday night football game between the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills. Bills, the victors, winning it 41-40. And I'll say this, I spent a lot of time, pretty much damn near all the time, talking about the Baltimore Ravens in the last segment. Did want to mention this about Buffalo. I mean, that's some big-time resilience that they showed in the game. Now, it doesn't come without concern, but for Josh Allen, an incredible performance. 33 of 46, 394 through the air, 30 additional yards on the ground, 4 total touchdowns. Like, you want to put on the Superman cape and talk about that, put the team on my back? That's what Josh Allen did last night, because in some of those drives, it's like, oh, he's trying to target, checks notes, Ty Johnson. Like not like he's surrounded with the Monstars or anything like that. Josh Allen was wonderful in the game. I will say this, though, about Buffalo. The defense, and I even texted the guys this last night and watching the games, you got to be concerned with what's going on in the front seven. Like, they look small. They look like they can get pushed around. This week, they're playing this New York Jets team where, if you watch that Jets-Steelers game, which we're going to talk about here shortly, Jets can run the football. Like, you know, like just saying, like, I don't think Buffalo's going to lose the game, but Jets can run the ball now. And if they're not playing those run fits well and they're getting pushed around, maybe that game's a little bit more interesting, because the Buffalo Bills, the run defense is brutal. And they'll need to fix that if they want to fulfill these Super Bowl aspirations in 2025. But we'll get into much more of that all throughout the week. And we'll get into some of these awesome games that we saw yesterday, as well as we bring in our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who joins us each and every weekday here at 3:20 Eastern Time. Bill, how was your NFL Sunday viewing experience yesterday, buddy? We're all the way back now, and it felt so damn good.
Like I told the crew, Femi, this is the first Monday of 21 of these glorious Mondays in a row reacting to NFL football. My viewing experience Sunday was awesome, had a lot of fun, won a couple bets, lost a couple bets, but I did win a bet on Sunday Night Football because I had Buffalo in the Super Bowl this year, decided to put my money where my mouth is. It looked bad.
Yeah.
It looked bad, but went oppo against Mr. Costos and yourself and came out on top.
It was a nice bet. I thought about it because I texted you guys before the game started, and I was like, I kind of want to bet the over because I want to like just root for insanity. I didn't bet it because my day was decided by the Rams-Texans game, didn't go in my favor. And I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to watch the game. It's a good enough game. I don't need to be like a junkie and have action on it. I'll just watch the game like a traditional fan, and I'll be entertained. And I was entertained, but part of me was like, damn it, should have bet that over. Because that bad boy landed on 81 after closing at 51.5. But we'll get more into that game all throughout the show. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, you spent the first segment talking about Sunday Night Football, and why not? The game was awesome, arguably going to be the game of the year when we look back in January. But we have plenty of other big-time games to talk about, so let's start with the Packers and Lions. Green Bay wins this one 27-13. It wasn't even that close. It was 27-6 until the final minute of the game. Lions offense really could do nothing all day. Packers jumped out early, didn't look back, and for their new star, Micah Parsons, everything is coming up, Micah.
I couldn't be more happy, to get my first win in Lambeau, having amazing fans, just everything overall. It was just a one-on-one experience for me. And, I told J-Lo that's our first win, and I can't wait to keep stacking. We got a long way to go.
There you go, Femi. Packers looking good, but I think more so, Lions look like they might have some issues.
Yeah, I mean, the Packers made me look good. I've been pounding this drum for the Packers all offseason saying, hey, this team is going to win the North. This team's going to win the NFC. I have the Packers in the Super Bowl. That was all said prior to them trading for Micah Parsons. And now that they have Micah Parsons, yeah, I'm going to keep saying that. I'm going to say it even louder. Green Bay was awesome yesterday. And I know this division's so wide open, the NFC North. We're going to see 2 more of those teams tonight between Minnesota and Chicago. You can make a case for all 4 to win the division. But the Packers, now that they have a blue chip player at a premium position, think about this. Micah Parsons played 45% of the snaps. he was not out there like his usual, like 80% of the snaps or so. But even in a more diminished role, and as he's still working his way into game shape, you felt his presence every time he was on the field. Best believe Jared Goff felt Micah Parsons' presence anytime he dropped back and passed. Like, Parsons was unbelievable. And like, the fan base is fired up. That crowd was absolutely insane. You'd have felt it was a playoff game, the way the crowd was yelling and screaming with the defense on the field. And especially when Micah Parsons made the sack on Jared Goff, when he hunted him down like a lion hunting down a gazelle. Like, it was an insane atmosphere. And there's so much juice around this team. If they can hold serve at home and win these kinds of games based on how the schedule sets up, Green Bay is going to be in a very, very advantageous spot in about 2 months or so. So Packers stock, that's all the way up. And oh, by the way, Jordan Love, a guy that I liked as kind of like a dark horse MVP, he was pretty damn good in the game as well. And also, by the way, he doesn't even have his full complement of weapons. Christian Watson's going to come back around Halloween. That's another field stretcher to add to this offense with Jaden Reed. And we didn't even really see Matthew Golden in the game yesterday. Like, the Packers have so much upside. I think Green Bay is going to be a force in the NFC. As for their counterparts from yesterday, I'm not going to hit the panic button. And I'm not hitting the panic button on Detroit because I said this all offseason. I said, guys, this is going to be an adjustment period on the Detroit Lions. Guess what? Week 1 didn't look good. The Lions are still figuring things out. I think the Lions that you see in November and December will be much, much better than what you see in September and in October. Like, let's play this thing out. I trust in Dan Campbell. I trust in Brad Holmes, the general manager. The infrastructure is really strong in Detroit, and the talent is still very, very strong in Detroit. They'll work through these issues. But right now, yeah, are they vulnerable? Probably a little bit. You probably want to play them now versus in like December. That's for dang sure. But I think the Lions will be fine. I still have them as a playoff team. Goff looked atrocious, but hey, every now and then you get that kind of a Jared Goff game. I mean, it's not a great sign, but like, it's week 1. Let's relax. I think this was more about Green Bay than it was about the Detroit Lions and them kind of regressing all the way out of the playoffs. No, I'm not there. Detroit will still be one of the final 7, but Green Bay, we're going to the moon, baby. Bill, hit me with the next game.
All right, Femi, just like everyone expected, the Pittsburgh Steelers beat the New York Jets in a shootout. 34-32. Chris Boswell puts the Steelers in front for good with 1:03 to go with a 60-yard field goal. Justin Fields was awesome, but couldn't do anything on the final drive. Aaron Rodgers throws 4 touchdowns, and if you listen to him after the game, certainly sounds like he might have had a little extra motivation in this one. So Aaron Rodgers said that he would be thrilled to beat anyone associated with the New York Jets. I mean, this game was a fun one from start to finish.
I was going to say the Rodgers silence was deafening there for a second. I was like, damn, Rodgers was real profound, huh? But no, like Rodgers, I mean, he had like the smirk on his face, and you could see clearly this game meant a lot to him going up against the New York Jets and how things ended over these last couple of years. But I'll say this to Aaron Rodgers before we get to how he actually played. Like, bro, the New York Jets did everything you wanted, man. Like, I don't understand why you're so damn salty towards the New York Jets. Like, yes, the way things ended with Aaron and Glenn, they didn't want you back. They told you see you later. I'm sure that was a very humbling experience. But outside of that, they let you hire your buddy Nathaniel Hackett. They let you bring in your dog Alan Lazard. How about your A1 Randall Cobb? Like the Jets damn near. I'm surprised they didn't call David Bakhtiari. Like the Jets brought all of your friends, and the Jets did whatever. They even last year, in a panic move, called up your old buddy Devontae Adams and traded for him. Like, how could you be mad about the Jets? They did whatever you wanted. All of that stuff aside, though, Rodgers looked pretty good in the game. Like, I will have to admit, Rodgers looked good. Now, this whole offseason, I felt that Rodgers would be an upgrade over what they had last year with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. In one game, seems to be the case, right? 4 touchdown passes, most that we've seen a Steeler throw since Ben Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger's podcast is going on like year 4 at this point. It's been that long. Like, I thought Rodgers was really, really good. I thought the Jets...
Femi having a little bit of some internet issues here, talking about that Jets-Steelers game. Femi is back, so The floor is yours.
Of course, when I misspoke and said that Rodgers was on the Jets, the internet just said, you know what, you're done. We're cutting you off here, literally. But no, I thought the Steelers were really good on offense. Now, for the New York Jets, I thought they were good on offense too, which surprised the hell out of me. I did not expect this. I'll put my hand up. This was my worst bet of the week. I bet under 38.5, and honestly, I felt the best about this game going under than any other bet, side, total, or prop all of week 1. I thought this was going to be a low-scoring game, but got to give kudos to both offenses. The Jets with Justin Fields, one of his better games. Like, his EPA per play was incredibly high. I thought the Jets' run game was awesome. The offensive line didn't look like they missed a beat without Elijah Vera Tucker. I will say this, though, about both of these teams. There has to be concern about their defenses. Like, both teams, the handicap was Steelers defense going to be really good. Jets defense was going to be really good. Both defenses stunk out loud. I don't know what happened. Maybe it's just week 1 wackiness, but just kind of keep that one in mind going forward. Steelers and Jets defenses down. Steelers and Jets offenses surprisingly up just after 1 week. Bill, hit me with the next game.
The Washington Commanders easily handled the New York Giants 21-6 yesterday. Story in this one, Giants offense completely anemic. Russell Wilson was dreadful. 17 of 37 for 168 yards. After the game, head coach Brian Daboll wouldn't even commit to Russ as his starter in week 2, but 24 hours later, he had made his decision.
We're going to get home, Pat. We're going to look at our game. Collectively, we all got to do better.
Is it safe to say that Russell is still your starter?
Yes. I mean, we're just right here after the game. I got confidence. We got to do better around overall. Coaches, players, around everybody. So, we'll get focused and ready to go on.
Do you intend to start Russell Wilson this week?
Yes. Yep. In terms of making any of those decisions, really at any position or schematic changes, I'd like to, do it with a clear head and watch the tape. And again, like I said yesterday, that game doesn't fall on Russell Wilson.
So there you go, Femi. Russ is still under center, but for how long?
I mean, he can say whatever he wants to say and do whatever he wants to do. I just think we're delaying the inevitable. Russell Wilson is not the answer for Brian Daboll. And what's the question? The question is, can you save your job? Like, that's the question. And Russell Wilson is definitely not the answer. I don't know how many years we need to see this with Russell Wilson back there behind an offensive line that is a makeshift offensive line. Now, maybe with Andrew Thomas in the lineup, maybe it looks a little bit better, and maybe Russell Wilson will have a little bit more time to be productive. But, like, Russ, he's been burping the baby for like 3 years now. Like, that guy is dying to take sacks. And this is what we know about the Giants. Defensively, I think they're going to be pretty good. Offensively, it stinks out loud. So I thought it was a really, really poor performance. I'm more angry at myself, though, for not betting the Commanders, because by the time we got to the end of last week, I was telling Nick, I was telling Bill, and we even said it on the show as well. It just felt like the Giants were that dead dog walking. And it was very similar last year. We had the situation between Carolina and New Orleans where everyone was betting Carolina. Oh, road divisional underdog. They cover at this crazy rate. Look at the trends. Everyone was betting that with the Giants. Oh, road divisional dog. Commanders are supposed to regress. The Commanders kicked their ass, man. And the Washington didn't even play that well either. And they won by 15 points. Like, it just did not make sense. I don't know why I didn't bet the game. I was too busy being a chicken, and I passed the game. But for me, in totality, Brian Daboll, get on with it, play Jackson Dart, and try to tap into that upside. Otherwise, you will be on the unemployment line sooner rather than later. Bill, hit me with the next game.
Femi, your Las Vegas Raiders beat the New England Patriots 20-13.
Oh, yeah,
Geno Smith throws for 362 yards. Ashton Genty just 38 on the ground, but he does score a touchdown in his NFL debut. Pete Carroll becomes the oldest coach in NFL history on Sunday, and he earns himself a victory in his Raiders debut.
Can you feel it? Can you feel the culture being built? Can you feel the silver and black getting to their winning ways? Geno Smith told us, he said he came to Vegas to run the table. Well, Geno, in 1 week, bang, we're off to a good start. I was so locked in on this game because it was one of the few things I got right. Raiders plus the points, Raiders money line. Also bet the over in the game. That didn't work out. But, like, in terms of the side, The Raiders made me some money, and I absolutely love it. This team has the potential. You already see the Geno to Brock Bowers connection. It's PB&J. And thankfully, Brock Bowers, this knee injury that he suffered towards the end of yesterday's game, sounds like it was just precautionary, keeping him out. He seems to be all good. He's fine. Great. We'll need that going forward. But this is why I'm high on the Raiders, because there's no way in hell they can win that game with Gardner Minshew. There's no way in hell they can win that game with Aiden O'Connell. And based on what we saw this weekend, I think it's pretty safe to say that Geno Smith is the third best quarterback in the AFC West. I love the Raiders. I love Geno. I love this team to be the surprise team in the NFL this season. I feel like a broken record saying it, but I just want to say, just for those who might doubt or think that we're wavering, we ain't wavering. Silver and black is the way to go, and I love it that we're off to a good start. 1-0, baby. Let's go 1-0 next week in week 2. On the other side, we'll do NFL quick hits, best of the rest from throughout the weekend here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
What are we doing in this game? Move on Miami. The market is saying, all right, enough is enough. That was a nice win to open the season against Boise State. People weren't sure what to expect without Genty. Good job. Oh, you went to Florida and you won? They helped you out a little bit, but hey, got to give you credit, right? South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early. I'm curious if this gets to 17. We're sitting 16.5 right now on Monday morning after opening at 15, Sammy.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. I'm actually lower than market. I'm 14.5. Now, to open 15, I mean, it opened right there. But again, these are bets. These moves on Sunday night, Monday morning are from respected players. These are not public pushes. The public is still figuring out what to do on Monday Night Football and what it's going to parlay tonight and who it's going to score the first touchdown with. That's what the public's doing today. Respected play is betting these college numbers. Even though the limits are low, they're getting good numbers. And that came in on Miami. They laid 15 and 15.5 and 16. Now, there would be resistance, you would think, on South Florida if it were to get to 17. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot. They know that South Florida is going to get money. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to put USF in their slips. The books are well aware of that. And the books are looking at the early bets on Miami from respected players and saying, oh, we better move this because we don't want to write big limit bets on Miami. We'd rather write those smaller bets at the right number, get to the right market price, and then raise the limit. So that's all that's happening there. You have respected players on the Canes, and they were happy to lay the 15, 15.5, 16.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Let's get back to it here on an Overreaction Monday, the Monday after week 1 in our Sunday slate in the National Football League. It's Femi Abebefe. This is You Better You Bet. This is the BetMGM network. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's Sunday night football game. Bills 41, Ravens 40. What a game. Every time I say it out loud, I just get a smile on my face because that was one hell of a game. In terms of the side and the total, I wasn't invested. I obviously have some Josh Allen MVP stuff that I really wanted to see the Bills win to kind of kick that into overdrive here. Is, oh, by the way, Josh Allen is now your favorite at plus 310 at BetMGM. 17 weeks ago. We're not going to get too excited, but it was a good start for your boy in that betting market, also with the Jordan Love stuff as well. So looking solid in the MVP market, which we'll get into further depth a little bit later on this week when we break down some of the big movers in the NFL awards. Before we get to our NFL quick hits, though, I wanted to get to some of these other games that we had on the docket from yesterday. Let's set the table for tonight's game, Monday Night Football, because we have one game left in week 1 between the Minnesota Vikings and the Chicago Bears. And right now, over at BetMGM, the Minnesota Vikings are a 1.5-point road favorite in the Windy City. The total sitting at 43.5. Now, this is going to be one of the great games, or at least one of the more interesting games, I should say. I don't know how great it's going to be, but it's going to be incredibly interesting. And I know Nick and I, we talked about this all throughout the offseason, saying, hey, if you could only watch one game of the week 1 slate, this would be the one. Because this is one of the all-time fact-finding missions that we have to start off this NFL season. Think about it. We have J.J. McCarthy making his first NFL start. Missed all of last year due to that meniscus injury. Now we get to see J.J. McCarthy in a standalone game. All eyes on the former national championship winner at Michigan from a couple of years ago. What does this look like for Ben Johnson making his head coaching debut with Caleb Williams now in year 2? There's some friction, I guess, apparently from the previous regime and Caleb Williams, what we learned over the weekend. But what is it going to look like? Because all the training camp reporting was, there's struggles on the offense. And they got to the preseason. The offense is making strides. What's actually real? Well, we're going to find out tonight against a really good Minnesota defense led by just a freaking insane person at defensive coordinator in Brian Flores. So I can't wait to see the schematics, the chess match between these two teams. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. But from an injury standpoint, because we do have a handful of injuries that we need to kind of keep in mind before handicapping and betting this game. For Minnesota, you have their longtime safety, Harrison Smith, who has an illness and has been ruled out for tonight's game. So Harrison Smith will not be in the secondary for the Vikings. On the Bears side, a couple of defenders who are on the wrong side of questionable. In fact, linebacker TJ Edwards is listed as doubtful, dealing with a hamstring injury. So don't expect TJ Edwards to be out there on the field for the Chicago defense and Dennis Allen. And then their cornerback, Kyler Gordon, injured his hamstring over the weekend. He is listed as questionable, but kind of reading the tea leaves, doesn't look like this is going to go well for Kyler Gordon. He might miss this game, and maybe he's good to go for week 2, week 3. You never know with these hamstrings and these skill position guys. So a couple of injuries on the defensive side of the ball. But here's what everyone's betting with tonight's game. And I'm still kind of going back and forth in terms of what I want to do. I will have a bet, either side or total. Of course, Femi's Island will be in effect once again at 6:40 during the final segment of the show with the first TD scores. But as for what everyone else is doing over at BetMGM, 53% of the bets are on the Vikings laying the 1.5, but 60% of the handle is on the Bears taking the 1.5. 54% of the bets and 62% of the handle is on the under 43.5. You watch all of the games yesterday, only 2 of them going over the total. Jets, Steelers, surprise, surprise. And then last night's thriller in Buffalo between the Ravens and the Bills. Outside of that, all the games are going under. And now we have another divisional showdown, which we know, like these divisional opponents, these games tend to be a little bit more lower scoring because of the familiarity between the two teams. So people liking the under for tonight's game. And then also you have 61% of the bets and 60% of the handle is on Bears money line. So a lot of the big bets and a lot of the tickets are on Chicago to win tonight. As for the player props, 5th most popular, you got Roma Dunze over 47.5 receiving yards. 4th most popular, J.J. McCarthy, over 16.5 rushing yards. 3rd most popular, Colston Loveland, over 2.5 receptions at -165. 2nd most popular, Olomide Zaccheaus at over 18.5 receiving yards, -130. And then the most popular player prop at BetMGM, where we look to make it legendary, Caleb Williams, 25-plus rushing yards, -110. Most popular anytime TD score, I mean, should be no surprise, Justin Jefferson at +125. I will have actually a couple props. I do like that Caleb Williams look. I'm not going to do the rushing yards. Caleb Williams anytime TD score, he's around 5-1. I think they're going to incorporate his legs a little bit more. Now, we didn't see that much in the preseason because it's the preseason. You know, the result of the game doesn't matter. Why would you risk injury for something like that? Like, let's just try to accomplish the passing game concepts, and we'll worry about the leg stuff once we get to the actual games. But I do think that whether it's from improv or designed, like read option stuff, I think you're going to see Caleb Williams using his legs tonight. So I like the read from the betting masses of the over on the rushing yards, at least 25-plus rushing yards. But I like Caleb Williams to score a touchdown tonight. So 5-1, Caleb Williams will be a bet that I have placed. As for what I like with the side, I lean Bears. The more I think about this game, I thought I was going to end up on the Minnesota side a couple weeks ago. But, man, J.J. McCarthy, I can't get past the fact that J.J. McCarthy is making his first career start on the road in primetime with a revved up crowd. The atmosphere is going to be insane. And also, the cherry on top of the sundae, a brilliant defensive mind in Dennis Allen. That's the setup for your first NFL game. I love KOC. Like, you guys know, all the way back to last year, like, KOC is my dude. He made me a lot of money winning Coach of the Year. But, like, it's still McCarthy having to learn this stuff on the fly. And I know KOC is going to put him in the best situation possible because that's what he does for his quarterbacks. But, like, JJ is going to have to figure this stuff out during the play. What's Dennis Allen trying to do to me? What's that look? I've never seen that before. Rutgers never ran this against us when we were at Michigan. Like, I think it's going to be a little bit of an uphill climb for JJ McCarthy. So if I had to bet the game, I'll probably put something small in it because it's the last game of the week and I just want something to sweat. Bears +105, even money on the money line. As long as it's a plus sign, I do like Chicago. I don't want to lay a price on the Bears, but I will take like even money or better on the Bears to win tonight. I think Chicago gets it done, and they start the year 1-0. All right, we got 5 minutes left in the segment. I want to get to some of the other games from yesterday in the National Football League with something that I like to call NFL quick hits. Easy enough, right? You understand what I'm trying to accomplish here. Quick takes on the rest of the games in the National Football League. And we'll start with the game in L.A. Rams beating the Texans. The Ramily take money from me as opposed to what happened last year. I was big on Houston. Rams win it 14-9. Just a really ugly football game. I was glued to this one because the Texans were probably my biggest position in yesterday's action. Had them +3. Had them on the money line, had Texans alts laying 7 at like +350. Like, I was fully invested in Houston, and unfortunately, our fears came true. Houston has a big-time offensive line problem. Like, it is a massive, massive problem. If they don't get that corrected, this is a team that is a dead under the rest of the way. The defense is awesome, but the offense, they were living in 3rd and 9 or worse. Like, every time I looked up, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 10. It's like, dude, can we ever get a 3rd and 3? And then on top of all of that, despite the struggles, they had a chance to win the game driving late. They were in Rams territory. And Dare Ogunbowale fumbles the football. Game over. Houston never gets it back. A very, very frustrating loss. Houston losing to the Los Angeles Rams. But Rams, kudos to them. Very, very unfortunate for yours truly. How about in the NFC South? Probably the most NFC South game ever. Falcons losing to the Buccaneers. Tampa gets it done 23-20. Baker Mayfield hitting Emeka Egbuka on the go-ahead touchdown with about 30 seconds left or so. Atlanta, I mean, just feels like a missed opportunity, right? Like this team, if there was ever a chance to beat Tampa, it's without Tristan Wirfs, it's without Chris Godwin, and it's at home with a chance to get a leg up in your division because New Orleans lost, Carolina lost. This is your chance to be 1-0 and have a 1-game lead on the other teams. They blew that opportunity, and it looked like a lot of other Falcons games. I know they had injuries. Drake London sounds like he'll be okay, but left the game yesterday. Boy, you got to try to pull that one out there, and the Falcons just could not get it done. How about the battle for Ohio? Bengals and the Browns. Cincinnati wins it 17-16. My biggest takeaway, the Bengals stink. And that's been my opinion all offseason. I watched the game yesterday. My wife had the Bengals in Survivor. She was dialed in. How about this? In a 60-minute game against the Cleveland Browns, the Cincinnati Bengals, juggernaut offense, 141 total yards. 2.9 yards per play. The Browns should have won the game. They were the better team. Unfortunately, the Browns have double agents at pass catcher. Those guys are dropping passes, and that's how Cincinnati won. And also, by the way, the Browns have a kicker who I'd never heard of, Schmitz, or whatever the hell his name is, missed an extra point, missed a 38-yard field goal. Bengals win 17-16. Oh, the Bengals defense. No, they suck. Like the Bengals just got bailed out. Niners and the Seahawks. San Francisco wins 17-13. Ugly game, kind of similar to the Rams and Texans game. Niners had so many injuries at pass catcher. They lose George Kittle in the game. They lose Jawan Jennings in the game. I was not expecting a ton from that Niners offense, especially against a Seattle defense that's top notch. To me, it was more so Seattle. Mike McDonald opted to kick. Maybe you want to go for that one there next time there. But for the Niners, massive win for San Francisco. The Miami Dolphins and the Indianapolis Colts. Colts get the win 33-8. Mike McDaniel should have been fired last year. That's my take on the game. Secondhand embarrassment for what Miami did. I could not believe it. They look like a team that did not have a training camp. The fact that they put that product out there, Mike McDaniel better be lucky he has his job here on this Monday. Titans and the Broncos. Denver wins it 20-12. I thought both teams set offensive football back. I expected that performance from Tennessee. Cam Ward, rookie, making his first start against that defense. Bo Nix and the Broncos. I got my eye on you guys. I've been saying it. Bo Nix, worst quarterback in the division. Denver, overrated. They had the turnovers. Maybe that's all the blame. But that Broncos offense stunk out loud against Tennessee. Jacksonville and Carolina. Jags get it done 26-10. Survivor, we move on to week 2. My biggest takeaway. So much for the Bryce Young renaissance. Oh, look at his December. Bryce Young, what? The guy threw the ball out of bounds on a 4th and goal. Get the hell out of my face. And then finally, Cardinals and the Saints. Arizona wins it 20-13. I don't know what kind of virus Kyler Murray had, but the whole time I'm watching that game, we sure about the Cardinals being his improved team in 2025? Didn't look like it to me. Nick Costos joins us next with his thoughts on last night's Sunday Night Football game here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
float you the logic behind a couple prop plays, and you tell me if you like it or not.
Okay.
All right, so we're talking about not putting on too much on the plate of J.J. McCarthy. So for me, this sounds like a case of short and dumpy passes to the running back. We see this with young quarterbacks. They, look at their options. They're all covered. Oh, a little dumpy pass to the running back. When you look at the Vikings, they have a great running back for that job. Aaron Jones, his number for receiving today is 16.5 yards. He hit this in both games against the Bears last year. And he hit this, his season average was well over this. He had some big games receiving. He has some of the best hands of a receiver, I think, low-key. Like, obviously, he is not Christian McCaffrey. He's not Bijan Robinson, but still a good pass-catching back. And I feel like that is a good security valve for young quarterbacks. And we've seen this a little bit in training camp where there's been a good connection between Aaron Jones and J.J. McCarthy. So I think 16.5 is the number. I think I'll go over the prop for Aaron Jones receiving tonight.
Ooh, I like that a lot. And I think the analysis is spot on, which is whenever you have a young quarterback, what happens? They aren't accustomed to that NFL pressure, and they immediately look to check down, or they immediately go to their safety valve. Could be a tight end or running back in the flat. So I think that's a really good prop. I think I'm going to be on the under in this game. I think we're going to see a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be kind of ugly. Caleb Williams, might as well be a rookie season for him. He's in a whole new offense, and last year was just, might as well throw that one away. Obviously, rookie year for J.J. McCarthy. Are there any other props you like? Because I know you love your prop bets.
Yeah, I do. I think usually a solid play is look to like what you think the losing side is going to be, and you take a receiver on that side. And plus, this goes into the Vikings handicap as well. They were so good against the run. You can't run against them. So you take somebody who is going to be catching the ball. And I understand there is a big narrative right now that a lot of people think Rome Odunes is going to take over that number one spot from DJ Moore, but I just can't justify it with the numbers right now, especially the first game of the season. DJ Moore still feels like the number one receiver. To me, he also has more of the connection with Caleb Williams. So I think if you pick a receiver tonight, I think it would be DJ Moore for me, especially if you think the Bears are going to be playing from behind. The number, I think, is 56.5 for DJ Moore. And here's another reason why I like him is that he can go way over this. He's had some monster games. I know people don't love talking about the Bears offense, but DJ Moore, even dating back to like Carolina, he's had some monster games. Gone over the century mark twice last season, even hit 97 in one of those games. So I think if you trust a receiver, it should be DJ Moore tonight.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Do something constructive with your money instead of betting it on Kalen DeBoer. Here's the bottom line. In the National Football League, you play to win the game. And the Green Bay Packers now, 2 days before the season starts, have Micah Parsons instead of Kenny Clark. And the Cowboys have Kenny Clark instead of Micah Parsons. Period.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Football Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, a betting recap from Week 1 NFL Sunday, where trying to catch a falling knife results in severed limbs. Oh yeah, we will go through all the results from yesterday, almost none of which went well, and how it might have been, in all seriousness, the most statistically unlucky betting weekend of my life, a.k.a. I lost in soul-crushing fashion. And we'll get to it as we move along in the show. One wonderful guest today on You Better You Bet. Our BetMGM Network teammate, our friend Sam Panayotovich, will join us from Bet Sweats, a weekend betting recap with Sam, including Sam's thoughts on the Heisman Trophy in college football. And all our bets for tonight will close the show in the final hour, the Power Hour, which will, of course, feature side total and props, Monday Night Football with the Bears and the Vikings in Chicago. We will bring you the latest injury information on this game, where the Bears could be down like 3 very critical defensive players, including probably the 2 best members of their secondary, and Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon. We will find out as we approach kickoff. We should know by the end of the show if they're playing or not. It will impact the bets that are given out. So we will bring you all the latest injury news and then all our bets, side total props, Femi's Island first touchdown scorers, and thy Royal Prop King for the first Monday Night Football game of the season, the Bears and the Vikings to close the show. Current betting market for that game sitting right now, Vikings a 1-point road favorite, so the Bears have gotten bet a little bit today, and the total sitting at 43.5. The rest of the show, of course, dedicated to week number 1 in the National Football League. And where we will start, Sunday Night Football. The betting reaction of this game is coming up next hour on the show. So we'll save that for now, and we'll just talk about the actual game itself. It's one of the best Week 1 games in the history of Week 1 in the NFL. And I felt that before even Buffalo came all the way back to win the game. As Buffalo is mounting its comeback in the final few minutes of the game, I'm watching, and I've got money on Baltimore. And I'm not really enjoying myself at this moment as Buffalo is coming back. But I have to acknowledge, as a football fan, as a sports fan, it's one of the best Week 1 games ever. And last night was the 20th anniversary of Sunday Night Football on NBC. And I remember watching Giants-Colts, the Manning Bowl, and I bet the Giants in that game, and the Colts absolutely annihilated the Giants in that game. And thinking back of all the great Sunday Night Football games, and there are many, I mean, this one's right at the top of the list. It's one of the best football games, and I don't want to be prisoner of the moment here. I don't want to say one of the best. It's one of the better football games I've ever seen. The thousands of football games that I've watched. Just an absolute joy, an absolute pleasure. 2 great teams, 2 alien quarterbacks at the height of their powers, trading blows. Just an awesome, awesome, awesome sporting event. Putting a bow on what was a really fun Week 1 NFL Sunday. And then the result. Buffalo coming back from 15 points down with under 4 minutes to play to stun the Ravens 41-40. Absolutely unbelievable. Matt Prater signed off the street after Tyler Bass gets hurt and placed on IR. Red-eye flight to Buffalo. Josh Allen's doing the post-game interview on NBC with Melissa Stark, and he's standing next to Matt Prater, and I would bet $1,000 that Josh Allen doesn't know who Matt Prater is. Who is this guy that's standing here with me doing this interview? Is he a kicker? Is he the equipment guy? Who is this person? Well, I'll tell you what. Not that I look like a professional athlete, because I don't. Matt Prater looks like he should be teaching high school biology. And good for him. He made the game-winning kick. Just a brutal job by Baltimore all around. With 30 seconds to line that kick up. A little chippy for Matt Prater. So Buffalo wins the game, 41-40. Yet another gut punch loss in a series of them for this iteration of the Baltimore Ravens. Now, typically, on You Better You Bet, when we have games like this, and I break them down, I usually start with the winners. And what I say is, to the victors go the spoils. And we lead with the victors. Today, I want to lead and start with the losers. The Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh, Derrick Henry, and the Baltimore Ravens. You know, the sultans of spreadsheets. The excellence of EPA. The dukes of DVOA. And the princes of points per drive. All you need to do is nerd out, even like 0.5%, and take a look at some kind of analytics sheet, whatever, one of these statistics, and it will tell you that the Baltimore Ravens in 2023 and 2024 are among the best teams ever in the history of football. The 2023 Baltimore Ravens, you know, the team that got stuffed into a locker in the AFC Championship game at home by the Kansas City Chiefs. The 2024 Ravens, who couldn't get it done on the road in Buffalo in the divisional round. Shout out to Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson. All these acronyms, DVOA, EPA, WTF, FU, BR, they all say that the Ravens are the best. And then the lights get bright. And the games get played. And the Baltimore Ravens, the urine trickles down the leg. I'll be honest with everybody. In the fourth quarter, and even before the fourth quarter, but let's use the fourth quarter here of last night's game, as the Bills are getting turned over on downs, and Derrick Henry, like a hot knife through butter, annihilating this Bills defense. I thought to myself in that moment, the Baltimore Ravens are the best team in football, and it's not even close. They are going to be a regular season juggernaut. They're going to smash, not that they're going to go undefeated, but they're going to absolutely smash this regular season. And what I had said going into the game, which was that the Buffalo Bills, when it was all said and done, the Bills would be shown to be the third of the AFC Big Three, not knowing what would happen on Friday night in Brazil. I'm thinking, man, the Ravens are number one in the regular season, number one with a bullet, and this has got to make you feel better about Baltimore when they get to January. That's how impressive it was. They dominated this game for 55 minutes. For 55-plus minutes, they dominated this game on the road. And I can say what I want to about Buffalo as far as the playoffs are concerned, that I don't think they're going to get to the Super Bowl, and I have questions about the secondary. Buffalo's a really good team, obviously. And Josh Allen's a Hall of Fame quarterback, obviously. And the reigning MVP, obviously. And the Ravens kicked their ass for the vast majority of this game. It wasn't close. Baltimore outclassed the Buffalo Bills. Until they didn't. And this is what always happens with the Baltimore Ravens in the John Harbaugh, Lamar Jackson era. Per ESPN's Ben Solak, friend of the show, comes on You Better You Bet all the time. The Ravens, since the 2021 season began, have lost 8 games in which they have had a win probability of at least 90%. 3 more than the next closest team. This is what the Ravens do. This is what they do. How many times do the Ravens have to do this, show you their ass, before you believe it? And I bet them. I bet them in this game. So I'm to blame also. How many times do we collectively need to see it before we actually believe it? Because, like, 6 weeks from now, you know what the spreadsheets are going to say? EPA and DVOA and PPD and WTF and GTFO and FU, they're all going to say that the Ravens are the best team. And this year, we all have to make a promise to each other and say to ourselves, no, not this time. Not this time. And look, like, Lamar Jackson gets deservedly a lot of the blame in moments like this. Even though he played really well in the game, like, can you get 1 first down in the final couple drives to salt this game away? And while Lamar's far from, like, the only person to blame, and I wouldn't even say he's one of the top 2 people to blame in this particular game, you can certainly look at Ravens' blown leads in the past and put it at the feet of Lamar Jackson. And I mean, the thing with Lamar, I mean, you compare him to Josh Allen, like Josh Allen, at least, if this were a video game, like, Josh Allen gets to the final boss of the video game. Like, he at least loses to Patrick Mahomes. Like, Josh Allen makes it to the final boss. The Ravens can't even beat the Bills. Like, the Ravens are stuck on the second to last level of the video game. They can't even get to the final stage. They don't even play the final boss. They lose to the second to last boss. Like Mike Tyson's Punch Out, they don't fight Mike Tyson. They're getting knocked out by Super Macho Man. At least the Bills make it to the end of the game. The Ravens don't even make it to the end. Lamar Jackson gets so much blame. Here's my question for everybody. At what point do we collectively say John Harbaugh might be a problem? When does that happen? Not that he isn't a great coach. Not that I wouldn't want him as the head coach. I'm a Giants fan. You don't think I'd take John Harbaugh as the coach of my team? Please. He's a great coach. But at what point do we say, like, this ain't working as far as winning a Super Bowl goes? He gets this look on his face on the sideline as everything's going to hell. He's a deer in headlights. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't move. He looks like one of those guys in Times Square in Manhattan that stands still and, like, wants you to give you money for it. He's paralyzed. And he used to be aggressive. And I don't know what the hell he was thinking last night. We're at the end of this game, and I understand that the 2 prior possessions hadn't gone well for Baltimore, 3 and out, and then the Derrick Henry fumble. But you have a chance. But like a field goal by Buffalo, you lose if Buffalo makes that kick. You lose if that happens. Up 40-38. A 4th and 3. I don't give a bleep if it's from your own 38. You punt that ball, you lose. You lose if you punt that football back to Josh Allen. You lose. In the same way that if the situations were reversed and Buffalo were punting it back to Lamar Jackson, I would say, you lose. You punt it back to Patrick Mahomes, you lose. What a shock. Minute 26. No timeouts. Who cares? With Josh Allen, the MVP, of course he gets them into field goal range. And it's a chippy. And the Bills win, and the Ravens lose again. On the other side, more on Baltimore's loss. We'll talk about Buffalo's win and the statement of intent made by the Green Bay Packers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
some college games that I would keep an eye on. What about Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee? So much overreaction to Georgia off of how they've looked the first 2 weeks. You guys, Kirby Smart is now 0-10 against the spread against FCS opponents. He's 1-14 against the spread when he's a 38-point favorite or more against FBS teams. All Georgia's done in the first 2 weeks is what Georgia does every single year. They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy. Their season begins on Saturday against Tennessee. The look-ahead line before going into week 2 was Georgia -7.5. Now it's Georgia -4.5. Why? Because, again, Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville under Kirby Smart. Georgia's won their last 8 games against Tennessee. They have covered in 6 straight and 8 of their last 9. I love Georgia, -4.5 against Tennessee. Wisconsin, Bama, we're going under 47.5 in that one. Wisconsin's starting quarterback Billy Edwards Jr. did not play this past week against Middle Tennessee. We'll see if he plays on Saturday against Bama. But this just feels like a 24-3 type game to me. Wisconsin's offense is abysmal. I do not think they're going to do much on the road in Tuscaloosa on Saturday. And Bama's offense put up 73 points against Louisiana Monroe. Awesome. Against Wisconsin, a team that's still solid defensively, doesn't give you much on the ground. Bama's going to have a struggle scoring points in this game. So I like under 47.5 Bama and Wisconsin. And then finally, SMU and Missouri State. Man, I love Missouri. This is my team, Missouri State. Week 1, we fade them. We take USC, easy cover. Last week, we take them plus the points money line against Marshall. They went outright. Well, we're taking the over now against SMU. I think that's going to be a track meet on Saturday. I like over 61.5 SMU and Missouri State.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Mike Tirico with the call last night on NBC. I'm so mad at this, that this is how this game ended last night. And yeah, and I bet Baltimore, and yes, I am salty about it. I'm very salty about it. I'm pretty pissed about it. At least on Thursday, we got to blame Mother Nature for the Lightning delay. I'd rather blame Mother Nature's not a real person, so it makes me feel better. Right? Gonna yell at a cloud. What can you do when Mother Nature intervenes? It's like when you really have to go to the bathroom. Sometimes you just gotta go. What are you gonna do? This was human error for the Baltimore Ravens. And did Buffalo get lucky at points on this comeback? And it happens with every team and every comeback that they get. So I'm not saying Buffalo didn't deserve to win. But the Keon Coleman touchdown was like a terrible Josh Allen pass that was going to sail out of the end zone, and Keon Coleman snatched it out of the sky. And by the way, Keon Coleman looks like a stud. And Dalton Kincaid, after just a lost season last year to injury, Dalton Kincaid kind of looks like a stud too. And that's obviously big for this Buffalo Bills offense. So the Keon Coleman touchdown was lucky, right? And the Derrick Henry fumbles, a nice play by Ed Oliver. So all of these things happen, right? And Buffalo is able to claw back into the game to make it 40-38. And the Ravens get the ball. They had gone 3 and out, and then Derrick Henry fumbles. And just to reiterate this point and how bad this is, I don't know what the hell's happened to John Harbaugh. Think about what we know about John Harbaugh in the past. Like, he always goes for it in spots like that. Like, that's been his MO. I don't understand for the life, especially with 3 timeouts, where it's, oh, well, we're in field goal range. Great, like get the ball back at least if you're going to give up points. Like, this idea that you're going to play defense against Josh Allen? Like, your offense was averaging 9 yards per play, and I know that those two drives hadn't gone great. And I know that Lamar took a lick on the pass to Hopkins on 3rd down. After Hopkins had his Odell Beckham moment earlier in the second half. Like, I know that. Also, the Bills called timeout. They used their last timeout to give Lamar like a chance to catch his breath. What would you rather do? Like, think about how insane this is from John Harbaugh. 3 yards and you win, or give the ball back to Josh Allen, 3 points, and you lose. I don't understand how that's the call that's made when that's the quarterback on the other side. It's like, I'm going to do my remix of the Mim song, This Is Why I'm Hot. And you know what we're going to call it? This is why you lose. This is why you lose. This is why you lose. You lose because you punt. You lose because you punt. This is why you lose. And it's one of the reasons why Buffalo won. And for Buffalo, Josh Allen is ridiculous, obviously. What else do you need to say? He's the MVP. And if anyone was like, oh, well, Lamar should have been MVP last year. Not that, like, last night relitigates what happened last year, but I mean, this is Josh Allen going, you know what? I'm pretty deserving myself. And the crazy thing is like, I said the Bills' defense is going to be trash to start the year. If you told me before the game the Bills are going to give up 40 points, I would have been like, oh, my God. I would have, my daughter's college fund, I would have put all of it on Baltimore. The Ravens were going to score 40. I can't believe they gave up 41. What a choke by the Baltimore Ravens. Just ridiculous. And just on Buffalo quickly here, and Josh Allen, who opens today, and he should, as the MVP favorite. Great job by Femi last week on the show, finalizing our awards play. Femi goes, he likes Josh Allen. Well, Josh Allen's plus 350 and the favorite. And if you wanted to, you don't have to because I already did it. Buffalo's bye comes early this season, week 7. The Bills' next string of games leading up to the bye. At the Jets, we'll get to the Jets, plucky performance by the Jets. Home Miami. They might not let Mike McDaniel on the plane after that game. Home New Orleans. Home New England. At Atlanta. They're going to be 6-0 going into the bye. Should plus 350 be, and I know it's a long-ass season. I'm not saying it's over. Should this price be shorter? Like, they're going to be undefeated going into the bye, and he's got the signature moment of the season, and Mahomes already lost a game as well. Kind of feels to me like that price should be even shorter. And just quickly on the balance of power of the AFC, because, you know, I'm on the air yesterday, but yesterday's all about what's coming up later today, meaning Sunday, and we're not on the air on Saturday, obviously. So haven't got a chance to give my thoughts on what happened Friday night in Brazil for my Kansas City Chiefs. Justin Herbert was amazing. I think it's the best game he's played as a professional, and he's played some good ones. I mean that as a compliment, not a potential slight at Justin Herbert. He was 10 out of 10 magnificent in the game. And now people are tossing dirt on the grave of the Kansas City Chiefs after one game. The Chiefs earlier today on Monday, looks like got a good piece of news about wide receiver Xavier Worthy. It's just like, imagine betting game, the opening 2 games of the NFL. Jalen Carter doesn't play a snap on Thursday night, and Xavier Worthy plays like 1 snap, and then he's out for the game. Their number 1 receiver. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Andy Reid says Xavier Worthy for right now is day-to-day, which is better than my expectation, which was like out for 10 weeks with the shoulder injury. What a game by Travis Kelce, by the way. Like, injures the number one wide receiver on the team and then doesn't finish a route on a touchdown at the end of the game to cash an over receiving yards prop. Great stuff, Mr. Swift. Unbelievable. The Chiefs are going to be up against it for a little bit here. All they've got to do is tread water. I don't even care about the AFC West. Like, I'd like for them to win the division, but just get to the playoffs. Buffalo can't beat them in the big spot. And after what we saw last night, yet again, do you want to take the Baltimore Ravens? Maybe I'll be the crazy one when it's all said and done. I'll still take the Kansas City Chiefs. I'll still take the final boss, Patrick Mahomes. You better, you bet. Magnificent Football Monday. The NFC equivalent, the game was not as good. But the NFC equivalent of the Bills and the Ravens, yesterday at Lambeau Field, as the Green Bay Packers humiliated the Detroit Lions. Now, the final score was not like 60-0. It was 27-13. But if you watched this game, and I did, because I bet on Detroit, that's like the one bet yesterday that I'll look at and say, you know what, I didn't get unlucky here with like a flip of the coin. That's just a terrible read by yours truly. At no point after this game kicked off did I ever think, wow, I think I've got a chance here with the Lions. It was apparent very early that this was like Green Bay was a heavyweight and like the Lions were a featherweight in this particular matchup. The Packers absolutely outclassed them. And it felt to me from Green Bay like a statement of intent. A complete game on both sides of the ball. And we have to start by talking about the newest Green Bay Packer, Micah Parsons, who not only had a sack of his own where he's chasing down Jared Goff. And it's just like one of these things where you're watching it in the moment and you're thinking to yourself, my God, this is like what happens when a lion's chasing like a warthog or something. Like 0% chance that Jared Goff is not getting sacked on this play. Parsons is going to sack him. It's going to happen. And it did. But there are clips on social media of Micah Parsons making Penei Sewell look like a revolving door, blowing right by one of the best tackles in the league. And it's not just Parsons and his sack of Jared Goff, but it's Parsons and his impact and what it does for everyone else on this defensive line. It should be no coincidence to anybody that Lucas Van Ness, who to this point has been a pretty big bust for the Packers as far as where his draft capital was, played his best game of his career yesterday. And that Rashawn Gary had a sack and a half. And Devontae Wyatt looked great. And this Packers defense all of a sudden, who couldn't stop the Lions last year, like made Detroit's offense look stupid. Oh, you guys want to march down the field on this 9-minute drive? Great. Here's 3 points. Oh, here's this like 11-minute drive. Great. Here's like a 35-yard field goal attempt. We ain't letting you in the end zone. And they did eventually get into the end zone on my guy, Isaac Tesla, with maybe the catch of the day in the National Football League, because he's awesome. But it took until the end of the game. So the demolition by the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love looked good. Packers offensive line looked good. Jaden Reed somehow played in this game, looking good. Matthew Golden looking good, didn't have to do much. Tucker Kraft, I told you a couple weeks ago, I love Tucker Kraft in fantasy this year. Felt pretty good looking at his targets and seeing him catch a touchdown in this game. And I find myself thinking after the fact, after what we saw on Thursday night, and I'm not going to be prisoner of the moment here, and I don't want to overreact too much to week one. Because coming into the year, I picked the Eagles to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. And I'm going to stick with that. But man, should the Packers and the Eagles be the same price to win the NFC? Philly at BetMGM plus 350. Green Bay plus 450. Who was more impressive in week 1? Who played better competition? Objectively, the answer is the Green Bay Packers. And like I said, to stick with Philly, I'm going to let this play out here with the Eagles. And we'll see what Philly looks like in the Super Bowl rematch coming up on Sunday at Arrowhead at the Chiefs. We'll see if Jalen Carter plays. We'll see if Xavier Worthy plays, etc. But I'll tell you, after that game, I think we got a clear 1-2 in the NFC, in whatever order you want to put it, with Philadelphia and the Green Bay Packers. Now, as for the Detroit Lions, there is, and I'm gonna say similar to what I said when Texas lost to Ohio State in college football in week 1. Not apples to apples like college football versus the NFL, but I think the same point holds. There's no shame in losing on the road at one of the best teams in the league, which I think we can all agree, even if you don't think the Packers are going to make or win the Super Bowl. The Packers are one of the best teams in the NFL, right? I mean, we can all agree to that. Even if you hate Green Bay, you have to acknowledge this is one of the better teams in the league. There's no shame in the Lions losing this game on the road at the Green Bay Packers. Got Micah Parsons rushing the passer and all the continuity in that coaching staff. So I don't want to ding the Lions too much. But my antenna's up a little bit. Because it's not just that they lost. It's how they lost. The offense looked lost. Hashtag lost. Said that word a bunch in like a 30-second span. I didn't mean to. The offense looked lost. Jared Goff dinking and dunking down the field. Jared Goff, not a lot of time to throw. The interior of the offensive line getting collapsed. Micah Parsons putting Penei Sewell on ice skates. I mean, just bad from the Detroit offense. And the defense just getting peppered with explosive after explosive by Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers offense. It did look like there was a brain drain, right? Through one game. With Ben Johnson now in Chicago and Aaron Glenn now coaching the New York Jets. It did look like there was a brain drain for the Detroit Lions. And they got a huge game coming up next week against the Chicago Bears. Now, they got a chance to right the ship in a big way. Like, win that game. Goff looks good. Defense plays better. Offensive line holds up. And I think we can put the alarms down for a little bit with the Detroit Lions. And we don't have to worry that much. It's only one game on the road at one of the best teams in the league. But if this stretches on a little bit with Detroit, you can easily construct a scenario where last year's number 1 overall seed in the NFC, a 15-win team 1 year ago, does not make the playoffs this year in the National Football Conference. On the other side, I'll get into what we all expected to be one of the most high-scoring games of the day in Week 1. Of course, I'm talking about the Steelers and the Jets.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Now he has, he and center have won all 8 of the major titles in 2024 and 2025. But what I thought was interesting about his run is that Novak Djokovic, who is arguably the greatest tennis player of all time, he was in the semifinals, and he's trying to get that record-breaking Grand Slam title. And he said after facing Alcaraz in the semis, he's just too good. Like, if I face him, I don't know if I can beat him. And it's so interesting to hear arguably the greatest player of all time, certainly not in his prime, saying, I'm trying for this title. I want this title. But these young kids who are dominating the sport right now, I just don't know if I can do it. And you rarely hear that from these high-end athletes. But to hear that vulnerability, I appreciate it. But it just goes to show how there is a sea change in tennis.
Well, also, I think that people say they want honesty from athletes.
Yeah.
But sometimes they really don't. Like, it almost feels weird when you hear the opponent kind of acknowledge their competition and say, like, hey, I'm the man to beat. It's me. I'm him. So when you hear somebody with, like, a thoughtful answer that's, like, giving some credit to the other side, that's not bulletin board material. We don't want to hear that. This is like people when they, like, hear NBA players, they're like, we don't want them being friends with each other. We want them going for each other's throat. So I think it's just a different era that we live in where athletes are more open and honest. And I do think that it is refreshing to hear guys have actual honest answers, because you see some of these guys play. And, like, the answer that comes to mind, where I forget what NBA player it was, and he, like, had, like, 60 points or something. And they asked the team that was defending him, they're like, hey, what happened out there? And they're like, hey, have you tried defending Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
He's really good. So sometimes I think we do need that reality check.
Be a new career long for Boswell. For the lead, sweeps the leg, 60-yarder! He's got it! Pittsburgh goes in front.
I was happy to beat everybody associated with the Jets.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Iron Eagle with the call on CBS. Friend of the show, Iron Eagle. I actually really liked the Iron Eagle J.J. Watt team. First game for them. Like, sounded like they've been doing this for a long time. And Iron's the best. Friend of the show. You hear his voice in the open, the 5 o'clock Eastern time hour every single day. We love Iron Eagle. Great job by him. Great job by J.J. Watt. Great job by serial killer Chris Boswell. Mike Tomlin's words, not mine, said our kicker's a serial killer. Interesting choice of words. I think what he meant to say, he's just a killer, period. I don't know if he has to be a serial killer. That was a little strange. But great job by Chris Boswell, banging home a 60-yarder. I have a feeling we'll see some more long kicks this season with the new structure of how they're dealing with the K-balls. But great job by Chris Boswell, a career long. And an especially great job by Aaron Rodgers. And I'll talk about Aaron Rodgers in a second. But I want to credit the Jets. And I need to make a mea culpa here. Because one game in, Like, I'm wrong about Justin Fields. That might be the best game of Justin Fields' career. How well he played yesterday. And the Jets looked like an actual professional operation. A respectable football operation. Aaron Glenn, I think, acquitted himself very well in game one as a head coach. Tanner Engstrand, I mean, if the Jets were ever good, does he win assistant coach of the year? If the offense looks like that? I mean, Justin Fields, for the balance of his career, can't complete the forward pass. He was sensational yesterday. And I'll say it, I'm not a hater because, I don't care. I have no personal, bias against. I think he stinks. And I think that I've been right on that take for years. But I'm always going to be real. I'm going to be honest with everybody. When I'm right, when I'm wrong, he was awesome yesterday. It was not a fluke. Now, yesterday it wasn't. That doesn't mean he can't be terrible against Buffalo next week. But for one game, I have to give him a ton of credit. I thought he was really good. And the offensive line for the Jets, Armand Membu with ragdoll TJ Watt on a number of plays. He was really good. Olaf Ashanu on the other side of tackle was really good. Tipman, Simpson. It's just, it looked like Vera Tucker was there. And Breece Hall, looked like the top 5 pick that he was last year in fantasy football. Catching the ball and running the ball in this game. Steelers linebacker Patrick Queen said after the game, we played like bleep. Yes. Yes, they did. I can't believe the Steelers defense was that bad yesterday against that offense. And it concerns you a little bit, right? As someone, for me at least, someone that likes the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. So I wanted to credit the Jets. There's no moral victories in sports. I don't even really think there are moral victories in life. I know some people disagree with that in this, a participation trophy culture that we live in, where everyone's great and everyone's awesome and everybody gets a medal and everybody gets an attaboy. I don't believe in that. There's no moral victories. There's no medals for trying. The Jets are 0-1. But I'll tell you, that's a team that you can look at, the Jets, and if you're a Jets fan today, you can be proud of that team, even in a losing effort. Unlike the team that shares that stadium with them. And we'll get to my favorite team, the New York Football Giants, in a little bit. But for right now, this is really important. I'm trying to help everybody here. I'm trying to help all of you improve your mentals. Here's the funny thing, right, about life in 2025. If you're a fat, lazy slob, you can fix that. You go on Ozempic. Who knows what the side effects are going to be? You can't drag your ass to the gym or eat a frickin' salad. But hey, you can take this pill. You can make things better. You can take the easy way out. You can be lazy. It's harder to do it mentally, to improve your mental health, to be more positive, to look at things day by day and enjoy things in life and stop being so damn negative. For all of you people out there, and there are many of you, I'm willing to bet we are way more than 50%. Way more than 50%. To all of you out there who have let your personal feelings about Aaron Rodgers taint the way you view him as a quarterback, you should all be embarrassed for robbing yourself of this joy of watching this man play quarterback. A top 7 quarterback in my lifetime. I'll even say in the Super Bowl era, a top 7 quarterback. Maybe the most talented thrower of the football in the history of the National Football League, who has authored many of the greatest games ever played by a quarterback, including the game that I would say is number 1 Divisional round, 2010 postseason. Packers at the Atlanta Falcons, who were the 1 seed. 31 of 36, 335 yards, 4 touchdowns. Slicing and dicing the Atlanta Falcons in that game. En route to a Super Bowl championship and a Super Bowl MVP. The best game I've ever seen a quarterback play. And there have been so many throughout the years. And you the person watching, you the person listening, you have allowed Rodgers' thoughts on vaccines and politics and ayahuasca and the family stuff's weird. I'll give you that. But you've allowed all of this to somehow warp in your mind what he is as a player. That he somehow sucks. And that he's washed. And that he can't play anymore. Even though he showed you last year on a sinking ship, the SS Robert Saleh, the SS Nathaniel Hackett, the SS Jeff Ulbrich, that he showed you last year that he could still play, and that he was going from a circus in Florham Park to a legitimate, stable organization with a real leader. Say what you want about him, but he's a leader in Mike Tomlin. And you thought that he was going to be bad. You thought Aaron Rodgers sucks. Aaron Rodgers can't play. And you root against him. You root against him. One of the most fun quarterbacks to ever play the game. And I took great pleasure yesterday watching him shove it right down your throat. 4 touchdown passes. Turning back the clock. Running Arthur Smith's offense to absolute perfection. And getting a win in the season opener. I saw people yesterday on social media say, oh, Aaron Rodgers is so petty. Oh, he's taking shots at the Jets, as if you wouldn't feel the same way if you were him. Imagine you work at your job. They tell you you're not good enough anymore. You go work for a competitor, and you beat your old boss, your old job, and whatever it is you do. You're not going to feel good about it? Please. Drop the holier-than-thou routine. I don't want to frickin' hear it. It was awesome. And it's great that he tells it like it is, whether you like it or not. Aaron Rodgers is back. I'll take it a step further. I don't think he ever left. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to the playoffs this year. And I can't wait to watch it. As a matter of fact, I might just be a Steelers fan for the rest of the year. Because my team, the New York Football Giants, are once again hideous, disgraceful, and absolutely pathetic. I said last year, imagine year 3 of a regime being the worst team in the league and keeping your job. We're now 1 game into year 4 of Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen. Does someone want to like offer a counter argument when I say the Giants are once again one of the worst teams? Just get slammed by the Commanders. The Giants were the trendy dog yesterday. You know what we told you on this show? You know what the trendy dog was? Old Yeller. Take that son of a bitch out behind the woodshed, this old weathered canine who can't walk anymore, and put it out of its misery. Shotgun, head, blammo, see you later. 21-6. Offensive line still sucks. And I know Andrew Thomas didn't play, but everyone that Joe Schoen has picked, they're all bad. They're all bad. John Michael Schmitz at center. I'd rather have John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt than John Michael Schmitz, who can't block anybody. Like former Raiders, not the Pete Carroll Raiders that are actually decent. Like the Josh McDaniels Jabroni Raiders. Let's bring some Raiders in on the offensive line. Evan Neal can't even play. He's so bad he can't even get on the field. What a pathetic disgrace from Brian Daboll, and his offense can't do anything in year 4. Brian Daboll announced today that Russell Wilson will start on Sunday at the Dallas Cowboys. Let's just delay the inevitable. Why play Jackson Dart? Even though he's the future of the team. It's ridiculous. Remember on Friday, after Thursday Night Football, when we told you Cowboys 3.5 was the look ahead? What a joke that was. Now it's 6. Feels about right. I'm going to be a Steelers fan this year. Screw you, Giants. Hour 1 done. Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Femi joins me on the other side, and we will talk what happened with the bets this weekend.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Now, he and Center have won all 8 of the major titles in 2024 and 2025. But what I thought was interesting about his run is that Novak Djokovic, who is arguably the greatest tennis player of all time, he was in the semifinals, and he's trying to get that record-breaking Grand Slam title. And he said after facing Alcaraz in the semis, he's just too good. Like, if I face him, I don't know if I can beat him. And it's so interesting to hear arguably the greatest player of all time, certainly not in his prime, saying, I'm trying for this title. I want this title. But these young kids who are dominating the sport right now, I just don't know if I can do it. And you rarely hear that from these high-end athletes. But to hear that vulnerability, I appreciate it. But it just goes to show how there is a sea change in tennis.
Well, also, I think that people say they want honesty from athletes.
Yeah.
But sometimes they really don't. Like, it almost feels weird when you hear the opponent kind of acknowledge their competition and say, like, hey, I'm the man to beat. It's me. I'm him. So when you hear somebody with, like, a thoughtful answer that's, like, you know, giving some credit to the other side, that's not bulletin board material. We don't want to hear that. This is like people when they, like, hear NBA players, they're like, we don't want them being friends with each other. We want them going for each other's throat. So I think it's just a different era that we live in where athletes are more open and honest. And I do think that it is refreshing to hear guys have actual honest answers, because you see some of these guys play. And, like, the answer that comes to mind, where I forget what NBA player it was, and he, like, had, like, 60 points or something. And they asked the team that was defending him, they're like, hey, what happened out there? And they're like, hey, have you tried defending Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
He's really good. So sometimes I think we do need that reality check.
business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The magnificent Football Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Our friend Sam Panayotovich from Bet Sweats will join us coming up in 20 minutes, I believe, live from Soldier Field at the tailgate. He's going to the Bears-Vikings game tonight. Sam will join us in 20 minutes. We'll get back to the game breakdown, week 1 of the National Football League, 40 minutes from now, and all our bets for the Bears and the Vikings at the end of the show, including the updated injury info, side total props, Femi's Island first touchdown scorers, and thy Royal Prop King with the yardage and the anytime touchdown bets. Femi will join in just a few moments with our betting reaction from this weekend. Okay, so let's talk the bets, because I know that it's a small portion of our audience. It's like, well, we went to bet. How'd you do? It's like, yeah, like I opened the ship. Like it was not great. I'll do the sports betting content thing here when I say I'm crushing college football this year. ... But man, and like the props yardage props were good. It's not great. It's not great to start the year. Now, as far as sides go, here's what I'll say to everybody. And it's 100% the truth. Let's take the Lions out of the equation. Like, Detroit was never in that game yesterday. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, if this, and this had happened, then maybe Detroit could have covered. Like, Green Bay is the dead right side. As soon as the game starts, it's pretty apparent that Green Bay is the right side in the game. So that's a loser by me. It's a bad read by me. Like, I want to say I regret it, but I thought the handicap was kind of sound. What can you do? Sometimes you're wrong. Betting the NFL is really hard. The other 3 games yesterday. So Baltimore, which get to that. Let's how statistically unlikely what happened last night was. Seattle and Atlanta. When Ken Barkley was doing the show with me, we called it the knife edge, betting the NFL, where it comes down to the ends of these games and you're on the knife edge. And it could go either way. And there are insane things that happen at the ends of games. Sometimes you lose because of them. And sometimes you win because of them. Like, it doesn't always have to go poorly. It just so happens that yesterday, and please consider what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying that I should have gone undefeated yesterday. What I'll say to the gambling gods is, did they all have to go negatively? Did they all have to lose? Atlanta, no healthy wide receivers at the end of the game. Penix is dropping dimes that could be game-winning touchdowns. Younghoe Koo should be Younghoe cut. What a loser. 44 yards. Chris Boswell banging home 60-yarders. Younghoe Koo can't make one. 44 yards in a dome. See you later, buddy. Ridiculous loss. The Seahawks and Mike McDonald. We want to. I'll tell you, Mike McDonald might be a great defensive coach. I killed John Harbaugh right for the punt back to Josh Allen. Mike McDonald kicking that field goal at the end of the game at 10-10. It's a loser. It's a loserific call by Mike McDonald, and Greg Olsen was all over it. All over it. That Mike McDonald should have gone for that. Considering the time left on the clock, And considering, like, you could be like, oh, we'll take the lead. Look how well your defense played. Yeah, go for it. Exactly. And if you don't get it, look at how well your defense has played. And if you get it, you bleed the clock down. If you kick a field goal, you give Brock Purdy less time. What an insane call that was by Mike Macdonald. And Mike Macdonald said after the fact, it might have been either last night or this morning, I saw the quote from his press conference, that the Seahawks have a model that they use to tell them what to do on fourth downs. The model said go for it. He kicked. What's the point of the model? Like, why do you have something that tells you what to do if you're going to be like, yeah, I'm just going to do whatever I want? Are you kidding? And the other thing about that game that's just ludicrous if you bet Seattle, like I did, the final drive, like I think we all collectively, right, all of us think that Tariq Woolen is a pretty good corner, right? Like that's a consensus thought. Tariq Woolen, like this is like when Madden glitches and like the cornerback runs the wrong way on a play. Twice on the final drive. I don't know if he like went temper like Helen Keller did for a little bit and went like blind and like lost all faculties for a second. Lost the ball on a long pass to Ricky Pearsall, who's a baller. Got the Niners all the way down the field. And then like Brock Purdy got so lucky in this game. And like fine. Like it could have gone either way. It went the Niners' way. That's fine. Brock Purdy got so lucky on that touchdown pass to Jake Tonjes. Like, just like imagine. Like, not George Kittle. Jake Tonjes. Threw that ball into the end. This was like, for anyone that's a student of NFL history, this is like the sea of hands play with the Raiders and the Dolphins in the early 70s. It's like all hands in the end zone, and they're all Seahawks, including Tariq Woolen. And Jake Tonjes snatches the ball out of thin air. Touchdown 49ers. And they win the game. Like, what the hell? Like, knife edge. Knife edge plays. Knife edge. Final moments. And they all go against you. Again, they could have all gone my way. Tariq Woolen could have picked the ball off. Koo could have made the kick and the Falcons could have won in overtime. Daryl Hodge could have turned his head around on the game-winning pass. Casey Washington could have held on to the ball when Antoine Winfield dislodged it. None of it happened. But it could have. What I'm really going to save my ire for. Think about, we talk about like, you talk about math with betting, right? Think about the statistical likelihood that these two events would occur within a 3 or 4 day span of each other. On Thursday night, Eagles-Cowboys, we bet the over. Games with 40 or more points scored in the first half, with a total that closed before game time under 50, were 172-1 to the over. After Mother Nature had her say, and CeeDee Lamb had his, 172-2. And last night, the Baltimore Ravens became the first team in the history of the National Football League to score at least 40 points and rush for at least 235 yards and lose. Now 277-1. So in the past few days, think about this parlay. I somehow managed to be the one in 277-1, and one of the two in 172-2. And if you're out there watching and listening, and you are on those two sides, I would tell you it's going to get better. But I don't know that that's the case. I think it is, but I mean, who the hell knows? It's the gambler's fallacy, right? It can't keep happening like this. Oh, it can. I hope it doesn't, but it could. And if you had the under and the Bills, I consider myself to be a man of God. I go to church on Sundays. I try to be a good person. I don't always succeed, but the intent is there for me to be a good person. I hope you have a miserable Monday. And honestly, I hope you have a miserable week. If you had the Bills and the under on Thursday night, I hope your day sucks. Because my Thursday night sucked and my Sunday night sucked. And my favorite Bible verse, I believe it's in the book of Revelations, chapter 6, verse 9. Misery loves company. You bet on this magnificent football Monday. Femi Abebefe with me. Femi, I think the day went a little bit better for you than it did for me from a betting perspective.
Well, here's your company in terms of the misery here. Hello, how everyone's doing? Monday after week one. A couple of goods, but there were some bads. I want to start with the bads first because, it was just, your classic Sunday betting the NFL. I don't know how much of this game you were locked into. I was probably one of the few outside of the fan base that were locked into this game, but Cardinals Saints for me was the one that just absolutely had me on full tilt. I was on tilt. Honestly, at end of the first half, here's the Arizona Cardinals driving to take the lead, and for some reason, Kellen Moore doesn't want to use his timeouts because most people think, hey, I got 3 timeouts. Let's save some time to where maybe we could possibly steal some points at the end of the first half. Keep our team in the game. We got a young quarterback. Let's keep our team in the game and keep this competitive. No, just letting the Cardinals run the clock all the way down, and then the Cardinals end up scoring. There's 28 seconds left. Here's New Orleans with all 3 timeouts. Dude, you can't take them into the locker room. It's a use it or lose it situation, buddy. You got to use them. So that's how we start the first half. The second half, how about New Orleans? Goal-to-go situation. First and goal from the 3. Down 20-10. So, of course, for those who were betting it, 6 was I actually think it closed 5.5, but I took 6. I'm sitting there, just get me a touchdown, get me in the back door. I don't care what else happens the rest of the game. 20-17, I'm all good. We're gravy here. Nope, incomplete. Kamara for a loss, another incomplete pass. There was a penalty on the field goal. They end up kicking the field goal. They're down by 7. I'm like, all right, here we go again. Now we got to do this. Unfortunately, they got another opportunity. So I was dragged into thinking that I had hope again, only for that hope to be snatched out by Juwan Johnson, who drops the pass as he's falling down in the end zone. Tough catch to make. I'll give him that. But Spencer Rattler threw a freaking dime, a seed. If he hangs on to that ball, we're talking about New Orleans potentially going for 2 to try to win the game. How about that for your survivor sweat, all the people who took Arizona? He drops it, and then New Orleans can't get it going on the last play of the game. They lose the game. So that was not a fun experience, betting +6 with the Saints as they lose by 7. Then finally, I don't know if you bet this one, Nick, the Texans and the Rams. The under was great. I mean,
the under, I needed.
I wish that was my biggest bet.
Yeah, cashing the under in Texans Rams was like bailing out the Titanic with a cereal bowl.
Yes, as no sweat as it gets. That bad boy was dead under. But my biggest position was on the Houston Texans. And I texted you guys this yesterday afternoon. I was like, hey, my day swung to the negative because of that game. Texans +3. Texans money line. I had Texans alts laying 7 at +350. I was all in on Houston. I knew the alts weren't going to get there, but those were smaller bets. The bigger bets were +3 and on the money line. And driving down 14-9 on the edge of the red zone. Here's Dare Ogunbowale. Ball punched out. Texans turn it over. Never get the ball back. In what was a slugfest of a game, a horrible game, honestly, to watch from an aesthetic standpoint, because the Houston offensive line, we'll talk about that all throughout the week, and I'm sure it will be a storyline throughout this season. But for it to end that way, where I truly believed, as bad as it was, I truly believed that Houston was going to drive down the field and score a touchdown to take the lead, and it was only going to come down to do that. I thought they were. They were cooking on that drive. They were cooking on that drive.
The offensive line was so hurt at that point. I mean, I do think Stroud played pretty well, all things considered. I thought Stroud played well, all things. I did not think they were going to score.
I thought the whole thing was going to come down to, do they get the 2-point conversion to go up by 3, or do the Rams stop them, and then the Rams end up driving down the field and winning by a field goal? That's what I thought the whole thing was going to come down to. Dario Ogunbowale just pulled that rug right underneath my feet. So those were the bad results. There were some good ones. Raiders, which I put a smile on my face. Geno Smith, baby.
Dude,
I love that.
Geno was great, man. Yeah, Geno was awesome.
I loved it. But those two in particular stood out to me in terms of how bad it was from a betting standpoint. There's some ugly ones that we can get into as well, but those two, Saints +6, and then the Texans +3 and on the money line. Just swung the day negatively, unfortunately.
So I was locked into the Cardinals-Saints game, and I wish you had covered. I'm very happy that the Cardinals won. That was I've got
you got some Cardinals stuff.
If Juwan Johnson scores that touchdown, I thought Spencer Rattler played pretty well. And you're so right about Kellen Moore's time management. If Juwan Johnson scores that touchdown, they're going for 2.
Yep.
And if I lose that game with Arizona with my future stuff on the Cardinals, I feel like it's over, probably, right? It's done.
Yeah. Can't afford to lose that one.
Also very happy for both Survivor and my AFC South stuff. Duval with the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll get back to week 1 in the NFL coming up in 25 minutes, but on the other side, our BetMGM Network teammate Sam Padiatovich joins the show.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down. 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding 2 Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, Bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens are just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
He swinged out into the end zone, wasn't open. Purdy keeping it alive. Brock Purdy lofts one. It is Tonjes. Touchdown, San Francisco.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Jake Tonjes. Josh Tonjes? Jake Tonjes. Not George Kittle. You know, the next great San Francisco 49ers tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Brent Jones, Vernon Davis, George Kittle, Jake Tonjes. Like Montana, who needs Montana to Jones, Young to Jones, when you've got Purdy to Tonjes? Brutal way to lose the Seattle positions yesterday. Someone, though, who was very happy with that result, because I know he likes the San Francisco 49ers this season, liked the Niners in that game, and liked them so much that he had the Niners as one of his survivor entries. So even though I was pissed that I lost, I was very happy that my friend Sam Panayotovich got to move on with this team in Survivor. Our BetMGM Network teammate, our pal Sam Panayotovich, Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern with our friend Joe Ostrowski. He's going to join us every Monday now this season, usually on video, but he's at Soldier Field right now, attending the Bears-Vikings game at the tailgate, I believe, and he joins us now live on the show. Sammy, happy Football Monday, my friend. Congrats on the Niners, and I'm guessing it's pretty cool right now where you're at.
Oh, yeah. Everybody thinks the Bears are going to win. Caleb's going to throw 3 touchdowns. DeAndre Swift will have a couple. Colston Loveland will catch 2, maybe. I mean, it's a very Bears-centric crowd. There's also, I don't know if you can hear it, there's a helicopter hovering above my head. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we are out here on the south side of Chicago, buddy.
Absolutely love it. Why don't we, let's start with your thoughts on Monday Night Football, and then I want to hit you with some stuff from college. We'll hit you with some stuff from the NFL yesterday. Just get a betting recap from you from the weekend that was. But first, I'm guessing based on how you started your answer there, that you like the Vikings tonight. Am I right in making that assumption? How are you betting tonight's game?
I'm more macro on Minnesota, Nick. I have them to make the playoffs, and I think you, Femi, and I have talked about my positions on Jonathan Grenard to win Defensive Player. Long numbers, 100 to 1, 120 to 1. So I'm already buttered a little bit there on Minnesota. Naturally, I would like for them to win in the game, but I did not add. Like, I have a really nice bet on them to make the playoffs at even money, and then I added more, plus 110. So I'd like for them to get off to a nice start and win game number 1, but I do have my concerns about J.J. McCarthy. Not so much full season concerns, but first game concerns. Not really ideal to take a first-time starter in an NFL game. But, you know, we don't really know about Caleb Williams. There were a lot of decisions last year he made that were not great, and I still would like to see him prove something to me. Sheriff came in, bet the under in the game. I can tell you that. 44.5, that's long gone. And we started to see this morning on Bet Sweats 43.5 and 43 popping. So I think there's this appetite for respected money to bet the under. I'll be rooting for Minnesota, but I didn't really add much. The only thing I did bet was Rome Odunze over 47.5 yards. I think he's a 1,000-yard guy this year, and I think Ben Johnson thinks he's the best receiver. DJ Moore might have bigger numbers, but Odunze has the highest upside. So I'm looking to attack him early in season.
Oh, Rome Odunze, fifth most popular player prop over at BetMGM, over 47.5 receiving yards for tonight's game. Sam, I want to kind of go back to Saturday in college football because obviously it was not as heralded as week one, a little bit of a lighter slate in terms of the marquee matchups, but interesting results nonetheless. And it's had me wondering, and Tyler and everyone else during the break, talking about the Heisman Trophy market where John Mateer has kind of emerged as the favorite after Oklahoma beats Michigan in the Saturday primetime game. Like, what are your thoughts 2 weeks in on the Heisman? Is there a guy that you like after a couple of data points, or how are you betting this as we head into what should be a more marquee week 3?
You know, the one guy that I thought about betting, Femi, was Dampier at Utah, and I did not pull the trigger before week 2, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't. So I started my Heisman betting in the summer with Carson Beck. Got a really good number on it. I believe we talked about it on this show. All these shows run together, as you know. I think that was the middle of July. Beck was 37-1. Never thought that was the right number, and now he's right around 10, 12-1. So that's the only bet I have. I was going to add some Dampier, did not do it. I love the way he plays. He can just do everything on the football field. He can throw, he can run, he can throw on the run. That's a very exciting player. And look, you missed the best of the number. But if you can find a 20-1 on Dampier, 25-1, I don't think that's a bad idea. You better hurry up, though, because Utah could go 11-0 or 11-1, 12-0 potentially. That's a very good team. We know their defense is always good, and Utah sort of has an offense now, which I think would surprise some people. Mateer, I'm not really excited to bet Mateer at 8-1. I look at that schedule and think, holy cow, that's a bear of a schedule. But conversely, that's how Johnny Manziel won the Heisman. He beat a lot of good teams, including Alabama when he was a youngster. So the schedule's tough for Bama, or for Oklahoma, excuse me. But I just don't know that I can bet him at 7, 8, 9-1 when I could have bet 30-1 in the summer. I sort of have FOMO with the number, but I'm holding out hope that Miami can really have a strong season, win 10, 11 games, and Carson Beck will be standing tall at the end of the year.
You mentioned Miami, and obviously you're invested with Carson Beck, but I know you like Clemson as well in the ACC. Through 2 weeks, level of concern for the Tigers if they look pretty bad in their win over Troy on Saturday.
Concerned, of course, but also if Clemson was a stock, nobody wants to buy right now. In fact, there are 2 teams that the market is really betting strongly against this weekend. Number 1 is Clemson. Number 2 is Georgia. Both of those teams opened in Vegas as 6-point favorites, and as of about noon Eastern today, they were both about 4, 3.5. So some big-time moves on both dogs, Georgia Tech and Tennessee. Look, I understand it, but at the same time, as sick as I am, I'm looking to do a little money line action on Georgia Clemson parlay style. You know, like those are 2 teams I just still believe in. I think the talent is very, very high, and while the performances may have not been great first 2 weeks, I don't think the data points are enough to get me to think that they're not elite programs in college. So while you do see some movement on the dogs in both games, I think Clemson, Georgia is a winner and a winner in a money line parlay. And the best part is these games open 6. Now they're like 3.5, 4. You get a much cheaper money line price to hook them together.
I absolutely love that. Clemson right now, plus 195 to win the ACC. Like Sam said, nobody really wants anything to do with Clemson right now after the first couple of weeks. This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe. We're hanging out with Sam Panayotovich, our BetMGM Network teammate, co-host of Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski, 9 to noon Eastern weekdays here on the BetMGM Network. Hit him up on Twitter at SPShoot. Sam, let's get over to the NFL, though. You mentioned, obviously, the Niners. What a sweat that was in Survivor for you getting that home. What result really stood out to you the most? Like, outside of Sunday Night Football, because everybody, that was obviously massive. But outside of Sunday Night Football from yesterday's games, what result stood out to you the most and why?
I thought Jared Goff looked lost. And, again, we don't want to overreact to one result in the National Football League, but I saw some crazy stat that Jared Goff is basically useless without Sean McVay or Ben Johnson. And I don't want to read too much into that, but if I see it another time or two in the next month, I will be definitely concerned. Joe and I have joked for over a year now about how Jared Goff needs the silver platter and the napkin on his lap and the sharp knife and the really sexy fork. Like, he needs everything right to enjoy his meal. And you take away his play caller and the, schematical driver of that offense and remove him from Detroit, they looked lost. They couldn't run the ball, guys. And I know they lost Ragnow on the O-line and they have another guy who's banged up, but I mean, that's a team that ran the ball at will last year. And for Jahmyr Gibbs to have the game that he had on the ground, that's alarming. And if they can't run the ball, then it's much more difficult for Goff to have success. Now, again, I don't want to get too crazy and say Detroit is, not a playoff team. But, sharp guys in Vegas bet under 10.5 on the win total. And I think there's a lot of truth. I know Nick will appreciate this reference. In Fresh Prince, when Will Smith walks into the house and there's no furniture and no people and he's just looking around, that was the Dan Campbell vibe I got. Like, all his friends left, coordinators, other coaches, Antoine Randall, the receiver coach, he went to Chicago. It's a weird, weird time in Detroit. And, I have my doubts about them. So that was an alarming result. To see the way that Green Bay got to the quarterback, the way that Micah Parsons played in limited action, mind you, I have plenty of concerns about the Detroit Lions and that offense without Ben Johnson and without the rhythm that they had from last season.
I just imagine Jared Goff like Will Smith in the famous episode, "How come he don't want me, man?" Talking about Ben Johnson, now the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Sam, Ravens-Bills was the main event last night, and he is, you like Buffalo and I like Baltimore, and I got kicked in the junk with that one. Your thoughts coming out of Ravens-Bills, anywhere you want to take it, any way you want to spin it?
I just don't know how this keeps happening to Baltimore. And I saw Ben Solak from ESPN put this out. Since 2021, not a long time ago, but several years, since 2021, they have lost 8 times when they had a 90% chance to win. That's bad, Nick. That can't happen. I mean, that shouldn't happen one time, let alone 8 times. And there were just several decisions. How do you leave time on the clock at the end of the first half for Josh Allen to make that pass and get him into field goal range? How do you not go for 2 up 15? If you score a 2-point conversion up 15, the game's over. You're up 3 scores. The game's over. And then on 4th and 2, 4th and 3, Chicago honking at its finest, on 4th and 2, 4th and 3, at the very end of the game, I know you're at your own territory. How do you not go for that?
You got to go for it.
Get the 2 yards.
Got to go for it.
2 yards, man. I like John Harbaugh a lot. I mean, he's obviously been a very good coach, ATS. He's made people a lot of money for a long time. But it's very difficult for me, and I'm somebody that has Baltimore number 1 in my power ratings because they do have the best roster in football. But this quarterback and this head coach, they continue to fumble the bag at the worst possible time. And it's usually, Nick, in the fourth quarter of a big game. It's hard to trust that team as talented as they are.
And to your point, they're the best team in the league. Even if they lost, they're still the best team in the league. They're, as I call them, the sultans of spreadsheets, the princes of points per drive, the excellence of EPA, the dukes of DVOA. And when it comes down to it, they lose in the big spot every single time. Sam, I know that you've already taken a look at Week 2 in the National Football League. Do you have an early thought for us on Week 2 NFL? And this could be a game bet if you like it, or even an early survivor thought and maybe you haven't thought about it yet. Anything you've got for us on NFL Week 2 here on this Monday?
So survivor-wise, obviously need some more time to see this come together. I don't want to burn Buffalo. That would be an easy one because our guy GRP is on the Jets, so the Jets will definitely not win the game or cover. Look, Baltimore probably wins. You don't want to burn these big favorites, though. Baltimore's 12.5. I'm done on San Fran. I can't do that. Is it crazy for me? Look, hear me out. I understand Miami looked horrible in Week 1, but the Patriots with Drake May are not good. I'm sorry. I know you're a Patriots guy this year.
Sammy, you might be right. I might have to wear an early L on this one with the Patriots.
It's okay. You can buy out of it. You can get insurance. I think, look, nobody's going to want to bet the Dolphins. You line up 10 people on the street. Hell, let's make it 100. You line 100 people on the street and say, pick the winner, New England, Miami. I would say maybe 30 or 35 want to take Miami. In the NFL, that's the name of the game. You got to bet the ugly sides. I'm thinking about Miami for Survivor. Nobody's going to want to do it, and that's why I like it.
Oh, man. I thought you were going to say the Dallas Cowboys playing my team, the New York Football Giants, and that's where I'm thinking about going with it potentially. I got to talk to Femi and see what he thinks. You tweeted a picture earlier, Sam, of the tailgate And you always have good stuff at wherever you're going with the eats, and you're always tweeting the pictures at SP Shoot. What is the best thing that you will be eating at this tailgate prior to Monday Night Football?
So there's a lemon pepper rigatoni, which is insane. My buddy who does this tailgate at every Bears home game, he does all the home games, and then he goes to every road game. But every home game, there's a tailgate. He's got 9 different courses right now, including like a white pepperoni pizza. He's got Italian sausage and peppers. He's got a steak sandwich. He's got this lemon pepper rigatoni. I mean, it's a whole thing, man. And they're a party, and they've been here since 12 noon. The game is at 7:15. They've been out here since noon, grilling and chilling and drinking, and it's just a whole scene out here. But this lemon rigatoni, I had like 2 servings of it, and then the fireman came in about 10 minutes ago and cleaned the whole thing out. Like, there's a local fire truck that comes by and makes sure everybody's safe. The fire truck cleaned us out of the lemon rigatoni, so there's none left.
Is Ostrowski at the game with you?
You think Ostrowski's leaving his house? No chance.
Oh, my God. I thought that was like when you told me yesterday he came to Chicago. I was like, I can't believe he's not at the game. Does he like the Bears? He likes Minnesota, I'm guessing, right?
He's on a lot of props in the game. I think he leans Minnesota, but he's not in love with the side of the total. He's got a bunch of props. The whole plan was for us to do the show from the score, and then I found out we weren't doing it from the score. But I'm being told that Paul Aspen and Brian Gertz and Kate Constable, they're all on their way to the tailgate. So I can't wait to see what happens later tonight.
I love it. Give our love, please, to our teammates on the BetMGM network. And my friend, have an awesome time at the game tonight. Safe flight back to Boston, and we'll catch up with you next week on the show, and I'll talk to you on Sunday morning on Countdown to Kickoff.
You got it, boys. Good luck tonight.
Our friend Sam Panayotovich joining us on the show. I have to be honest, Femi. As someone with Mediterranean blood coursing throughout my veins, lemon pepper rigatoni makes me want to throw up.
I can get them with the Italian sausage and peppers. I'll do that.
That does sound pretty good. On the other side, breaking down more Week 1 in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bill Belichick. Going back, I'm switching gears here. Going back to college football, Bill Belichick starts next week. TCU, UNC. You're very close with him. How do you think things are going to go for him? And we're short on time, so just a couple minutes.
I think it's going to be great. You know, he's the greatest pro football coach ever. I think he's going to be able to win with less, because I don't know how many, 5 stars and blue chips guys they got on their roster. I think they got, it's going to be kind of like, if you go back to Colorado, Deion's first year, he had like 40 transfers, and it worked out pretty good for him. And Bill's the greatest coach ever. I mean, Nick Saban's the greatest college coach ever. Bill's the greatest pro coach ever. I'll be shocked if he doesn't have success. I mean, totally shocked. And obviously, I'm biased. He's a great friend of mine. He's been a great friend of mine going back when he was coaching the Browns. That's how long we've been together. And I'll be shocked if he's not successful. I mean that. I mean, and like I say, you know what? 9 wins, because I don't think the schedule is daunting. You know, that conference is not. That's not the SEC or the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
And he gonna win games by coaching. He doesn't have to have the best players. You know, he's gonna have, like I say, he don't have to have the best players.
Mayfield on first down, throws, end zone, caught, touchdown! Ibuka with his second of the game.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Oh, boy. King Kenny Albert on the call yesterday on Fox. This was one of those where it's like I have to pick between my favorite children. On one hand, I spent all summer talking about how Emeka Egbuka was going to be an absolute stud for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Took him in tons of fantasy drafts, both best ball and season long. A lot of people, like I got messages from people yesterday, people took my advice and drafted Egbuka, and he was a monster, obviously, with 2 touchdowns. So I love that. I love that I was able to, at least for 1 week, and look, like he's obviously really good. People were able to profit off of that. And that's great. Also, I bet the Falcons yesterday, and yesterday the Falcons were my favorite child. So my second favorite child won, unfortunately, because Tampa Bay ends up winning the game as a result of that awesome Egbuka touchdown, his second of 2 on an absolute laser from Baker Mayfield, like putting it where only Egbuka could get it, with not a lot of room at the back of the end zone. Just a perfect pass from Baker Mayfield, who turned it on when it mattered the most. No pass rush at the end of the game from the Atlanta Falcons. And the Bucs are able to win in Atlanta 23-20 as they start, campaign for yet another NFC South championship with a huge road win at the team that is most likely to threaten them for that division title. And for the Falcons, this is a massive, massive missed opportunity. I thought, and I am biased towards this player, so I admit that. But I would encourage anyone to actually disagree with what I'm about to say objectively. I thought Michael Penix Jr. rocked. I thought he kicked ass in this game. I thought he was awesome. And I thought he played his best at the end of the game when it mattered the most, and he had no healthy good wide receivers once Drake London left this game. Because remember, Darnell Mooney didn't play in the game either. So it's basically like Drake London and Kyle Pitts, insert laughter, and Bijan Robinson. And that's the offense. Vita Vea ended up playing in the game for Tampa. And as a result, the Falcons could not run the ball at all with Bijan Robinson, which meant that the game fell on Penix's shoulders. And at the end, on the final drive, down 23-20, after a brilliant scramble for a touchdown to put the Falcons ahead prior to the Baker Mayfield to Igbuka touchdown to put the Bucs ahead, Penix is throwing lasers down the field to the likes of Casey Washington, a perfect pass to Casey Washington, and Antoine Winfield Jr. just times it right, kind of like Jalen Ramsey did to Garrett Wilson at the end of the Steelers-Jets game, and jars the ball loose, incomplete. And then, third down, just a perfect pass to KhaDarel Hodge, where if KhaDarel Hodge, think about this, he's a wide receiver in the NFL. Do you know what you have to do when you play wide receiver in the NFL and the quarterback throws you the ball? You look back for it. You identify where the ball is with your eyes. KhaDarel Hodge, for some reason, decided to, A, slow down when he reached the end zone instead of speed up, which I think 99.9% of people would do, and B, not look for the ball. It bounces a couple yards in front of him, incomplete. If he does his job, or dare I say, if Drake London doesn't have to leave the game, that ball's going to Drake London, and it's a touchdown, and the Falcons take the lead. Michael Penix Jr. absolutely did his part, and the Falcons failed him. And Zach Robinson failed him. On that goal-to-go sequence where Penix eventually scored the touchdown where it looked like his knee might be down, the call on a sweep to Bijan Robinson, like the loose yards, what are you thinking? How brain dead is that? Absolutely brutal. And that's a tough one to swallow if you're Atlanta. You're Raheem Morris. Young Wei Koo misses that kick, and he stunk last year, and they rolled the dice with him, and you rolled the snake eyes. Like, brutal start for the Atlanta Falcons to lose that game at home. And now on week 2, Sunday Night Football, on the road at the Minnesota Vikings. We'll see how Minnesota performs tonight, but it feels like that's a game the Falcons needed to have, and they didn't get it. So for my Falcons NFC South stuff, I mean, they can still win it, but you would have preferred they won that game. And for the Bucs, I think you have to walk away from that game if you've got Bucs futures, if you like Tampa coming into the year. You have to feel awesome. Because 2 months from now, the Bucs are going to be way better, assuming health, than they are now. Tristan Wirfs is going to be back. You know, maybe the best left tackle in the league. Chris Godwin's going to be back, and then it's going to be Godwin, Evans, and Igbuka in 3 receiver sets. That's ridiculous. And I actually think the most important thing yesterday for Tampa, the best defensive player in the game yesterday was probably Vita Vea. But besides for Vita Vea, Hassan Reddick was a monster, rushing the passer. And I said in the offseason, and other people did also, that the Bucs pass rush this year might hinge on whether Hassan Reddick can get back to the form that he's shown previously in his career. Obviously, a lost year for him last year, wanting the more money, like lost season for him with the Jets. He looked like old Hassan Reddick last year. That's a great sign for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. And it's only one game, and we don't want to overreact too much. I don't know how you don't like the Bucs to win the NFC South yet again. And the betting market says that. I don't know how you make a case for another team in the division at this point, even the Falcons, who I loved coming into the year. You bet on this Monday. We'll talk about the Saints a little bit in the Power Hour. I actually thought they overperformed expectation. But before we talk about the Saints, we need to spend a minute on the Carolina Panthers. Shout out to Femi, who talked Tyler and myself, and he was way right on this. And like pretty much everybody survived in Survivor. But the point was let's save the Denver Broncos. We'll save the Philadelphia Eagles. And let's use Jacksonville. And Femi was way right. Even when the lightning delay happens yesterday, and we're all texting each other, is this going to screw us? The lightning, because Jacksonville looked great. Not only did it not, Jacksonville came out and maybe played better after the lightning delay. This game was never in doubt. And I love the Jaguars this year. I bet them to make the playoffs. I bet them to win the AFC South. And Houston loses in week 1 and Jacksonville wins, and I feel decent about that, right? To me, and I love the Jaguars this year again. I'm Mr. Jaguar. I'm Mr. BTJ. I'm Mr. Travis Hunter. I love the Jaguars. This was way more to me about Bryce Young in Carolina than it was about Jacksonville. Bryce Young, in yesterday's game, I want to be clear. I can be honest when I'm overreacting. I think I'm self-aware enough to know that I can be honest when I overreact. This is not an overreaction. Bryce Young can't play. Bryce Young can't play. For everybody that wanted to say at the end of the year last year, wow, like look at all these throws. You know, look at the receivers are dropping passes, they're letting him down. He's showing that he's a guy, a legit guy. You could have just as easily said, look at all the passes in harm's way that he threw that the other team dropped. Yesterday was alarming. If you're someone that likes the Panthers this year, bet the overwin, and I like the under, and I thought they were going to be bad. Where's the optimism? Where is it for Bryce Young? A called back pick six on a horrible throw. He's like my height, except I'm talking into a microphone and he's playing quarterback in the NFL. Like, he has to reach up to get the ball over the line. Have you seen some of these replays? And, man, we've killed Derek Carr for years, all of us, for fourth down plays, right? When Derek Carr throws the ball away on fourth down. Where's that same energy for Bryce Young, who on a 4th and 1 throws the ball out of the end zone? Like, I can't believe what I'm watching. Like, Bryce Young at Alabama, like, rose to the occasion in the clutch. Like, Bryce Young was money in the big spots. And even if you wanted to say that Bryce Young physically couldn't hack it in the NFL, like, I don't think anyone expected, like, the mental lapses like that from Bryce Young. It's pathetic. It is. I have no axe to grind. I don't know him personally. I don't dislike him. I don't care. I'm just calling it like I see it. Are they the worst team in the league? Are the Panthers the worst team in the league? Betting market thinks they're absolutely terrible. Because coming up on Sunday, they are a 6.5-point dog. So this was 7 last night, so it's come off it a little bit. So a little bit of interest in Carolina at the number, plus the points on the road at Arizona. Femi and I will talk about that game and more. We'll give you our early preview of Week 2 coming up next hour on the show. And just to, I know I said I'd do it in the Power Hour, but just to do it here, because I have a minute, just to complete the NFC South. Kellen Moore, and I know Femi in his hour talked about this and then talked about it to start this hour. Kellen Moore absolutely butchered the end of the first half of Saints-Cardinals from a time management perspective. Brutal. And he's got to get better with that. And maybe he will, and maybe he won't. I don't know how you don't watch that game and come away impressed with the Saints and think that the Saints are like punching above their weight class right now. Spencer Rattler looked like a functional NFL quarterback. He looked like the worst quarterback that's ever played last year. It's amazing what a decent coach can do. And maybe he's a brutal game manager. We'll see. The Saints looked way better than I expected. After what we saw yesterday, and again, like, I don't think this is an overreaction. Would anyone be shocked if the Saints were better than the Panthers this year? I'm being serious. Like, I'm not saying this facetiously. Would anyone really be surprised by that? And I'll close this hour by saying, as someone who bet the Arizona Cardinals to make the playoffs and over win total and win the division, I'm very happy Juwan Johnson didn't make that catch on third down in the end zone. Final hour, power hour coming up next. All our bets for tonight, Bears Vikings, a look at week 2, and we'll continue to break down what we saw yesterday, week 1 NFL Sunday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Superbook opened all the NFL lines last night, Sunday night. They opened Cincinnati as a 6-point favorite.
Whoa.
6. And the market is now 3.5. So a huge, huge push on the Jacksonville Jags from +6 to +3.5.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that was immediate because last night our buddy Jeff Sherman tweeted out. When he tweeted out, it was already down to 4.5. So that was an immediate move because you know this. They post it, and then he'll tweet it out shortly after, but not too long. So it was like they saw that 6 and they took it.
Yep. Actually, you know what? The odds screen is a little wonky today. So the look ahead number was 6. My apologies. The look ahead that came out the day before was 6. When they reopened yesterday, they opened 4.5. So that's my apology there. The look ahead number though was 6. The reopen number was 4.5. But still, we were talking about a number where Cincinnati was a 6-point favorite 5 days ago. And then you had the week 1 results. They opened 4.5, and now we're still coming in on Jacksonville. So that makes sense. Look, Liam Cohen got the game ball. You had the owner in the locker room handing them the ball. They were all celebrating. They look good. There's another sharp team from the summer. We heard a lot about the Giants and a lot about the Panthers. Egg, dead.
Yep. Before we move on to some of these other games, Jacksonville +3.5 right now. So this is the number we're working with. Question is, are you going to lose that 3.5? Is it going to go to 3? Is the move over? I know I'm going to be on Jacksonville. I will be on Jacksonville in this game. I don't know if you're there with me, but now I'm thinking, okay, are we going to get some buyback on the favorite at all? Or is this thing going to a field goal? And then you lose that hook.
Chris is at 3. Big offshore shop. Big market moving book. They are at 3.
It's going
so
to
I
3.
think you may want to take some 3.5. I mean, you'd rather have the 3.5 than the 3.
Of course.
And if Chris is at 3, that's pretty telling. Now, there may be some people that want to come in and whack the Bengals at -3. Always possible. But this will probably close, I'm going to guess 3.5 is a really good closing number guess.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. 40 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, headlined, of course, by Monday Night Football. The Vikings and the Bears in Chicago. Watching my screen right now, Caleb Williams shows up to Soldier Field tonight in a Brian Urlacher jersey. If he really wanted to pull the Urlacher, he would have shaved his head yesterday and tweeted a picture of it and showed up today with the full head of hair. If he really wanted to do the full Urlacher experience. Just saying. So Caleb, a little bit of pandering to the Chicago crowd, which might be needed after the Ty Dunn piece that came out last week, basically insinuating Caleb's lazy. And by insinuating, like they basically said it. There was no insinuation. All our bets, side, total, and props for the Bears and the Vikings coming up to close the show. And we will bring you all the latest injury information, especially on the Chicago side of the ball, where we are waiting for official designations for linebacker TJ Edwards, who we think is not going to play, and cornerbacks Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon. The Bears did not make practice squad call-ups, so I think the expectation is both Johnson and Kyler Gordon may play. But we will wait for the official designations coming out later this hour. We'll bring them to you here on the show. We'll also talk about the Bears running back situation where we think Roschon Johnson will be inactive, which means rookie Kyle Monangai will be the backup to DeAndre Swift. So all the injury info, all the handicaps, all the bets to close the show. And 20 minutes from now, Femi's going to hit us with a bunch of games in Week 2 in the NFL. And we will give you our early betting thoughts, including Thursday Night Football 3 nights from now. And it is a banger, a doozy on Thursday Night Football as Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers host Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. But until then, a couple other thoughts on what we saw yesterday, Week 1 in the NFL, and spinning it into the betting perspective. So a couple weeks ago on the show, I did a rant on the Miami Dolphins. And it was basically me saying, I literally started it by saying, I hate the Miami Dolphins. I don't respect the Miami Dolphins. And it got posted on the BetMGM Network Instagram page, and I shared it also. And since, maybe it was like 3 weeks, it was a while ago. And every single day since, I am still getting messages, getting comments from angry Miami Dolphins fans. Some of them slide into my DMs. And not in like a fun way, back when I was single and like a girl I wanted to hook up with would like DM me and I'm like, hell yeah, man. That's the type of DM you really like. How about getting a DM calling you like the hard R word? Or like making fun of my... Honestly, people can say whatever they want. Like, I really don't... I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. People like make fun of my voice. Like I'm 42 years. You think this is the first time I've heard that? I got thick skin, people. The only thing I don't like and makes me sad is when you make fun of my haircut. I would really, like, some things need to be left. Some things are sacred and should not be brought up. You should not insult a man's hair. That's the only thing that comes under my skin. Everything else I'm cool with. And I appreciate the passion. So Dolphins fans were really mad. You're a jerk. You're soft. Can't wait for the Dolphins to be awesome this year. You're so wrong. Can't wait for Week 1 against Indianapolis. Dolphins fans, I'm not mad at you. I understand. You love your team. Let's take your temperature now. How are you feeling today after what we saw on Sunday, where you allowed Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts offense to become the first offense in almost 50 years to score on every single offensive possession of the game? This is not Johnny Unitas playing quarterback for the Colts. It's not Peyton Manning playing quarterback for the Colts. It's not even Andrew Luck playing quarterback for the Colts. It's Danny Dimes made the Miami Dolphins defense look silly, look stupid, look like they belonged not in the AFC East, but in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Pathetic. Mike McDaniel is on the sidelines with an expensive pair of sunglasses on indoors. Loser. I say this as someone who sometimes likes to wear sunglasses indoors because I think it makes me look cool. But listen, I can be a loser too. Loser. Got the capri pants. He's wearing Louis Vuitton white Air Force Ones. Where I come from, we would call him a broke boy, which is like what I used to do. When I would be broke and I'd save up to buy like a Gucci watch, even though I'm making like $29,000 a year. Let me save up to buy this Gucci watch, even though I've got no money. Mike McDaniel presided over the single worst performance on a Week 1 NFL Sunday, wearing an expensive watch, expensive sunglasses, and Louis Vuitton Air Force Ones. You can get away with that if you're winning. You can even get away with it if you lose in a respectable fashion. Not if you're the worst team in the NFL during Week 1. The Dolphins are soft. We saw it again. The Dolphins don't respect each other. And this is not personal. I don't care. But I'm calling it like it is. They don't respect their coach. We didn't even make it to halftime of Game 1 before Tyreek Hill started jawing with Mike McDaniel. Does anyone think this is going to end well? Here's a question for everybody. If you could set a betting market, better chance that Tyreek Hill, come November 1st, is on the Dolphins or the Chiefs, what would you set the betting market at? I'm just saying. Yet another pathetic offensive performance. Xavier Howard used to play for the Dolphins. He didn't play football last year. Now he's on the Colts. Helped shut the Miami offense down yesterday. Said after the game, if you can take away Tua's first read, he's got nothing. And I'm paraphrasing. It's not exactly what he said, but that's the intent, basically, of what he said. Awful for the Miami Dolphins. Coming up on Sunday this week, the Dolphins find themselves favored in a game. They are hosting the 0-1 New England Patriots, who looked awful yesterday against the Raiders. And Mike Vrabel, while we're criticizing head coaches named Mike Vrabel, down by 10 at his own 44 with just over 4 minutes to play in the game yesterday, punted down 10 with 4 minutes to play, down like at his own 44. That is one of the great surrender punts of all time. Pathetic for Mike Vrabel. Awful for Mike Vrabel. Does anyone want to bet the Dolphins? I know we had Sam Panayotovich on the show, and Sam was making a case that's the reason why you want to bet on Miami. I'll tell you what. Maybe the Dolphins win the game. Maybe they do. And maybe the Dolphins have more talent on the roster than the Patriots. The Patriots at least respect their coach. I don't think the Miami Dolphins respect theirs. if I'm betting that game on Sunday, and we'll see about Christian Gonzalez, he matters a lot. If Christian Gonzalez plays, I think I'll be on the New England Patriots to send the Miami Dolphins to 0-2. As far as the Colts go, you bet on this Monday. As far as the Colts go, great performance by Daniel Jones. I'm a Daniel Jones hater. I'm a Giants fan. He played awesome. Tyler Warren, is he already a top 5 tight end in the league? He was phenomenal. Lou Anarumo doing an awesome job as a defensive drop Leatu Latu in coverage. He had a sick interception. Colts defense looked way more dynamic than it did under Gus Bradley. Now, I'm going to stop short of being all in on the Colts now. It was a good performance, but look, that's against the Dolphins team that's coming apart at the seams already. Fascinating betting market for this coming Sunday, and we'll talk about this game next, and we'll talk about it throughout the course of the week, obviously. Broncos at the Colts in the Peyton Manning Bowl. Denver currently a 2.5-point road favorite. Who do you want to bet in that game? You, the person watching, you, the person listening. Femi and I will answer that question either next segment or tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't know what games Femi has planned to talk about, but we'll get it done at some point in the next day or so. Quick hitters on the rest of the games, what we saw yesterday. Raiders and Patriots. So outside of the Mike Vrabel fiasco with that punt, not great for my New England Patriots playoff call. They look a little out of their depth, and I like Drake May a lot. Not the best game for the Patriots to start the year. And on the flip side, and look, New England didn't have Christian Gonzalez, who's maybe their most important defensive player. So get him back. Let's see how this looks. But still, a lot of credit goes to the Raiders. And great, honestly, Femi's got to be feeling great. Love the Raiders all offseason. Start 1-0, win on the road. Geno, and I'm not the biggest Geno fan. Geno was spectacular in this game. Brock Bowers was awesome. Jacoby Myers was awesome. Dante Thornton and Jack Besh showing up. Raiders-Chargers on Sunday. Can the Raiders have a repeat defensive performance after what we saw Justin Herbert do in Brazil? We'll talk about that coming up in a couple minutes. That's the Monday night game next week? Is that right? Chargers-Raiders? Love it. I thought it was Bucs-Texans. I read the schedule wrong. Love that. All right. Oh, that's right. Femi's writing this in the chat to me. I forgot it's the doubleheader. So it's Bucs-Texans and then Raiders-Chargers. That's tremendous. Man, you know what's fun? Sleep. I'm not going to get any next week. No one cares. Okay. Bengals-Browns. So Cincinnati wins 17-16 despite 7 yards of offense in the second half. Should have lost the game. Andre Schmidt, the Browns' new kicker, misses a 36-yard field goal and an extra point. The Bengals should be 0-1. I don't want to overreact to this for Cincinnati, even though Zach Taylor was an absolute coward with his punt at the end of the game. Imagine trusting your defense. They got lucky on an interception that hit the hands of a receiver, and that happened twice in the game. I don't want to go too nuts about it, though, because with Cincinnati, literally all you had to do is win. Because the Bengals every single year start slow. I don't care that they played in the preseason and then they pick it up. That is a massive win for the Bengals. So you can look at it from the negative perspective, or you can say the Browns actually have a good defense and their young players came to play in that game. And the fact that Cincy exits with a win, I'm going to choose to look at the positive for Cincinnati. And I feel obviously worse about my Bengals to miss the playoff bets given their win in that game. Fascinating game for the Bengals on Sunday. 3.5-point home favorites against the Jaguars. I think you can make a case for either side early in the week. Cincinnati and Jacksonville on Sunday. Broncos and the Titans. So Tennessee covered. Plus 8.5, plus 9. Is it possible that was actually the worst bet of the week? If you bet the Titans. I didn't bet Denver, I don't care. If you bet the Titans and your bet won, given that they forced 4 turnovers and only kicked 4 field goals, Brian Callahan, I don't think makes it to next year as the head coach of this team. He's so over his head, it's ridiculous. I think he stinks out loud. And in the Super Bowl 34 rematch coming up on Sunday, interesting number with the Rams, about a 6-point favorite on the road in Tennessee. And I don't want to overreact too much to Bo Nix, who did not play well yesterday, threw a couple, and then Sean Payton losing his mind at the end of the game, had Cortland Sutton on the 4th and 8, but I don't know how you don't kick that field goal. For me and my Denver bets, happy to be 1-0. No matter how they got there, happy to be 1-0. and Rams-Texans, the Rams showed you that their ultimate upside is to win a Super Bowl this year. It's just, can Matthew Stafford stay healthy? And for Houston, we told you this offensive line was going to be a problem. It was, and now multiple linemen are hurt. I thought C.J. Stroud managed things really well in that game, but if the linemen are going to be out, and the line was bad to begin with, here come the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Week 2. Good luck. Coming up next, Femi and I give you our initial thoughts on the Week 2 slate, betting in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I also like the Seahawks +3 against the Steelers on Sunday. For me, that's just a numbers play. I think getting Seattle +3 is a great bet. They won 7 road games last year. Mike McDonald, the head coach for Seattle, was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens for 2 years. He knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the Steelers well. And look, that Pittsburgh offense was very good against the Jets. A lot better than I think a lot of us expected them to be. The defense did have some trouble against Justin Fields, but I think Seattle keeps that game close, and I think they're alive to win that game as well. How about the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots? I mean, is this just not a Joes versus pros type game, right? We were all over the Colts on Sunday. It was our favorite bet in Week 1, non-sweat. Colts take care of business. We knew they weren't losing for Jim Irsay. Well, now turn around. The Dolphins look awful, and a lot of people were down on the Dolphins going into Week 1, yet it felt like everybody was betting the Dolphins in that Week 1 game against the Colts. And all those people who bet on the Dolphins now are so disgusted that they did, and they don't want anything to do with Miami, and they're going to see that that team is favored this week against the offseason darling in the New England Patriots. Drake May, by the way, 1-10 now as a starting quarterback, but go ahead. Keep betting them to make the playoffs. Keep betting their over-win total. Guy's got 1 win as a starting quarterback, and he's an underdog this week. You don't think everybody's going to be lining up to bet the Patriots after what they just saw after the Dolphins? Dolphins are going to win that game. We'll take them on the money line at -125. How about the Broncos, -2.5 at the Colts? Again, that game was just way more about the Dolphins than it was about the Colts. Don't let that fool you. Daniel Jones goes from playing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL to playing now maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Denver's offense didn't look all that great. Tennessee was very competitive. They forced some turnovers. I think getting the Broncos under a field goal, really good bet. I would expect that to go to 3. I like Denver at -2.5.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, all our bets for Vikings-Bears coming up in 20 minutes, and we will visit with the host of BetMGM tonight, Brad Evans, get his favorite prop bets for Minnesota and Chicago. But for now, I hand the baton over to my friend Femi Abebefe. Femi has picked a bunch of games for us to discuss week 2 in the National Football League. See if we like signs or totals. Femi, this is your baton here. Take it away, my friend.
This is my baby. I'm going to rock the baby like Russell Westbrook here. Absolutely love it. Because, like, while the games are winding down in the late afternoon slate for me on the West Coast, early evening for you on the East Coast, I'm already looking at week 2. I want to see, all right, what's the week 2 slate? What are these lines? What has adjusted? Because week 2, as most people will talk about, is the big overreaction week in the NFL because we have so much time build up to week 1. We get the results and we freak out. So let's take a look at some of the week 2 numbers. And we have to start no further than the Super Bowl rematch at Arrowhead Stadium. Eagles at the Chiefs. Right now at BetMGM, Philadelphia is a 1-point favorite. Total 46.5. Nick, when you hear the side, the total, what is your first look? Eagles, Chiefs, after the Kansas City Chiefs coming off of a disappointing game Friday night, losing to the Chargers, and the Eagles hanging on to beat the Cowboys in the opener.
Can I give you a lame answer just for now? And then I'm going to give you a lame answer, and then I think a good answer.
Okay. Well, give me my
the lame
first.
answer. The lame, yeah. Well, I like vegetables.
Do you like them as much as dessert?
No, but I feel like I like dessert more than the vast majority of people. Like ideally, and we live in a civilized society, so like this would not happen. It's uncivilized by me. Like I would enjoy a world where like you go to dinner. I guess like you can just ask for this and they'll do it, but I mean like they may put you in a psych ward where I want my dinner served and I would also like dessert at the same time on the table. So I could like have a bite of one and a bite of it. It's like honestly, it's like feral.
But doesn't it melt?
Like I'm like raised by a wolf.
I mean, I guess if you're just going like every other, then it's not going to melt. But like, I guess in my brain is just trained like eat the entree first, and then if I do order dessert later on. I don't know.
A normal person. Like I'm abnormal. Yeah. Like I love dessert. Anyway.
What was the name of that dessert that we got at GW Finn's in New Orleans? That oh my gosh, it was so good. It was like the best dessert I've ever had. No, I think you got the bread pudding. I got that was like the triple malt something or whatever it was. It had like a little bit of pretzel taste to it.
It was delicious because I tried it. Everyone at the table got it except for me. I got bread pudding for the 14th consecutive night. You guys definitely won that dessert battle. So the vegetables, the lame answer is, can we find out if Jalen Carter's playing? Can we find out if Xavier Worthy's playing? That's not unfair, right? Like I'd like maybe the most impactful player in the game on defense, and one of the more impactful non-quarterbacks in the game on offense, Xavier Worthy. The other answer, that I think is a good answer, is I was texting with a friend yesterday about this game, and I think I'm pretty self-aware. So like I just told you, I think that it's not normal that I like dessert as much as I do. I don't think I'm going to be able to stop myself from betting the Chiefs. So I just want to say that on Monday now. Yeah, I'm probably just going to bet the Chiefs. No matter what the number is or no matter like what happens, I think I'm going to bet Kansas City. So there's my answer to your question.
Well, so we haven't talked about this game because like it happened on Friday. It feels like it was like 3 weeks ago, but Chiefs losing to the Chargers. I guess what were your takeaways? Because I thought defensively Kansas City wasn't as strong as we saw last year, where there were at least like the offense hasn't been explosive for like quite some time.
Dude, like the pass defense was bad. Pass defense was bad.
And like, couldn't get any pressure.
And Herbert was awesome. And like people get really mad about this. Like I don't think Jalen Hurts is going to be like as good as Herbert was in that game. It's not an insult. Herbert was redonkulous in that game.
Yeah, he was amazing.
I'm concerned. I said at the start of the show, like. Not that I don't think the Chiefs will win the division. All I care about now with the way that the season started is just like get to the playoffs if you're Kansas City, and then like we'll deal from there. Like tread water until Rashee Rice comes back basically, and then they'll be cooking with gas. But like I'm very worried. Like I'll probably bet the Chiefs because I can't stop myself. And I'm being honest about that.
Also, to break up what we got going on here, Jordan Schultz just tweeted that Jalen Johnson will not play tonight for the Chicago Bears due to a calf and groin injury. So actives and inactives are about to come out here shortly in about the next 20 minutes, I believe, or so. No Jalen Johnson for the Bears tonight.
Wow.
Just to get that out there for everybody.
And we'll see if Kyler Gordon's going to play. And like, I don't know like what I know what my prop thoughts are, but I can't finalize them until I know everybody that's playing in the game. All right, so that's coming up next. We know Roschon Johnson's not going to play. He's in street clothes. Jalen Johnson, per Jordan Schultz, is not going to play. Full analysis coming up next segment on the show. Minnesota Femi remains a 1-point road favorite, although we're headed towards a pick-em now, and the total's 43.5.
100%. I do have a bet on the side, but I'll talk about that in the next segment.
Let's try and roll through a couple more games here for week 2.
Boom. Yeah. I think for me, like, just to wrap up Eagles-Chiefs, that conversation, my early look is an under, but like, let's make sure that Jalen Carter can play in this game. We'll find out whatever the NFL decides to do with him at some point this week. How about Thursday Night Football? Washington at Green Bay. Hell of a game coming up in a couple of days here. Over at BetMGM, the Packers, 3.5-point favorites. That total sitting at 48. What do you like in this one, Nick?
Can I ask you first, what do you like in the game?
I'm going to ride this train, man. I think the Green Bay Packers early on are a team that you're going to want to be on. I like the Packers laying the 3.5. I have not made the bet yet because like I'm curious to see like if I lay 3.5, it goes to 4. Like I don't think that's that valuable. Versus like if it goes the other way, I'd much rather lay 3 than 3.5. So I'm going to be patient here. But I think early on, I was not impressed by Washington yesterday. And Green Bay, the more that they're going to start playing, the more you'll see Micah Parsons. I think this offense can be really electric. Felt like they kind of took the foot off the gas, especially in the fourth quarter of yesterday's game. I like Green Bay quite a bit against Washington. I think the Packers put it on them.
I want to bet Washington. I think that you may be right, though.
Daniels is always awesome.
I don't like this. Like, I guess my problem with the on-field handicap is I think the Packers are going to be able to score like a good amount. Mm-hmm. And then can Washington score to keep up against what looks to be like a pretty good Green Bay defense? So I want to bet Washington, Femi. That's my initial inkling. But also, like, I think you may be right on Green Bay. So I'm not ready to give a thought out on this one yet. I'm straddling the fence a little bit here on this game. So you like Green Bay. I don't have a strong thought yet. Want to do another one?
Yeah, let's get into another one. How about the YBYB Bowl? Costos versus Bebefe. NFC East rivalry renewed. Giants at the Cowboys. Dallas 6-point favorites. Total 44.5. I don't think I'm going to have a bet on the side. I'll probably have a bet on the total. The side to me just seems fine. But the total, that might be off a little bit in my opinion here. I kind of like the over a little. Like, now let's make sure Andrew Thomas is playing, because if he's not playing and it's Russell Wilson burping the baby behind a bad old line, I don't want any parts of that. But if Thomas plays and maybe Russ gets a little bit of time, I do think that the Cowboys defense, while they showed themselves to be not the worst defense ever on Thursday, maybe they can find some big explosives even for an offense of the likes of the New York Giants. So to me, it's a lean to the over right now, but let's make sure on the injury report.
I said this, Femi, last week heading into the Commanders game. And look, I was wrong about a bunch. Because I feel like sometimes I say that when I'm right about stuff. I'm wrong about a lot of stuff also. But look, like I follow the Giants really closely. It's been their MO for years now. When Andrew Thomas plays, the line is below average. It's sometimes average, usually below average. But when he doesn't play, it's 5 turnstiles. They need him.
Yeah.
It matters a lot if he's out there. I said on Friday after Cowboys-Eagles, like the look ahead was Cowboys 3.5. It's just like, come on, really? Yeah. With the way Dak played on Thursday night? Like now it's 6. So not surprising at all. And maybe you jumped on this, early. And if that's the case, like, God bless you. I think you're right that the spread's probably just like fine at the moment now. If Andrew Thomas plays, I think it's actually a look at 6, a look to the Giants and probably the over as well. But not ready to finalize that yet. I think my team's terrible, and I do think Dallas will win the game. But that's where we're at right now until we find out, Femi, about Andrew Thomas.
Yeah, that's a big one for the New York Giants. As everybody saw yesterday, the Giants' offensive line is not going to be doing anything if he is out. All right, let's get to a couple games where I do have actual bets. Money has been laid down, and we'll see what happens this weekend. We'll start with the early window on Sunday. Seahawks at the Steelers at BetMGM. Steelers 3-point favorites, total sitting at 40. Nick, I'll give you first crack in the Super Bowl 40 rematch. Who wins? What do you like from a betting standpoint, side total?
I want the officiating from Super Bowl 40 because I like the Steelers, and I need Fast Willie Parker to run for a 70+ yard touchdown because I like the Steelers.
Antoine Randall is coaching tonight. He's not gonna be able to throw touchdowns anymore.
Yeah, have Hines Ward be the MVP of this game. We'll feel awesome about it. So obviously, like, I love the Steelers this year, and I love Aaron Rodgers, and he's actually like my favorite athlete in pro sports right now. And I'm like my team sucks. The Giants suck. I'm gonna be a Steelers fan this year. I'm going to be rooting for Pittsburgh, both because I want to win my bets. Karl Anthony Towns?
Yeah.
We're not in basketball. We're not in basketball season anymore. It's football season. So I'm going to be rooting for the Steelers. I worry a little bit that Seattle's defense, this is not going to be like, I like Seattle's defense. I thought the Jets' defense was going to be really good too. Look, how about this? I'm never betting Seattle. It's just, do I want to wait for this to come down to 2.5 and bet Pittsburgh? Because I think the Steelers are awesome. So this is Steelers or nothing for me.
Yeah, this is Steelers for me all the way. And unfortunately, like, I laid a number that's no longer available. There was 2.5s right at open yesterday. I thought that number was just off. I don't think this can ever be under a field goal. So if you're lucky enough to get that, jump on that one because I do think Pittsburgh wins this game. The total
could drop
obviously
down.
makes it.
The 3 is juiced towards. The 3 is juiced to Seattle.
Yeah.
It could drop down to 2.5. We might exist in this zone all week.
Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of interest coming in on the Seattle Seahawks side, but like I don't see it. And I've also kind of been like very pessimistic about Seattle throughout the course of this offseason. Like the downgrade at quarterback, I've spoken about that quite a bit. Don't need to rehash that here. I just don't think the Seahawks are going to have that kind of a season. In Pittsburgh, they showed signs of having a pretty efficient offense. I think the Steelers do just enough to win it. Maybe it's close, but I think they get it done by at least a field goal. So I laid the 2.5 with Pittsburgh. At 3, it's still a lean towards Pittsburgh, especially if you can find 3 even money. At that price, I would bet that as well. But I think it's Steelers 3 or better. I like Pittsburgh all day long with this game. Let's get to Monday Night Football. I mean, for those who have been watching and listening to this show, you probably know where I'm at with this game. It's the late night game, 10 o'clock Eastern. Chargers at the Raiders in Las Vegas. Chargers right now 3.5-point favorites. Total sitting at 47. Should be no surprise. More than a field goal. I like the Raiders. I bet plus 3.5. I bet a little bit of money line as well at plus 155. This to me feels like a coin flip game. I know the Chargers had one of their great performances Friday night. I'm looking to fade them off of that one. I think this Raiders offense is good enough to keep this game competitive. Pete Carroll, some of that voodoo in primetime, I covered it in Seattle. He's got some way. I think this team believes, especially off of yesterday's performance. I like the Raiders plus the 3.5. I also think that they're live to pull off the upset. Give me the Raiders to win this baby outright.
So I agree with you on the Raiders offense being better than expected. And like Genti didn't even really do anything in the game. He had a rushing touchdown, but not much in terms of yardage. And Bowers looks like he's going to be okay.
I was a little concerned about Genti.
Don't do this. I just score touchdowns.
I'm investigating. We're not there yet, but we're investigating, making sure everything's good there.
I think the Raiders defense held down the Patriots yesterday, and like good job by them. I'm willing to bet that's more about the Patriots than it is about the Raiders defense. I wish the total were lower than 47. Could I interest you in an over in this game? Because I'll tell you, man, if Justin Herbert plays 65% as well as he did on Friday night against the Chiefs, like they're going to score points on this defense. They are going to.
Yep. Yeah. There's opportunities. And Drake May had opportunities yesterday, but the Raiders just came up with some plays. And also May, nowhere near the level of experience as Justin Herbert. I got burned on the over yesterday with the Raiders and the Patriots, and that's a totally different situation. It's not going to be raining. It's indoors at Allegiant Stadium, but the total is also a little bit higher than yesterday's. I'll just say I wouldn't bet the under. I'll put it that way. I would not bet the under, not in these Raider games. So maybe a bet on the total for me, but I just want to bet the side. I just like this Raiders team quite a bit, and I'm probably going to like them a lot early on the season until the market catches up to where I believe it should be with this squad. The next game. Oh,
go ahead.
You want to say something?
Well, can I give you a thought on a game?
Please.
What game were you going to do?
I just had the 49ers and Saints game.
Can I hit you? Can I hit you with something and then we'll do more tomorrow?
Please do.
Okay. The Rams right now are minus 5.5 at Tennessee next weekend. Who do you like in that game?
At the number at 5.5, it would be a slight lean to the Rams, but the Titans' defensive line is actually pretty good. I think really gave that Broncos O-line some problems yesterday. I actually think I just bet the under, honestly, in the game, even though it's really low at 42.5.
My initial look is Rams. I think one of my opinions that I may take to market is that Brian Callahan's like the worst coach in the league. I think he's
you guys might be right. You might be right about that. Yeah.
And now he's got to go head to head with Sean McVay. Like I don't know how well that's going to go.
Probably not well.
And I have a feeling that Broncos Colts in Indianapolis will be a pros versus Joes game, where I think pro bettors will be on Indianapolis. Right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And Joes will be on the Broncos.
Of course.
I've always said that my parents didn't name me Nick. I wouldn't mind being called Joe. On the other side, our bets for tonight with the Bears and the Vikings, side total and props, Femi's Island, thy royal prop king. Next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
How many games get 41 points in the first half and don't go over the total? Crazy. Only 3 points in the second half. You had a field goal in the third quarter and then no points in the fourth. Game lands 44. You got 41 at half. If you went to bed at halftime or you went to bed during the 57-minute lightning delay and woke up, you probably thought you were having a nightmare.
That's a bad beat, right? Like we could say it. We
Yes.
always are like hesitant because people overuse the term. That is a bad beat. All right, this from Evan Abrams. Games with 40 or more points in the first half with a full game total below 50, okay? More than 40 first half, the total on the game is below 50. Last 20 years, before last night, the record on the over 172-1.
Wow.
That's what we're talking about. Now the number is 172-2. That is absolutely brutal, man.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the show with all our bets for tonight, Monday Night Football with the Bears and the Vikings. And everyone, let's slam the Twitter link. You can watch on Twitter for free. Brad, if you could take care of that for us also, just a retweet since you will be with us here in this fine segment. Brad Evans waiting for us in queue. Thank yous quickly here. One wonderful guest, our BetMGM Network teammate, our friend Sam Padiotovich, our executive producer Bill Zimmerman, technical director Tyler Morales, our engineer Jake the Snake Hassan, and our video producer. No longer God's perfect creation. God's perfect creation is now Max Sheedy. So joining us on the show as our video producer today, Michael Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath. Oh, and Addie Bates is our associate producer. That's my bad. Addie's doing a great job on the show today as well. My apologies. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Man. I apologize, everybody.
It's been a while.
Sorry. Yeah, it's been a while since our whole crew. It only took until week 2 of football season. We got the whole crew together. Great job, everybody. A lot's going on in the NFL. We'll get to Brad in a second, but I just want to get this news in. So, tons of news about the San Francisco 49ers has just come out. BetMGM is still hanging a number here on the Niners-Saints game. So Brock Purdy, and I'm getting the tweet from Adam Schefter. Brock Purdy suffered a left shoulder injury and a toe injury. Kyle Shanahan said the toe is worse than the shoulder. Status will be determined later in the week. There's an expectation that Purdy could miss this game. And if he does, Mac Jones would start. George Kittle is going to miss multiple weeks with a hamstring injury. So Kittle's out this week and probably going to miss, 2 to 4 weeks, we'll see. But at minimum, Kittle will miss this week. Jawan Jennings had an MRI on his shoulder. It came back clean. The team is waiting on a CT scan. So we don't know if Jennings is going to play this Sunday on the road in New Orleans against the Saints, but he has avoided the worst. So again, Kittle out multiple weeks for the Niners. Purdy status uncertain for this week, and Jawan Jennings status uncertain for this week. Before we bring Brad on the show, Femi, what does the betting market have right now for San Francisco at New Orleans? This spread was San Francisco 6.5 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, see right now at a pretty sharp sportsbook here in Las Vegas, the Niners are down to a 4-point favorite. Total sitting at 41. Like you mentioned, this was 6.5, even 7 yesterday at first open here. I mean, this is kind of just hanging in between. Like we don't know for sure that Purdy's going to miss the game, but if there's a nice little inclination that he will, I'm assuming there's still room for this to go. So, like my advice right now, you missed the first move, and I missed it too. I was literally in the bathroom during the break, so I didn't get any of the Saints stuff, like 6.5 or 6 or whatever. I just want to hang out and relax, and let's find out what for sure is going to be Purdy's status this week. So if this goes down a little bit further, maybe we have ourselves a fallen hero spot like we do love here on You Better You Bet. And if not, if Purdy's able to go, I would love the New Orleans Saints with the banged up and compromised Brock Purdy out there. So I think at this point, if you didn't have it earlier, I would chill. Let's get more analysis on the Purdy injury here with the toe and the shoulder.
And my thought is, as sick as this sounds, if it's Mac Jones a quarterback and this drops and drops and drops, I actually might want to bet the 49ers. We'll see. Joining us right now, and we appreciate his patience with breaking news, is our friend Brad Evans, the host of BetMGM Tonight, on Twitter at Noisy Huevos. Brad, welcome back to the show. Hola, amigo. What is your favorite prop coming up for tonight, the Vikings and the Bears?
Oh, amigos! Give me TJ Hawkinson. I'm going to go the alt market. 50 or more receiving yards against Bear Down Chicago Bears. Look, he's got great history against my Chicago Bears. 10 career games against the Monsters of the Midway. 5.1 receptions per game. 54.8 yards per game, and has scored a trio of times. Bears got some injury concerns at linebacker. Jalen Johnson, we just got the note that he is going to be inactive in this game. Arguably the best cover corner of the Chicago Bears. I think the middle of the field is going to be wide ass open for TJ Hawkinson. And you got to also remember last year, the Bears really struggled over the middle in coverage. They allowed the 6th most yards to opposing tight ends. So TJ Hawkinson, 50 or more yards in that alt market. A cool plus 120. Yeah, roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice there at BetMGM.
Brad, have a great show. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, Aaron Jones over on receiving yards. I don't even know what the number is. I got to go bet some money on the Saints. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us on the show. We have actives and inactives for Bears Vikings. Jake, please drop the dope ass beat. All right, BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and same-game parlays. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, to our crew on the show, I don't know what the next 7 minutes is going to bring while we're on the air. It's possible we don't do Femi's Island or Prop King. We're going to need to talk through all of this because a lot of information has just presented itself. So, injury information here. Christian Darrisaw, Minnesota's left tackle, who was on the injury report. We expected him to play because he got a practice in at the end of the week. He is inactive tonight for the Minnesota Vikings. So Minnesota's star left tackle, Christian Darrisaw, will not play tonight for the Vikings. Harrison Smith is out. Their aging safety, who's still pretty good. We knew that he didn't make the trip to Chicago. Darrisaw and Harrison Smith out for the Minnesota Vikings. And for the Chicago Bears, everybody's out that we were talking about. Linebacker TJ Edwards is out. Jalen Johnson, their best boundary cornerback, is out. And one of the best slot corners in football, Kyler Gordon, is also out, Femi, for the Chicago Bears. Gordon, Johnson, Edwards out for Chicago. Harrison Smith and Darrisaw out for the Minnesota Vikings. What is the current side and total market at BetMGM? And let's talk this through how we want to bet it.
Yeah, the current market at BetMGM right now is we flipped favorites. The Bears are now a 1-point favorite, total sitting at 43.5. I think the biggest injury of the ones that you've been talking about here has to be Christian Darrisaw. Darrisaw is one of the best left tackles in the league. Like the cluster injuries at corner, at safety and corner for the Bears is obviously a big deal. But Darrisaw, we all expected him to play. Now that he is out, that's a massive, massive blow to this Minnesota Vikings offensive line that struggled without him. So the betting market has reacted with the Bears now the favorites. Money line's minus 115. Vikings are minus 105. The total's still hanging out at 43.5. Those injuries are kind of counterintuitive to each other, right? You get an offensive lineman that's out, but then also you get DBs who are out. So the total's really not going to move. But the big move is the Bears, who are now the favorites in the game after earlier today were a 1.5-point dog, now a 1-point favorite against Minnesota.
All right, give us your thoughts here. How are you betting the game side and total?
I will be betting the Chicago Bears to win this game. I bet money line on the Bears at a plus money price. I still like the Bears, even if they lay the minus 105. You can find some pick 'em out there as well if you shop around on Chicago. I just don't like the setup for young J.J. McCarthy making his first NFL start in a raucous environment on the road, and now he's without his left tackle, his blindside protector in Christian Darrisaw. Oh, by the way, Dennis Allen feast on young quarterbacks. One of the brilliant defensive minds that we have in football. As a head coach, we all got jokes, but as a DC, that dude is for real. I like Chicago tonight. It might be ugly. It might be a little bit herky-jerky, but I do like the Bears to win the game. I also like one prop outside of the first TD stuff. I like Caleb Williams anytime touchdown tonight. That's at plus 470. You might be able to find some plus 475. A lot of the reporting out of Chicago was that Ben Johnson wanted to incorporate Caleb Williams' legs. If you want to dabble with some Caleb Williams rushing yards overs, you can do that. I think he scores a touchdown. I think you see some more read option with the Bears, a little bit more tapping into Williams' athleticism. So give me the Bears money line. Give me Caleb Williams anytime touchdown score plus 470. Those are my two bets for tonight's game.
I want to talk this through with you here. And if we don't have time to do the imaging, I'll just give the props that I like. You can give the props that you like also for the game, because this is a lot of injury news and we didn't expect to get this much injury news. Okay. So Justin School is the fill-in left tackle for Minnesota. So he started 5 games last year for Tampa and was pretty serviceable. He's not as good as Darrisaw. I don't think this is the end of the world. And Kevin O'Connell is an awesome coach. Okay, so that's part one of this, right? We also know that Minnesota is going to be down their best slot corner and a rangy linebacker in TJ Edwards. I think the game plan is going to, you don't need to be a football genius to figure this out. When J.J. McCarthy's throwing the ball, I don't like Justin Jefferson, not that he can't go over, but I think we have to be under the assumption that McCarthy may be under duress in this game. And it's his first start in primetime on the road. Maybe it's going to be get the ball out of his hands quick, get him to the hands of some security blankets over the middle of the field. Why can't, TJ Hawkinson, who Brad talked about, and Adam Thielen, who's going to probably be playing the slot for Minnesota tonight primarily, not 100% of the snaps, just came over from Carolina. Tom Pelissero reported that yesterday about Thielen. Why can't they have a lot of success throwing the ball over the middle of the field? And on the flip side, Ben Johnson annihilates the Brian Flores defense. but scored 1 billion points in every game he coordinated, all 4 of them for the Lions against Minnesota. Now, you can say better players overall. Caleb Williams is way more physically talented than Jared Goff, and maybe Caleb doesn't have it between the ears. We'll see. The Ty Dunn piece was not flattering to Caleb Williams. I'm actually, Femi, I'm going to make a case here, and I have, this is a lame thing, I have a Chicago bet from a while ago, just whatever, not for a huge amount of money. I'm actually going to bet the over.
Oh, I like it. Over 43.5.
Over 43.5.
If Chicago's going to have success, I think it's going to be for explosives. Because what do we know about Brian Flores? He's sending the house. And maybe it confuses Caleb, but maybe Ben Johnson gives him the answers to the test as well. And if that's the case, like DJ Moore, Olomide Zaccheaus, Roma Dunze, like those guys can go off for big explosive plays. I kind of like what you're putting down with the over. I don't know if I'll get there, but I'll tell you what, I'm not betting the under. So I at least have that for me, but I'm not going to be betting the under. So I'm just going to hang with the side. I think the Bears just win the game, but I do like the handicap of, hey, this could be an explosive output for Chicago, and also Minnesota could have success kind of picking apart those secondary or middle level defenders there on the Minnesota Vikings defense. So I like that.
I'll take this home for us. So Femi's first touchdown scorer. So all the imaging got blown up because we have to do the breaking news and we have to talk about the game. Femi going with Olamide Zaccheaus, the book of Zaccheaus, and Adam Thielen as the first touchdown scorers for Femi's Island. For myself, for the props, honestly, off of this news, and also Roshan Johnson's inactive. The Bears have 2 running backs active. Bill Zimmerman, who covers the Bears, says if you could find a prop, a DJ Moore rushing yards prop, DJ Moore is going to carry the ball. Kyle Monungai is Roshan Johnson listed in this touchdown market? He's not. Monungai's plus 400. I think he's the goal line back for Chicago. I think Monungai is worth a bet. And for the minute, I would also take a look at what's Cole Kmet here. Kmet's plus 550. I don't mind that also in the anytime touchdown market. And for Minnesota, I like the TJ Hawkinson over. I like the bet Brad gave out. Hawkinson 50 or more receiving yards. And Adam Thielen's at 29.5 receiving yards, and Kyler Gordon's not playing. I like that as well. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I'm on the over. Femi's on the Chicago Bears, and we will see you, dear listener and dear viewer, tomorrow on a Tuesday. And until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing everybody minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I think a ton is on the line. You kind of get a pass during your rookie season. And, of course, it's based on circumstance because let's not kid ourselves. The coaching staff of the Bears last year, F-. They were bad across the board. We saw what happened when Urban Meyer was in Jacksonville. Just garbage. No idea what he's doing. But now you've got a guy in Ben Johnson who certainly knows offense. Look what happened to the Lions yesterday. Again, 1-game sample size, but the Lions offense looked completely moribund yesterday. Couldn't do anything against Green Bay. Didn't score until late in that game when it was already over. So Ben Johnson being gone from Detroit has had a huge effect on the Lions, at least thus far. Now, will his system benefit Caleb Williams? And at least according to this article, will Caleb Williams come around to being a pro and an NFL quarterback? Because if this story is true, it doesn't matter who your head coach is or who your coordinator is. If you're at the line of scrimmage in the National Football League and you're saying, ready, set, go, you should be ready to retire, and you're not going to make it in the league.
Well, and here's the tougher part, is week 1 of the season, you get the Vikings, and Brian Flores, one of the best defensive coordinators in all of football, and notorious for making opposing quarterbacks absolutely miserable. Like, it's not a great matchup your first week of the season. I will say this. Last year against the Vikings, we did see, like, at least one good matchup when the Bears played the Vikings at home. That was a 30-27 loss for the Bears in overtime. Caleb Williams went for 340 yards through the air and 2 touchdowns. But it was like that one stretch of the season that was just god-awful, and the wheels came off. And I think that's the questions about Caleb Williams as well, is the mental toughness there? Like, that was one of the questions we had, in college football. So we will probably see a little bit of adversity in this first game of the season simply because this Vikings defense is extremely tough. So certainly not the matchup you want with a quarterback who has questions where, is he going to grasp the offense?
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another Bear Down edition of BetMGM tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. And in the house on this Manic Monday, my dog, Ryan Horvat. And boy, we got a locked and loaded show for you tonight. Of course, we're going to be viewing our cards here momentarily. Hopefully going to make some moolah on Monday Night Football between my Chicago Bears and a key divisional game in week 1 to put the cherry on top of the Sunday, taking on the Minnesota Vikings there in the Windy City. We're going to break down all of our bets here momentarily in that one. Howard Balzer then is going to be joining us talking everything in week 1 of the NFL, what he saw, what he took away, some of his concrete rapid reactions to really kind of an upside down week, as it always is, trying to script the unscripted. Godspeed to those who bet heavily on certain franchises. I'm pointing the finger directly at you, Cincinnati Bengals. And how about the high, my God, of last night? And the stirring come from behind victory in front of the home and partisan crowd there in Western New York as the Buffalo Bills win in triumphant fashion with Matt Prater just joined the team, split the uprights, and an absolute thriller, 41-40, purely bananas. And for those of us that were on the Bills money line, thank you, gambling gods. Then we're going to be getting more bets on the board. Parlay Pete's dropping on by. We're going to say hello to our little friend in the Sledgehammer special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time bets as well. Then we're going to rapidly react to what we saw in week one, some of our concrete takeaways and what it means not only for sports betting but also for the fantasy football masses. We're also going to do a little more fantasy football discussion at Seg 5 with another edition of Panic or Patience. So should you be freaking out about A.J. Brown? Any number of Detroit Lions? How about the Miami Dolphins? Nico Collins, definitely some dud efforts out there. The Bengals, outside of my guy Chase Brown, also were a massive letdown. So we're breaking down some of those names, whether or not we are pushing that panic button or exercising a little patience. That's right, Axl Rose. And then we're going to work the wire in fantasy football, give you some early waiver wire targets and throw some fab dollars out. What percentage amount of your budget should you be spending on a number of guys who had sensational opening frames? Is it going to be smoke and mirrors, or is that going to be a thing of consistency? We're going to talk about a number of those guys widely available right now in various fantasy leagues. And in Seg 7, Jared Smith is stopping by, bringing everything down, not only in the NFL, but college football in week 2. My ILL absolutely curb stomping the Duke Blue Devils. After halftime, I think there were more Illinois fans in the stands than actual Devils fans. It was hot and steamy down in Durham, and my boys took care of business in convincing fashion, and possibly for the first time in 24 years now ranked inside the top 10 nationally. I'm dreaming. Somebody pinch me. Then we're going to do some college cash. Week 3 of the college football slate upcoming. We got a 4-pack of games we're going to break on down to start the week. NC State, Wake, Houston, Colorado, K-State. Well, they get off the schneid in Arizona, and Clemson and Georgia Tech. Clemson skirting by the almighty Troy in the week 2 of the college football frame. And 2, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average watchers and listeners of this fine broadcast. If you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to share your favorite bets on Monday Night Football, maybe you're looking ahead to the college football slate or NFL week numero dos, simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us full at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: who is your best play in the anytime touchdown market in Vikings-Bears? Odds poll from BetMGM. Your options are Justin Jefferson at +125, DeAndre Swift at +155, Jordan Mason also at +155, or hey, Mr. DJ Moore at +175. So far, over 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming, and also bring the noise. Drop us a comment on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my colleague right now, the outstanding Ryan Horvat, who is very much still high on the mountaintop after the Bills' storied come-from-behind victory under the prime-time late-night lights in his neck of the woods, taking on the Baltimore Ravens. So here are your options, and choose your own adventure tonight, Horby. Option number 1, Andy Reid said Xavier Worthy is, quote, day-to-day, end quote, with a shoulder injury. Could play as early as this week against Philadelphia, likely to wear a brace if he is on the field. Option number 2, the Miami Dolphins were posterized by Indianapolis, and Daniel Jones losing 33-8
What are the odds Mike McDaniel is the first coach fired this season? And option number 3, we just got some breaking news minutes ago from Adam Schefter. Brock, ain't he so pretty? His status is in doubt for week 2, dealing with a toe and a shoulder setback. Still undetermined. He's going to be able to go against New Orleans. We know that George Kittle is going to miss time with a hamstring ailment. And Juwan Jennings, his status very much up in the air, undetermined as he is dealing with a dinged wing, though his scan came back clean. So out of Kansas City and Xavier Worthy on the Miami Dolphins and just how trash they were in week 1, or things tied and a number of injuries impacting the San Francisco 49ers. Horvat, choose your own adventure.
Man, if it weren't for 15 minutes ago, I'd rip Miami because they're even worse than I thought, and I thought that they were going to be terrible, Brad. But let's go to San Francisco because I did bet the Niners 9-1 to represent the NFC. I was really impressed with the defense, the way that they tackled after a rough preseason where they were second in most missed tackles. Last year, the defensive side of the ball was a mess, but I bought in because of Robert Saleh. And I didn't even know Purdy was dinged. I mean, I know that he got dinged in the game, but he did the post-game interview, and he looked all right. What I did about 15 minutes ago was I just put in on the waiver wire for my guy, Jake Tunges, who had 3 receptions yesterday, had that big touchdown, of course, because now Kittle's expected to miss multiple weeks. That sounds like it could be an injury that lingers the entire season. I was already high on Ricky Pearsall. Big game for him yesterday, but the Jennings injury obviously big. So a little bit worried about my Niners futures. And then, if it is Mac Jones, though, at least he's serviceable enough, especially, I think, in the Shanny offense, to win you some games, to get you by. So I want to see where this point spread closes. If we could get down to maybe like a cheaper money line price on the Niners. But this is big, like fantasy implications, especially now with Kittle expected to miss multiple weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the status of Juwan Jennings, completely unknown. Ricky Pearsall, what's the over-under on targets for him? It might be like 30,000 and a half, or maybe Christian McCaffrey. I don't give a damn what the receptions number will be for the CMC Football Factory. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Give me the over. Let's go. Hell yeah. I mean, the number could be 9.5, and I may still take it. It could be 10 grabs. And you think I'm half joking? I'm not. Mac Jones going to be a check down Charlie. We saw last year when he was a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. His primary target, remember, you mentioned Tunges, and he's muy interesante in deeper fantasy leagues, especially those that score a premium for tight end receptions, and some do that, like Scott Fish, in which I participate in. Mac Jones, his money man last season with the Jags was Britton Strange. That 12-catch game that Strange had, it was with Mac Jones under center. So he is going to be operating primarily in short-term intermediate field. That's great news for Tunges. That's great news for Christian McCaffrey as well. We'll see about Ricky Pearsall. He can run some of those shallow routes and stretch the field as well. But the other takeaway from this is the line has come cascading down. I grabbed it at 7, and then it went to plus 6.5. Now it's at plus 4.5 for the New Orleans Saints there at BetMGM. So I ask you, at that number, you got to fade or follow the fleur-de-lis?
Oh, man. I'll actually follow the Niners. Like I said, I honestly think Mac Jones could be serviceable enough, like we saw at times in Jacksonville last year and in his rookie season with New England, right? Like, everybody was out on Sam Darnold, right? And then he got to San Francisco. And, I mean, we only saw him once under Shanny, but obviously improved in his time there, right? Everybody was out on Baker Mayfield, spent some time with Sean McVay. So maybe Mac Jones just need to change the scenery. And I'm a little bit higher on the Niners defense with Robert Saleh taking back over. And CMC looked good yesterday, man. This is huge for my offensive player tickets, which I believe you could still get around 16-1. So I'm too high on the Niners to fade them, man. And the Saints are a terrible football team. I just don't trust Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, let's get after with our cards tonight. We got to fly, mi amigo. Numero uno on yours. What is it?
All right, really quickly, man, I really like Aaron Jones over the 2.5 receptions. We gave this out last week, -112. It's up to -132. I still like it. Last year, 62 targets, caught 51 of them for 408 yards, 2 touchdowns. Among all running backs, he was 9th in targets. You got J.J. McCarthy making his first start on the road. And, week 12 last year, caught 3 passes against the Bears. And so I think he's going to be used more as a pass catcher in this offense this year. So Aaron Jones over 2.5 receptions.
Numero uno on my card tonight, bear down Chicago Bears with Caleb Williams. I'm going to take the over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I doubled down on this immediately when I saw him walk into the stadium, rocking the vintage Brian Urlacher jersey. I think a couple of my follicles began reacting again based on the hairdo that Urlacher has. I like the over 1.5 passing touchdown, especially at the +130 number. He did this in one of the 2 matchups against Minnesota last year. I think it's a subpar secondary. I know he's only number 23 in red zone completion percentage last season, and only 6 quarterbacks, including Caleb, went over this number against the Vikes. But I think the Bears going to show up and show out. Give me the over 1.5 passing TDs on Caleb Williams at +130. Numero dos on your card. Please share.
Aaron Jones under 12.5 rush attempts,
yes.
-112 is what I grabbed this morning. There's a reason why they picked up Jordan Mason. For one, he's got like 15 pounds of muscle on Aaron Jones, so more short yardage work, more goal line work. And Aaron Jones at 30 years old is coming off a career high 306 touches. I'm going to go under. I don't think he gets 13 carries. I do think, like I said, he's going to get some targets out of the backfield, but let's go under 12.5 carries. I like that price at -112.
I've already told you on this one. Absolutely love that bet. Numero dos on my card. I got a feeling on Adam Thielen. Give me the over on 3.5 receptions at +115. I know he's long in the tooth at 35 years old, but remember last year, as a member of the Carolina Panthers, he was number 22 in average yards of separation per target. Not too shabby there. In a dozen career games against Chicago, he's averaged exactly 3.5 catches per game. And a guy, too, is going to get a lot of Kyler Gordon when he is lining up in the slot in coverage. Gordon gave up a 71.9 catch percentage to his assignments and over 100 passer rating. So I think Adam Thielen is going to be somewhat dealing. I think he grabs at least 4 passes. Does so, it's +115. Numero trace on your card. Harvey, bring it home.
Yeah, shout out to BetMGM. The only sports book right now that's still giving this one. Everywhere else is 9.5. I saw some 10.5s. Let's go with my main man, Jordan Mason, over 8.5 rushing attempts at -135 at BetMGM. Like I just said, I think there's a reason why they pick him up. And if you look what he did in San Francisco's first 7 games before he got injured, 95 rushing yards, 3 scores. Like I said, JJ making his first road start. I think they're going to look to run the ball against Chicago tonight, but I think they're going to do it with Jordan Mason. So anything around 8.5, 9.5, I think he gets a minimum of 10 rushing attempts tonight.
Oh, you're going to hear that name quite a bit coming up here in a couple of segments. So stay tuned on Jordan Mason. I got to get some Aaron Jones love myself. Numero trace on my card. Give me the over. 18.5 receiving yards grabbed this morning there at the Lions Roar at a -110. He went for 23 and 26 receiving yards in his pair of matchups against the Monsters of the Midway last year. He averaged 24 flat receiving yards per game. He averaged 15.1 routes per game last year, trotting out around on 43% of his snaps, and appreciable 8.0 yards per reception as well. Going over this number 11 times. 13 running backs went over 18.5 receiving yards against Chicago a season ago. I think Aaron Jones is going to be busy as a pass catcher. I am with you on the over everything in terms of his pass catching ability. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Howard Balzer is going to be joining us, bringing everything down in the National Football League. And we're rapidly reacting to what we have witnessed and experienced yesterday. So stay tuned, folks. More to come right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
what are we doing in this game? Move on Miami. The market is saying, all right, enough is enough. That was a nice win to open the season against Boise State. People weren't sure what to expect without Genty. Good job. Oh, you went to Florida and you won? They helped you out a little bit, but hey, got to give you credit, right? South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early. I'm curious if this gets to 17. We're sitting 16.5 right now on Monday morning after opening at 15, Sammy.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. I'm actually lower than market. I'm 14.5. Now, to open 15, I mean, it opened right there. But, again, these are bets. These moves on Sunday night, Monday morning are from respected players. These are not public pushes. The public is still figuring out what to do on Monday Night Football and what it's going to parlay tonight and who it's going to score the first touchdown with. That's what the public's doing today. Respected play is betting these college numbers. Even though the limits are low, they're getting good numbers. And that came in on Miami. They laid 15 and 15.5 and 16. Now, there would be resistance, you would think, on South Florida if it were to get to 17. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot. They know that South Florida is going to get money. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to put USF in their slips. The books are well aware of that. And the books are looking at the early bets on Miami from respected players and saying, oh, we better move this because we don't want to write big limit bets on Miami. We'd rather write those smaller bets at the right number, get to the right market price, and then raise the limit. So that's all that's happening there. You have respected players on the Canes, and they were happy to lay the 15, 15.5, 16.
And he is, look, he's a guy that got a lot of derision in New York, and I get that. But also he played, like Saquon, for example, with some really bad teams. And I'm not saying to put Daniel Jones amongst the top-tier quarterbacks in the NFL. There's a very real possibility he could be a very good quarterback in a system that probably benefits him, like getting out of what was going on in New York, and now being able to show what he can do because he's a dual-threat quarterback. He can really run. I think he could have a fine season. I've never bought into this idea he's a terrible quarterback. I think he's had some moments that weren't great, but it's hard to find a very good quarterback or an above-average quarterback in the National Football League. Guys just cycle through. Teams cycle through quarterbacks all of the time. So it's not going to surprise me if he ends up having a better season than we anticipated. There's a reason why they signed him. There's a reason why he beat out Anthony Richardson to take this starting role. And, yeah, he looked great yesterday. Miami's going to be terrible this year. They're already just an internal mess. But I certainly think Daniel Jones is going to have his moments.
Yeah, I thought if Miami stood a chance, like in an indoor, like that would be their chance for their offense to look good because they have a lot of speed. But it's just nothing was working for the Dolphins yesterday. And I do think Mike McDaniel's probably the first head coach fired in the NFL this season.
I'll take that.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Proud the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orbach in the house on this Manic Monday, getting you ready for Monday Night Football in Chicago, Illinois, as the Bears are going to be clashing with intra-divisional foe and the Minnesota Vikings there at Soldier Field. We're already locked and loaded a ton of action, specifically really on Aaron Jones. you and I both firmly believe he is going to have a premier game as a pass catcher, which he has done notoriously against the Windy City Representatives. The key, obviously, for this kind of prop, Horvat, is game script and flow.
Yep.
We can't predict that, right? But you're seeing the line. I mean, it's ultra tight right now. I think last I checked, Minnesota was favored by un punto. The Bears are at plus 100 there on the money line. The over-under sitting at 43. Kind of like the over, to be frank with you. But I think this game may be a little bit higher scoring than some people suspect. I think defense could be optional at times, which I'm cursing myself. It's probably going to finish like 3-2, a safety and a field goal in the bitter end. But ultimately, I think Aaron Jones is a guy that could do some substantial work and maybe inflict damage in a nickel and damer fashion in the short field as a pass receiver. So you're buying that belief as well. And you also, and I totally agreed with you on this selection, took the under on 12.5 rush attempts, which I think is a savvy move because Jordan Mason is going to be an absolute early down between the tackles grinder. Do not underestimate what he can bring to the table.
Yep. I think there's a reason why not only did they pick him up this offseason, man, but they paid him, right, for 2 years. So I really like what he showed in San Francisco. Now, it was unfortunate because it was the 1 year that I had CMC on one of my rosters, and I didn't even know that he was going to miss any time until an hour before Monday Night Football. But I was able to grab Mason as a handcuff, and he was awesome those first 7 weeks, man, breaking tackles. And I do think that he's going to get the goal line work. Like I said, he's got like 15 pounds of muscle, 20 pounds on Aaron Jones, who's going to be 31 years old. And Aaron Jones is great, but I think you're going to use him a little bit differently as he ages, right? Like more as a pass catcher. And he also struggles at times putting the ball on the carpet, fumbles too much in big situations. So I think they're going to trust Jordan Mason a little bit more as we get closer to the end of the season. So I love him this year.
Yeah, no question about it. We're going to have more bets on this game coming up here in the next segment. We're trying to track down Howard Balzer. We're going to break down everything week 1 of the NFL, but unfortunately, he has ghosted us right now. So we're going to attempt to corral him, and if we do get him on air, we'll be breaking things down. I'm going to go ahead and ask you the first question I was going to ask Howard about the New York Giants. And, Brian Daboll was non-committal after the game to Russell Wilson. Now, he did say that Wilson is going to start earlier today. But, the leash could be ultimately short with Jackson Dart there waiting in the wings. And that offense was just downright discombobulated for much of the affair yesterday against the Washington Commanders. So how long do you see Russell Wilson being under center for this team? Is it going to be 3 weeks? Is it going to be 6 weeks? Is it going to be longer? Dare I say, could we get a little Jackson Dart at the controls by October?
I think we might see Jackson Dart by week 3 if it looks like it looked last week, right? Yesterday. But, I mean, Russell Wilson, it was nasty. He was the leading rusher yesterday for the Giants. And I don't know if you saw Malik Neighbors on the sidelines. Brian Daboll had to go calm him down. He was pissed. And you have Brian Daboll, who's trying to coach for his job, right? Like, what's a great way to keep your job? Put in your young quarterback that you wanted to draft, let him work with you and Mike Kafka, and try to develop him. And that's how you keep your job. That's how you hang on to your job. You're not going to keep your job by winning 4 games with the corpse of Russell Wilson. So I think it could be sooner rather than later because there's talent on that team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But they scored 6 points yesterday, Brad.
Yeah, they did. All right, we did track down Howard Balzer. Let's bring him on right now. Howard Balzer joins us. He covers Cardinals for Cards Wire, co-host of the weekly NFL Hall of Fame show on Sirius XM, Follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at H Balzer 721. Again, at H Balzer 721. Howard, welcome to BetMGM tonight. I'll throw the question I just asked Horvat about the New York Giants. They looked largely out of sorts offensively, especially after the half. And of course, Brian Daboll was non-committal at first to Russell Wilson, but said he is going to start this morning in week 2. So how long do you give Russell Wilson being at the controls for this franchise? 3 weeks, 6 weeks, or longer? Dare I say, do we get a little Jackson Dart sometime before October?
Well, it certainly could happen. And obviously there's never one answer to say how many weeks. it's going to be because you don't know what's going to happen in games. I will say this just generally. It always amazes me how week one comes around in the NFL, and most of these teams haven't played in 7-8 months. There's hardly any teams playing in the preseason games, at least the starters, and certainly no one is playing for 4 quarters in the preseason, even if the starters play some. And the defenses are normally ahead of the offenses. That doesn't mean it always happens, but so to me, it's just great how so many people expect these teams just walk on the field playing the first time and everything's going to work like magic. It just doesn't happen that way. Having said all that, you do wonder about the future of this situation and the franchise, because at some point there's a reason, like you said, that you drafted Jackson Dart. And even if they were to win 7 or 8 games with Russell Wilson, whatever it might be, what will that prove? I mean, he's not the quarterback for the long haul. And so I would say it would probably behoove them, when they really believe he's ready to, face what NFL defenses will throw at you in these games, which is a whole nother world than what you see in the preseason games, then that's when you should make the decision. And you also know, being in New York, oh my goodness, what that's going to be like if they're, losing some games and everybody is just going nuts to play Jackson Dart. And that's a situation Brian Daboll and that organization put themselves in when they decided to draft him.
Howard, the bet that I put my reputation on the line with this season was the Arizona Cardinals over 8.5 wins and to make the playoffs, which originally was plus 150. Yesterday, they pick up the win, so I feel good about that, 20-13 over the Saints, who are expected to be one of the worst teams in the league year one for Kellen Moore. But you look at the advanced box score, man, and they were outgained 315 total yards to 276. I do feel pretty good about the defense now that they got some pieces, and I think they're going to get obviously healthier for Jonathan Gannon. Where are you at with this team? What do you think their ceiling is this year? Could they win 9-10 games, be a playoff contender?
I think they should win 9 or 10, and a lot of it comes down to no matter who you're playing, whether it's the Saints that everyone thinks you should dominate or it's the really good teams. You basically, this is a league of close games. I mean, so far heading into tonight's game, out of the 15 games played so far, 11 were one-score games, and another one was a one-score game at one point in the fourth quarter. So that's the difference in this league. And when I look at the Cardinals, guys, I look at a team that was 6-4 at their bye last year and in first place in the division. And they got there after a slow start by winning a bunch of close games. Then they lost close games down the stretch and ended up with 8 wins. So they finished 5-3 in one-score games. Flip that. I'm sorry, they were 3-5. Flip that to 5-3, and they win 10, which is what the Rams won the division with last season. So I think they should win 9 or 10. Will they? That's what it's going to come down to. This is a league of finishing, and the teams that finish best are the ones that end up in the postseason at the end of the season. So, we'll see if this offense, we saw Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm not going to say come out of his shell, but he had a big play downfield yesterday and was just, more productive than he had been on a consistent basis last season. And that's going to be a big factor in that offense, making those key plays when they need to.
I'm glad that you brought up how fluky, week one is and how the preseason's completely changed. I was telling this to my son yesterday. He just turned 12 today, so he doesn't really care. But I was like, man, back in the day, they used to treat the preseason the way that it should and training camp the way that it should. So the tackling wasn't so sloppy week one. But, there is always overreactions. And I think one of the bigger overreactions today is going to be the Green Bay Packers are the favorites to win the Super Bowl in the NFC now that they have this new look defense with Micah Parsons. And the Lions without Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn are going to be a mess under Dan Campbell. Which of those two things do you think is more likely? The Packers, a Super Bowl contender, or the Detroit Lions completely fall off a cliff and miss the playoffs this year?
Well, I don't think it's likely, but of course you never know in terms of the Super Bowl. And so I don't think it's most likely that the Packers will get there. But with that choice, that is more likely to happen than the Lions just falling off the cliff, even though there were some, they've made some changes in their offensive line, which it takes some time for offensive linemen to really get it together, because those are units that have to play well together for a team to be good on offense. And when you change a bunch of the pieces, no matter how much you practice, no matter what you do in training camp, you're still not playing together for 4 quarters in a game. And so that will have to be better for the Lions. But they probably, they're not going to – it would shock me if they completely fell apart. But like you said, I've always had this one thing I say about the NFL. And, there's probably no more sport that's where the overreactions are king than the NFL, mainly because there's one game a week, right? But I say, after week 1, there's 16 fan bases that think their team's going to the Super Bowl, and the other 16 are looking for the nearest bridge to jump off of because they think they're headed for a horrible record. And obviously, usually the truth is most of the time somewhere in between. Doesn't mean the week 1 doesn't mean anything, but you do have to look at that with some perspective, which I think sometimes is difficult to do. And you mentioned the Packers being the favorite, and I know you guys are at BetMGM and all the lines that are out there now, but it always amazes me how media jump all over that. So, this team's now the favorite, or this player's now the favorite, and it might change 15 times during the season because we all know what drives those odds to change are what people are wagering on it. And when people all of a sudden see the Packers and they say, ooh, that's some pretty good odds right now that the Packers will win the Super Bowl, so let's jump on that. And then all of a sudden the odds change to reflect that. And that's the reality. That's the way wagering has always been. But I think a lot of times it's forgotten when it's publicized so much, as if the odds really, as if what people are betting really mean anything.
We're talking to Howard Balzer, covers the Cardinals for Cards Wire, co-host a weekly NFL Hall of Fame show on Sirius XM. Follow him on X at HBalzer721. Howard, we only got about 90 seconds left. We'll get you out here on this. It's only 1 week, granted, but what did you make of the impressive showing by the LA Chargers south of the equator? Do you feel this is the year Kansas City takes a step back? Xavier Worthy's unknown absence with the shoulder only increases the odds of that. If KC does regress, who do you think takes the cake in the AFC West?
Well, yeah, I think the Chargers are, certainly have a shot. I mean, they won 11 last year, and so there's no reason to think that they're taking a step back. That's a very good football team. I also think the Broncos, they probably didn't play as well as they thought they should have yesterday at home against the Titans, but that's still a good football team. So I see this as a pretty competitive division. Always hard to pick against the Chiefs, but you mentioned not having Worthy, went out, on the 3rd play in their first game. So, that could have an effect. They don't get Rashee Rice back until, after another 5 games. So I think they'll be okay in the long run, but I do think that it's going to be, I'll say this. I don't think the Chiefs are going to run off a streak of winning 1-score games like they had until this loss last week, where they had won 17 in a row. They're going to lose some close games, and that's going to tighten things up in that division.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Should be one of the more competitive divisions in the NFL this season. Terrific stuff from our guy, Howard Balzer, who covers the Cardinals for Cards Wire, co-host of the weekly NFL Hall of Fame show on Sirius XM. Again, give him a follow on X at HBalzer721. Again, on X at HBalzer721. Howard, enjoy Bears and Vikings tonight, and we'll chat again soon. Appreciate the time.
Look forward to it, guys. Thanks. Appreciate coming on. Take care.
Thank you.
Hey, you too. There he goes. Howard Balzer. I want to get your thoughts real quick before we got ahead to siesta. What do you make of the AFC West? I think it's going to be the Chargers' year. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think you are crazy, man. So I was talking about this with Brando last week. I was like, man, you know what? I was this close to making them my Super Bowl pick in the AFC, but I rolled with the Bills, which doesn't look so bad either. But I am a big Justin Herbert guy. I have been since Oregon, when people were telling me that he wouldn't pan out in the NFL because when has an Oregon quarterback ever worked out in the NFL? Last year,
Right.
Plays spectacular all year long. Only 3 interceptions. Did have the playoff stinker. You can't throw 4 picks in a playoff game. But, dude, Harbaugh could coach. Look what he did in San Francisco year 2, right? And I think Herbert's a better quarterback than Kaepernick. And I think this defense could be as good or maybe even better. And that run game, they haven't even started to get Hampton going yet. So I am really high on the Chargers this year.
All right, and I'm really high on making more bets. We're going to do exactly that. We got to take a little siesta. We come back. Bets, and more bets right here on the BetMGM Network. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man, looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Let's go LSU, Florida. Because now you've got, man, that's an opponent I don't want. Okay, Florida coming off an awful loss. Are we going to get them any fight? Are you going to stop your head coach from getting fired in season? It opened 9.5, and the market for the most part is 9.5. There's some 8.5s out there, which is a little surprising that people are willing to jump in on Florida. It's rivalry matchup. We've seen it a million times. Tough place to play under the lights. Sam, it would be very difficult for me to line up and take the Gators.
Fact. Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to rapidly react to everything that we had takeaways on week one of the National Football League. Before we dive into that, for the reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on X at BetMGM tonight, and it's asking you this: who was your best play in the anytime touchdown market in Vikings-Bears? Odds pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Justin Jefferson at plus 125, DeAndre Swift, no Roshan Johnson, he is inactive tonight, at plus 155, Jordan Mason also a plus 155, or DJ Moore at plus 175. So far, over 240 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a comment and drop us a comment. We're going to read them coming up here in the next segment. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. We did get a question on that feed, and I'm going to ask Horvey his thoughts on it. This one's coming from Michael at Foot33 on Twitter or the X, and he said, is Luther Burden going to get more run or any kind of run tonight? So just kind of a general question. The rookie out of Missouri looked mighty fine in the preseason, but as we've seen with some first-year players, with the exception of Emeka Egbuka, of course, Ashton Genty found the end zone. R.J. Harvey had limited work, but he broke off a long 50-yard run. Some of these young guys are usually eased in. What are your thoughts on Burden's usage tonight? Is going to be somebody that's going to play a factor, or is it going to be more of an afterthought and somebody we got to wait and see on?
That's the beautiful thing about Ben Johnson and this being his first game, right? We have no idea, man. But I would be cautious, right? I wouldn't play any of his props. If anything, I would play DJ Moore receiving yards in the mid-50s. I actually kind of like him. I think that number should be in the 60s. I like Rome Odunze. I did take him to score an anytime touchdown with a bonus bet. I like his receiving yards a little bit. And if I was going to trust a rookie to get in the end zone tonight, especially because right now you could find this plus 400, I would go with Colston Loveland, right? I know they still have Cole Kmet, but I think there's a reason why Ben Johnson wanted him for his first official draft pick in Chicago. I think he's going to be a red zone nightmare. So if I were to trust a rookie, it would probably be Colston Loveland. But I am a big fan of Burden, man. Like you said, look good, small sample size in the preseason. Loved him, the first 2 years in college. Last year, kind of a down year for him, but I think he's going to be a stud. But I'd maybe pump the brakes the first couple weeks of the season.
And I jumped ahead of myself. We're going to rapidly react to week one coming up in the next segment because we got to get more bets in ahead of kickoff in Chicago. Going to be earning all the deep dish pizza unless you're a Southsider and you like that tavern style. Big fan of the tavern style myself. I got to yell at the bar. Pardon me for a second. Hey, dude with the sword, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete in the house, and he's itching to get some action. And Bears-Vikings tonight on this same game parlay. Leg numero uno. Parlay Pete going to go the Rome Odunze to record a 20-yard or longer reception. Leg numero dos. Jordan Mason, 7+ rush attempts. And leg numero tres. Aaron Jones, 2+ receptions. I reserve the juice, but I have the reason straight from the cold dead hand of one Parlay Pete right here in my paw. Again, leg numero uno. And Rome Odunze, 20+ yard of reception. Any one of those varieties will do. Somewhere over 20 or exactly 20 in we cash. Hey, look at Odunze. He had 7 grabs last season of 20 or more yards. He was number 11 in average depth of target. He was number 11 as well in total deep ball targets, number 14 in total air yards, yards, and numero dos, an unrealized air yard. So the incompetency of the system last year hopefully is going to show up and show out with Ben Johnson at the controls. So I think a lot of those unrealized air yards are going to become realized. Yeah, he's going to get Rodgers a lot in coverage, who was excellent with Philadelphia last season, as he was top 35 in pass coverage grade according to Pro Football Focus. But you know what Doomsday will be targeted at least a time or three on a long bomb by Caleb Williams. So we just need one of those connections, and Parlay P cashes leg numero uno. Meanwhile, leg numero dos, Jordan Mason, 7+ rush attempts. This guy had 153 attempts in a dozen games with the Niners last year. Great tackle ability, going to be the early down grinder, going to get some goal line work as well. This one should honestly hit with ease as long as he stays upright. And leg numero tres, Aaron Jones, 2+ receptions. He did this, folks, in 16 of 18 games last year. He caught 82.3% of his intended targets, averaging 3 receptions per game. The Bears allowed 20 running backs to catch at least 2 passes last year. So, yeah, shiver me timbers. To recap, Parlay Pete, same game are rolling with Roma Dunze, record a 20 or greater yard reception. Jordan Mason, 7+ rush attempts. Aaron Jones, 2+ receptions. Uno, dos, tres, mi amigos. That works out to a cool +151 at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete up over 13 units lifetime on his wagers featured here right on the show. All right, let's move on. And it's time to say hello to our little friend in the pivot segment here of this section of the show, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. There it is. And speaking of pivot, that's what we're going to do actually with our sledgehammer pick. Sorry, Monty. I bet the Bears earlier today. There was a 2.5 -115. I've been hyping them up all summer. So I said, yes, please. Now they're down to pick. So some money coming in on Chicago. And that actually scares me a little bit because of these defensive injuries. So I don't love them as much, but I do still like the Bears. Again, Brian Flores' defense have given up over 30 points 7 times the last couple seasons. 4 of them have been to Ben Johnson. I'm a big fan of the Ben Johnson hire. I love all the hires, man, right? Bieniemy coaching the running backs, Randall L. coaching the receivers, Dennis Allen, not a head coach, but I do like him as a defensive coordinator. So I think the defense will be improved this year as well. And it's JJ making his first start on the road on this crappy Soldier Field turf or whatever it is nowadays, grass. So I like the Bears. I still do, but I like this one a little bit better, and I just bet it during the commercial break. I don't know who the hell is going to get the carries for the Bears, man, right? Swift's touches are 15.5, his rushing attempts. I lean under, but no Roschon in this game. He's inactive. Monungai's a rookie. So what I'm going to do is Caleb Williams, anytime touchdown +500. Caleb Williams, he's never scored one, by the way, in the NFL. Caleb Williams over 4.5 carries -130. This is the sledgehammer. I think they're going to use his legs on some read option stuff a little bit tonight. So Caleb over 4.5 touches. Bears money line. We got a lot of bets, damn it.
Yeah, we got some breaking news, too, from me and Rappaport. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded for Tank Bigsby. He is officially been freed from Jacksonville. We'll have more on that here in a little bit. But I got to get back to my sledgehammer special. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! All right, I'm going to go with a little same-game parlay. Give me bear down, Chicago Bears, 17+ points. Again, I think there's going to be more points than anticipated in this game against the Minnesota Vikings defense that I largely feel is middle of the road. And give me JJ, not McCarthy, the other one who will be dynamite going against Jalen Johnson, actually. He's out. So backup DB in that Bears secondary. I need 75 or more receiving yards. Add a Jefferson, +125 when you parlay that with the Bears 17+ points. By the way, Justin Jefferson averaging 82.3 yards per game in 6 career games against the Chicago Bears. He was number 12 in total yards last year, averaging 90.2 yards per game. He was number 5 in yards per route run, number 7 in total yak. He should absolutely feast tonight. So to recap, same game parlay, Bears 17+ points. Justin Jefferson 75 or more yards +125 there at BetMGM. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. And as always, thank you for the hand support there, bartender. You and I are going on the same dude, but in different markets. Horby, what do you like taking a shot on at plus money?
Let's go with, all right, this is my baby. Jordan Mason, most rushing yards in the game, plus 310. Aaron Jones is the favorite, rightfully so, but I think he's going to be used tonight more as a pass catcher. Swift is the second favorite, obviously. I'm good on that. Jordan Mason, though. I already talked about what he did in those first 7 games with San Francisco last year before he himself got hurt. Averaged nearly 100 a game. So his touches sitting at 9.5 now at BetMGM. They were 8.5. They've bumped up. I think he gets a minimum of 10 carries, and I think he's going to get in the end zone, and I think he's going to maybe, just maybe, lead all running backs in rushing yards, and plus 310 is a crazy price. So sign me up for that right now.
All right, I'm rolling the shoulders on him getting in the end zone at plus 155, getting seduced by the juice on that. I understand he only had 3 touchdowns in a dozen games last season for the Gold Panthers. But a guy, again, number 10 in yak per attempt among qualifying running backs last season, an appreciable number 27 in missed tackles force. And again, he was well south at 200 total rush attempts. You got a top 10 offensive line. You got a middle of the road defensive line for the Bears at best. They gave up 18 running back touchdowns last year. I think Mason crosses a chalk, and he does so. It pays a handsome plus 155. All right, bonus time, bonus time. What else do you like? Trying to make some money in Monday Night Football, mi amigo.
We're in unity on Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown, plus 155. I'm going to throw out another one, though, that I added during the break. This is a pizza money bet. Last night, I had Dalton Kincaid first touchdown. Let's try to stay hot with tight ends. Let's go TJ Hawkinson. Best price I'm seeing right now, 13-1. 52 grabs, 564 yards in his career against the Bears, 3 touchdowns in 11 games. Let's see if we can get him in the end zone with no Jordan Addison tonight. Maybe some extra attention on the outside with Justin Jefferson. I like this price at 13-1. First touchdown for Hawk.
I'm going DeAndre Swift, 15-plus rush attempts, a plus 115. Look, he is going to be the main man in that Bears offensive backfield. Again, Roschon Johnson out with that bad hamstring. And Kyle Monangai, he missed considerable time in August. 7th-round rookie, may not get a ton of run in this one. I think Swift is going to get ball in the belly early and often. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, rapid reactions to Week 1 of the NFL season, and we'll give you some additional thoughts on Bigsby going to Philadelphia. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Even though the perception is down on Clemson, that's still a very, very good team. I'm sorry. Are they a great team? No. Still very, very good, even though they struggled with Troy and lost Week 1. So Circa opened Clemson as a 6-point favorite, -6 at Georgia Tech. That number now is 4.5 at BetMGM and 4 across Vegas. Huge move on the dog. And Haynes King, a little banged up at quarterback for Georgia Tech. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to play, and clearly the market thinks he's going to, but he took a shot in that game in week number 2. That has not stopped the money from coming in early on Georgia Tech. So Clemson from -6 to -4. Support early for the Jackets.
I also like the Seahawks +3 against the Steelers on Sunday. For me, that's just a numbers play. I think getting Seattle +3 is a great bet. They won 7 road games last year. Mike McDonald, the head coach for Seattle, was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens for 2 years. He knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the Steelers well. And look, that Pittsburgh offense was very good against the Jets. A lot better than I think a lot of us expected them to be. The defense did have some trouble against Justin Fields, but I think Seattle keeps that game close, and I think they're alive to win that game as well. How about the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots? I mean, is this just not a Joes versus pros type game, right? We were all over the Colts on Sunday. It was our favorite bet in week 1, non-sweat. Colts take care of business. We knew they weren't losing for Jim Irsay. Well, now turn around. The Dolphins look awful, and a lot of people were down on the Dolphins going into week 1, yet it felt like everybody was betting the Dolphins in that week 1 game against the Colts. And all those people who bet on the Dolphins now are so disgusted that they did, and they don't want anything to do with Miami, and they're going to see that that team is favored this week against the offseason darling in the New England Patriots. Drake May, by the way, 1-10 now as a starting quarterback, but go ahead. Keep betting them to make the playoffs. Keep betting their over-win total. Guy's got 1 win as a starting quarterback, and he's an underdog this week. You don't think everybody's going to be lining up to bet the Patriots after what they just saw after the Dolphins? Dolphins are going to win that game. We'll take them on the money line at -125. How about the Broncos -2.5 at the Colts? Again, that game was just way more about the Dolphins than it was about the Colts. Don't let that fool you. Daniel Jones goes from playing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL to playing now maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Denver's offense didn't look all that great. Tennessee was very competitive. They forced some turnovers. I think getting the Broncos under a field goal, really good bet. I would expect that to go to 3. I like Denver at -2.5.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're getting ready for kickoff between my Chicago Bears taking on the Minnesota Vikings. We're going to be sweating it out live with all of our various bets. If we feel an itch, we might do a live dive, whether on a side, a total, the player prop market. Hell, we might even build a live SGP. That's how crazy with a cheese whiz we get here on BetMGM tonight. We're going to be diving into rapid reactions, takeaways from week 1 here in a second. And, of course, we got some breaking news as well as Tank Bigsby, according to Ian Rappaport, the NFL Network, about to be sent out of town, heading to the city of brotherly shove in the Philadelphia Eagles. But we got to get our pole dancing poll results of the day. The question was asking this. Let me go ahead and shut it down. Who is your best play in the anytime touchdown market at Vikings-Bears? Odds pulled from BetMGM, and your options were Justin Jefferson at +125, DeAndre Swift at +155, Jordan Mason at +155, or DJ Moore at +175. Officially, we had 245 votes cast. Harvey, who led the way?
I'm going to go with, this is tough, but I'll say Justin Jefferson, especially with Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson out week 1.
No, he was actually the silver medalist at 30.2%. Would have gotten my vote. I did not realize Kyler Gordon was out. Even better news for Adam Thielen in the bet on the over 3.5 receptions. Bears really ailing, no doubt about it. DeAndre Swift led the way, believe it or not, at 33.5%, followed by our guy, Jordan Mason, at 22.9% dead last. Hey, Mr. DJ at 13.5%. Of course, we had a few comments, starting with Brando working the board and our EP here on BetMGM tonight. He said the Bears limited Jettas to just under 100 yards receiving last season. I think he meant Jefferson. In 2 games, the Vikings' run defense is its strength. Not sure how big of a factor DJ Moore will be, but I suspect to see even more Zacchaeus and Rome tonight, so I would unfortunately go with Jordan Mason. Good call. It's not unfortunately. I think he's going to find the end zone of the 4. Pat at Pat Sheeman 8 said Naylor was his selection. Fly another L on X said Roma Dunze, and Jeff Sprunger added, what's the odds that Jefferson gets 5 touchdowns? I'm telling you, could be a monster game for him. If you're dealing with a fantasy football deficit and you have Justin Jefferson left as your only card to play, he might pull you out a W tonight as the Bears defense really ailing with no Kyler Gordon, of course, no Jalen Johnson as well. We appreciate all the people that participated in offering comments and also their votes. Real quick, we're going to spin the news on the Eagles. Tank Bigsby goes from Jacksonville, played on a very limited basis, did not get a single touch in the first half, only had 5 carries in the game for 12 yards yesterday. I think the offense is really out of sync. Remember, we heard trade rumors about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago with him and Travis Etienne. They were BS, apparently, as he is gone from Duval County up the East Coast to the Philadelphia Eagles. And we got a report that he is expected to be a kickoff returner for this team, and it is not related to Will Shipley's rib injury, though it adds a lot of depth to that squad. I still think he's a premium handcuff, even though he may be more of a special teamer initially. God forbid, but injuries do happen. If something, negative impacted Saquon Barkley, I think it'd be really an open tryout between him, Will Shipley, and maybe not so much A.J. Dillon, but I think Bigsby, again, who was a top 5 last season, yards after contact per attempt, top 11 in missed tackles, force, is a guy that would get a chance to shine behind one of the best offensive lines and one of the most conservative schemes in the NFL. So your quick thoughts on Tank Bigsby going from Jacksonville to Fly Eagles Fly.
Yeah, some idiot I am, man. I think I said a couple weeks ago that when it was all said and done, Tank would be running back 1 in Jacksonville, even though I really like the way that Liam Cohen uses all of his backs. Yeah, I'm going to call a little bit of BS on they're not concerned about the Will Shipley rib injury. And I'm with you on A.J. Dillon, man. As a Green Bay Packer fan, the dude is built like a modern version of Jerome Bettis, but he can't break tackles. He's got these big-ass calves, but he doesn't use them. So I think they're probably out on A.J. Dillon, as they should be, the future mayor of Door County. And, I like Will Shipley, but he's got a rib injury, and you can't run Saquon into the ground this year. So I think this is an excellent pickup. He is going to return kicks. Yesterday, I was like, wait a minute, they got Tank returning kicks here in Jacksonville, and I got him in my starting lineup week 1? That's not good. But it's not like he's Devin Hester, man. So I think there's more to it. But solid pickup, and I agree. Probably a good pickup in fantasy right now is a handcuff option, especially when we get later in the season, especially if the Eagles clinch stuff early. They're going to look to rest some starters, especially because they made the deep run last year and won a Super Bowl. So I kind of like that pickup for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a lottery ticket, only a 12-team in deeper leagues, but somebody you have to keep an eye, keep abreast on, and how he's going to be utilized there in Philadelphia. And, again, God forbid if something happened to Saquon Barkley, I think it's going to be a full-blown RBBC, and he's going to get some opportunities, particularly the goal line, given his power between the tackles. Again, Tank Bigsby headed from Jacksonville to Philadelphia per Ian Rappaport. All right, let's get to rapid reactions. Week 1, our takeaways on ones that really stood out to us in the opening act of the NFL season. Ryan, what caught your attention?
All right, I'm going to start with, I thought the San Francisco 49ers on the defensive side of the ball looked much improved yesterday. And that was my pick preseason to win the NFC. They were 9-1. Purdy's back healthy. CMC's back healthy. Eventually, they're going to get Brandon Ayuk. Now I'm kind of out on the Niners long term, man, right? I mean, they're going to get these guys back, we hope, eventually, but Kittle's expected to miss some time here. Purdy may miss some time here, which means you're going to Mac Jones in the year 2025. I don't think this is an overreaction, what we're seeing in the market today for the Green Bay Packers, though. Now, is this me being a little bit of a homer? Yes, but Jordan Love went from 25-1 to win MVP down to 12-1. The Packers now are, what do they have? The second best odds? They're the second favorites, the co-favorites in the NFC. And I like Green Bay a lot, man. Like I said, Micah Parsons, even if he's dealing with a back injury, even if he's situational until he's fully healthy or till he figures out the defense a little bit more, Rashawn Gary is going to eat this year. Van Ness is finally going to have a breakout season this year because Micah, when he is on the field, especially on third downs, is going to see double teams. So I think the defensive side of the ball for Green Bay is going to be much improved. And Jordan Love looked good yesterday. He missed a couple throws, but he looked good. So I gotta take time to do this. I need to apologize for ripping the draft pick. I need to apologize to the great Brian Gutekunst for ripping the draft pick. Now, I'll always love Aaron Rodgers. I'll always be stubborn with my love for Aaron Rodgers. But he was right, man, and Jordan Love looked good yesterday. And it looks like he finally has the trust of Matt LaFleur. It looked more like the Jordan Love offense. They're still going to be run first certain weeks with Josh Jacobs, but Green Bay looked damn good yesterday. I know it's week 1. I know I expect Detroit to take a step back, and it was a home game, but I'm really high on the Packers, man. So I had to add a little Super Bowl future, even at a crappy price, because I'm a homer and I didn't have enough Green Bay Packers. And go Jordan Love, go Green Bay, go Pack, go. Great day.
All right, yeah, no bias baked into that whatsoever. And my hardest takeaway, what I saw immediately, Daniel Jones is not going to relinquish the starting gig. Rest of season, I will say that right now. I will scroll it in blood. I will draw that line in the sand. Anthony Richardson's not going to get that gig back at all, as Indianapolis absolutely pummeled, body slammed, suplexed the Miami Dolphins 33-8. And Daniel Jones, the second most valuable quarterback in fantasy so far in week 1, 272 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, no INTs, 26 rushing, and two rushing TDs. Again, the second most valuable fantasy line in week 1. A guy that had a 9.4 YPA, 7.98 a 75.9 adjusted completion percentage, and a 115.9 passer rating. Next 3 will be tough. Based on what we saw in week 1 to get the Denver Broncos. That's going to be a real proving ground, though that one at home and there in the Circle City. Then you go on the road at Tennessee, played extraordinarily well against the aforementioned Denver Broncos, and then against the LA Rams. So the proof is really going to be in the pudding, but Daniel Jones, one of those guys who's got a decent floor because he runs. And he's accurate. He was quarterback 10 last season and adjusted completion percentage. Got the ball really involved with a number of receivers. I love having him as a backup on my Superflex squad, and I wish I had him in my lineup, say over, I don't know, Joe Burrow, who gave me less than 10 fantasy points as Jones went out and scored 30+. So that was one of the biggest takeaways of mine in week 1. Horvey, give me another.
All right, man. I said I thought that the Giants had a good chance to go over 5.5 wins and they were going to be more competitive. I was wrong. I think they could still have a top 10 defense and finish with 3 to 4 wins unless they go to Jackson Dart and unless he's NFL ready. If they do go to Jackson Dart, who comes from the most quarterback-friendly offense in college football at Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin into this Brian Daboll, Mike Kafka situation, the defense is going to be good, man. And I do like the weapons. I will say this. I think Malik Neighbors is going to have a bounce back week 2 because they get the Dallas Cowboys secondary and that defense is horrendous. But man, 2 quarterback leagues, dynasty leagues, you should be happy if you got Jackson Dart, because we could see him by week 4, man. Russ did not look good yesterday. Granted, he was the leading rusher. That's not a good thing, right? So I think the Giants, everybody was right. They're going to suck. Tough schedule, and they don't have a lot of talent at the quarterback position. But I think we'll see Dart sooner rather than later.
All right, I got this terribly wrong, folks. I get stuff wrong all the time. And then we, shift the beliefs and we shift the narratives. And how about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? I think he's going to be the main man. Apparently the guy there in week 1, at least the most productive guy in that backfield. Chris Rodriguez was a healthy scratch. That was a little bit shocking to me. JCM went out, had 10 carries, 82 yards, and a touchdown. Only had 1 target, did not record a reception. Still, he was the top 10 fantasy performer at the running back position. An appreciable 4.20 yards after contact per attempt, forced 3 missed tackles. He played only 8 snaps compared to Austin Eckler with 9. He had a dozen snaps. Jeremy McNichols played 8. Eckler played 9. So still going to be a full-blown RBBC. And you look at the schedule upcoming, not all that savory. Next 3 games at Green Bay, Vegas, which was number 4 in rush EPAD in week 1, and then at the Atlanta Falcons. All 3 of those defenses top 10 in rush EPA after 1 week. So don't get too excited. Maybe you shop his services. Somebody may overpay for JCM, but it's going to be sooner or later. He's going to lead this RBBC in the nation's capital. Give me another rapid reaction to week 1, Mimigo.
All right, there was a couple different places I could go, but I want to go to Jacksonville because I feel really good about the Jags, although the Colts look good week 1. I think a lot of that had to do with they played the dumpster fire that is the Miami Dolphins. I think I got 2 overreactions. I think Bryce Young, unfortunately, still sucks. Carolina's most likely drafting a quarterback next year. Brutal. Fumble loss, another terrible pick in the first half. Didn't get much better in the second half after that rain delay, but I like what I saw from Jacksonville last week or yesterday, especially on the defensive side of the ball, man. They're healthy this year. I like the offseason pickups. And Trevor Lawrence played all right, but I feel like it's going to be tough, other than Bretton Strange, to predict who's going to go off in fantasy because of the Liam Cohen offense. Travis Etienne, is he going to give us 16 carries for 143 yards every week? Probably not. But I do think that the Jags are going to win the AFC South, and you can still get that right now, 2-1. So the better numbers are gone, but I love Jacksonville this year, man. I don't think it's an overreaction. I think they win that division plus 200. And I think there's a good chance Liam Cohen wins Coach of the Year, so I'd grab a little bit of that too.
Let's go to the backfield up there in the Great Northwest, and I found this shocking, rather jarring, that Zach Charbonnet was more valuable than Kenneth Walker III. A full-blown RBBC. It was practically a 50-50 split there in week 1. You look at what Charbonnet did, 12 carries, 47 yards, and a touchdown. Did not have a single target in the pass game. Meanwhile, Walker III, 10 carries for 20 yards, 3 receptions for 4. Charbonnet was top 20. Walker, the third, number 49. Their snaps nearly identical. I think it's going to be more of the same moving forward. Could be a hot hand situation next 3 games. At Pittsburgh, we'll see what version of the Steelers defense shows up. Man, they got absolutely skewered by the Jets on the ground there in week 1. And then the Saints, another defense lackluster in terms of their run D overall. Then at Arizona, more formidable. But I'm telling you, folks, Zach Charbonnet, he's going to be a thorn in the side of Kenneth Walker all season long. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back or play a little game of panic or patience about fantasy guys that let you down. I'm looking at you, A.J. Brown. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
What are we doing in this game? Move on Miami. The market is saying, all right, enough is enough. That was a nice win to open the season against Boise State. People weren't sure what to expect without Genty. Good job. Oh, you went to Florida and you won? They helped you out a little bit, but hey, got to give you credit, right? South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early. I'm curious if this gets to 17. We're sitting 16.5 right now on Monday morning after opening at 15, Sammy.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. I'm actually lower than market. I'm 14.5. Now, to open 15, I mean, it opened right there. But, again, these are bets. These moves on Sunday night, Monday morning are from respected players. These are not public pushes. The public is still figuring out what to do on Monday Night Football and what it's going to parlay tonight and who it's going to score the first touchdown with. That's what the public's doing today. Respected play is betting these college numbers. Even though the limits are low, they're getting good numbers. And that came in on Miami. They laid 15 and 15.5 and 16. Now, there would be resistance, you would think, on South Florida if it were to get to 17. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot. They know that South Florida is going to get money. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to put USF in their slips. The books are well aware of that. And the books are looking at the early bets on Miami from respected players and saying, oh, we better move this because we don't want to write big limit bets on Miami. We'd rather write those smaller bets at the right number, get to the right market price, and then raise the limit. So that's all that's happening there. You have respected players on the Canes, and they were happy to lay the 15, 15.5, 16.
And he is, look, he's a guy that got a lot of derision in New York, and I get that. But also he played, like Saquon, for example, with some really bad teams. And I'm not saying to put Daniel Jones amongst the top-tier quarterbacks in the NFL. There's a very real possibility he could be a very good quarterback in a system that probably benefits him, like getting out of what was going on in New York, and now being able to show what he can do because he's a dual-threat quarterback. He can really run. I think he could have a fine season. I've never bought into this idea he's a terrible quarterback. I think he's had some moments that weren't great, but it's hard to find a very good quarterback or an above-average quarterback in the National Football League. Guys just cycle through. Teams cycle through quarterbacks all of the time. So it's not going to surprise me if he ends up having a better season than we anticipated. There's a reason why they signed him. There's a reason why he beat out Anthony Richardson to take this starting role. And, yeah, he looked great yesterday. Miami's going to be terrible this year. They're already just an internal mess. But I certainly think Daniel Jones is going to have his moments.
Yeah, I thought if Miami stood a chance, like in an indoor, like that would be their chance for their offense to look good because they have a lot of speed. But it's just nothing was working for the Dolphins yesterday. And I do think Mike McDaniel's probably the first head coach fired in the NFL this season.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
They field on first down, throws, end zone, caught, touchdown! Ibuka with his second of the game.
Shout out to Fox there, Mekabuka with the touchdown grab. Man, he was a money maker yesterday, and Baker, the touchdown maker, certainly got that connection going. I just watched Caleb Williams improvise a nice little across the field pass, dropping that dime to DeAndre Swift, and the Bears got a first down right at midfield on their first drive of the game. Brother Big Noise Evans back with you alongside Ryan Horvath, and we're on this Manic Monday. We're going to be breaking down a little panic or patience from a fantasy football perspective as Swift gets about a 4-yard gain on first down. We'll keep everything up to date as well on what transpires at Soldier Field and really a crucial, pivotal early season interdivisional matchup between the Bears and Vikings, and a lot of hype has been built around this Bears team. We saw a shift in the line before kickoff. The Bears were underdogs pretty much all day today long until about 30 minutes before kick, and they close as the favorites. Last I saw, Harvey, at BetMGM, they were laying un punto before the live lines began to kick in. So Caleb Williams takes a snap. He goes back, going downfield. Oh, boy, check down to the, that's Kyle Monangai. Already into the game and already registering a touch. A nice little reception. I love Kyle Monangai. That was a gain of 11 yards. A guy that needs to be on deep roster fantasy benches. He could have a role at some point this year or something. Again, God forbid were to happen to one DeAndre Swift. I know he's a 7th rounder, but he fits the zone scheme to a T. That's what he ran at Rutgers, and a guy that was a break tackle machine in the Big Ten last season. Another short pass, and that one, it looks like, caught by DJ Moore. Another short gain there. That one for 5 yards. Bears are nickel and diming their way down the field, but moving the football and moving it quite well so far here, Harvey.
Yep, and that's what you want to see, right? Caleb Williams getting rid of the ball quickly, although he did hold on to the ball a little bit long on that one reception that Swift had on that little screenplay. But this is what you want to see, man. This looks like an actual offense. Nothing like we've seen from the Bears the last decade. Not since our guy Mark Trestman was calling plays. Sorry, too soon still. It's always too soon for a Trestman reference. I'm going to be mad at myself when Monangai gets in the end zone, man, because I was going to bet him he was plus 350, Brad, but instead I went with Caleb Williams at 5-1. Watch, you wait. Not only is he going to score, it's going to be on this drive most likely too. I loved him in college, and I think Ben Johnson did too, and that's why they waited, right? I thought there was a chance that they were going to trade up for Genty, and then they wait until round 7, meaning either they like the backs that they have, and I don't know if he's in love with Swift, or they had him circled for the later rounds. And I think his skill set, like you said, fits this offense perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, they run a lot of wide zone, and that's exactly what he ran at Rutgers. So, you know, that comfort level in that scheme, I think, fits his overall skill set to a T. We got a timeout. A call by Caleb Williams there. Again, they're within field goal range. It is 3rd down and 5. For the Bears here. So hopefully they can, convert, get a little bit close to the end zone, and, maybe it's going to be a common guy time. But again, a guy that shouldn't be sipping pina coladas in the free agent pool and like 12-team in deeper fantasy leagues, especially if you have like a 6+ man bench. You got to stash him away for a rainy day because he's going to have his moments this season. Again, a guy that just really fits the scheme extraordinarily well. All right, we'll keep you up to date on everything that goes on there at Soldier Field. Right now, though, we got to do a little game of panic or patience. We're talking about guys we expected to be fantasy football superstars, but were colossal letdowns in week 1. And let's go ahead and start with A.J. Brown, who was clearly in witness protection down in his first matchup on Thursday Night Football. 1 target, 1 catch for 8 yards, and it came late. Horvath, I mean, he was nowhere there on the radar. We thought maybe he was on the sidelines reading books the entire time. Is that a catch? That was an absolute laser. Yeah. Oh my God, Roma Dunze. What was the gain there? That was, absolute frozen roll. Perfect throw. Great adjustment by Dunze. Drags the foot. Yeah, it's good. Oh, what a grab.
Bears in business right now inside the 15-yard line. Snap is back. Pass is off. Caught again. Lameda Zacchaeus, it looks like, with a short gain.
Yep.
That was a 17-yard gain to Adunze. Screw A.J. Brown. You didn't do jack nor squat for us this week in fantasy football. So as a result, you're going to take a backseat right now. Me being a Chicago Bears fan, wearing this Monsters of the Midway t-shirt for a stinking reason. We're going to give you this first drive, this opening act, and it could be a spectacular standing ovation opening act for the Bears here. It is 2nd and 3. They're inside the 10-yard line. It looks like we have another timeout on the field. Okay, now to give A.J. Brown some time. His next 3 games, again, he finished wide receiver 96 this week. His next 3 games at Kansas City, home against the Rams, at Tampa Bay. And I'm going to give you some trades of what he has gone for in 1-for-1 deals in Yahoo Leagues the last 24 hours. You ready for this? A.J. Brown for Garrett Wilson. Who would you take right now?
A.J. Brown for me.
I take Garrett Wilson. A.J. Brown or Brian Thomas, your boy?
Brian Thomas.
I go Brian Thomas. A.J. Brown or T. Higgins?
T. Higgins.
I go A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown or Breece Hall really shocked me yesterday.
A.J. Brown, Breece Hall, I don't want to jinx, man. I need him this year, so I'll go A.J.
I probably go Breece Hall if I'm running back needy, and I have some depth there, wide receiver. Bears back under center, handoff to DeAndre Swift. 2-yard loss as it is setting up for a 3rd down and goal here for Chicago. So, A.J. Brown, better days are ahead. We'll see what version of Kansas City shows up here in week 2. They're just number 26 after 1 week in drop-back EPA defense. Justin Herbert absolutely carved up that secondary down in Brazil. The Rams will be a tough matchup. And Tampa, I think, has got one of the worst secondaries in the league. So definitely better days on the horizon for A.J. Brown. But it's interesting to see what some of those 1-for-1 trades are. All right, shotgun formation, 3rd down and 6. The Bears can get a 1st down here. Caleb Williams takes a snap. He looks to his right, looks to his left.
Let's go.
He's flushed out. He's going to make a run for it. He's in. Touchdown.
Let's go.
Yes! Chicago, you called it. You called it, baby. Bear down. Caleb Williams, a rushing TD, 9-yarder. And if you listen to the show, again, my colleague, he's a soothsayer and apparently a very accurate one. He said, I got a gut feeling Caleb Williams is going to score with his legs. And look at that. First drive, 10 plays, 61 yards, took 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Calls his own number, gets flushed out of the pocket, goes left, and sprints in with ease. What an impressive drive by the Chicago Bears, baby. Eat it, Minnesota.
I almost just swore, and that would have got me, like, the FCC would have. So I told all the boys in the chat, Caleb scoring first touchdown, and everybody's like, he's never scored a rushing touchdown in the NFL. Again, he was playing behind a USFL, XFL offensive line. He had a literal idiot calling plays. Now he's got Ben Johnson, the whiz kid. And let's not forget the athlete that Caleb is. Go back and watch Caleb at Oklahoma. So I love it, man. I can't believe that we actually got that one home. I had Kincaid last night. It's been a great day. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm actually probably going to buy some tickets maybe to go to Mexico to see Dave Matthews and Tim Reynolds on a little private tour because that's kind of week we're having around here. Now let's get the Bears home, though. I'm excited.
Let's definitely get the Bears home. And Mexico, all I can think about is tequila and burritos. So I may have to just tag along. I'm not the biggest Dave Matthews fan, but I would be down to party, to say the least. To get Bears up 7-0 right now on the Minnesota Vikings. 7:04 remaining in the first quarter. Let's do another edition of Panic or Patience with Devon Achane. I'll even throw in Tyreek Hill. What's your level of worry with Achane? Are you going to press the panic button, or are you going to say exercise patience and apply the same question to Tyreek Hill? What are your 2 answers?
I'm all the way out on Tyreek Hill unless he gets traded. Tua's terrible. That offense is terrible. Achane could be the one bright spot because Tua's got a noodle arm. There's going to be a ton of check down opportunities. He just has to stay healthy. Yesterday, he's the only guy, he's the only one that did literally anything, man. So if I had to have a piece of anything involving the Miami Dolphins, it would only be Achane. Also, I think there's a good chance, man, they have a new coach by week 4.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Man.
I think Mike McDaniel's dead man walking already. I mean, I think the capri pants are going to be adios amigo in short order. And I am 100% agreement and lockstep with you on your point of view. Tyreek Hill, I don't want anything to do with him. I am pressing the panic button unless, and it's a distinct possibility, he gets dealt and maybe just go back to Kansas City. You brought it up last week, and I think it makes entirely too much sense, especially with Xavier Worthy banged up right now. Rashee Rice still going to be out for 5 games. Tyreek did see 6 targets, caught 4 balls for 40 yards, just wide receiver 49 this week. Achane was an RB1 in 12-team formats, RB11 specifically. And one other takeaway for gamblers, Achane, in terms of the live props market, if Miami gets down, automatically bet receptions, automatically bet receiving yards, no matter what it is, because he's going to get there. It's going to be check down Charlie all day from Tua in those come-from-behind situations. The next 3 games for Miami, they get New England this week, at Buffalo, and the Jets. All 3 of those defenses ranked outside the top 20 after 1 week in drawback EPA defense. And one other thing I'll throw out at you, and just give me a one-word answer here. And some of these one-for-one trades. Let's go with Tyreek Hill. Who would you rather have rest of the season, Tyreek Hill or Ricky Pearsall?
Ricky Pearsall, Tyreek Hill.
I might go Ricky Pearsall, honestly. Tyreek Hill or T. Higgins?
I'm going to go T. Higgins.
T. Higgins for me in a walk. Tyreek Hill or Zay Flowers, who's the number 1 of 1 wide receivers right now?
Yeah, I'll go Zay Flowers, man.
Probably goes Zay Flowers as well. A higher floor, especially in a PPR. What about Achane? And again, these are one-for-one deals conducted over in Yahoo in the last 24 hours. Achane for Isaiah Pacheco. Who do you got?
I'll go Achane.
I go Achane as well. Achane or Alvin Kamara?
Kamara for me.
Yeah, I also go Alvin Kamara. All right, let's work in one more here. I'm going to go Nico Collins. We'll skip down. We already touched on Tank Bigsby. Lions will be okay, though Jared Goff, I think, is going to have a down year. But their main guys, Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, had the lowest number of receiving yards for a guy that caught 10 balls in a game in NFL history. He was 10 for 31 yesterday. Great PPR day. Not so great if you're in a standard league. But Nico Collins wasn't great anywhere. 5 targets, 3 receptions, 25 yards, wide receiver 73. Next 3 against Tampa, at Jacksonville, Tennessee. What's your take on Nico Collins? The offensive line in Houston still has problems. Panic or patience?
I'm going to have, the offensive line, I'm going to panic a little bit, man, but I'm going to have patience with Nico Collins. I think he's going to be fine. Rams defense is for real, man. That pass rush was lethal. The secondary played really well, but they don't have a whole lot else other than the 2 rookies from Iowa State. So I'll have some patience. He's going to have double-digit targets. It was a negative game script yesterday. I still think Nico's going to be one of, a top 10 receiver in this league, top 15 at worst.
Yep, totally agree. As the Bears, I believe, got a sack, another 3 and out for the Minnesota Vikings. Bear all the way the hell down. Chicago Bears, they're getting the ball back with a little over 5 minutes ago there in the first quarter. The Bears, Dicka, Polish sausage, mini Dicka. Nico Collins is going to be fine. He's going to have nuclear moments for sure. The offensive line is problematic. It was problematic last year, and he still put up stupid numbers. Here's some of the one-for-one trades. You tell me, who would you rather have? Nico Collins for James Conner?
Nico Collins for me.
Nico for me as well. Nico or Terry McLaurin?
Ooh, I'll go Nico.
I'll go Nico as well. Nico, Tyreek Hill, I already know the answer.
Oh, yeah, Nico. I might take Jaden Reed over Tyreek right now, man. I'm just all the way out on him.
Yeah, I am too, man. Nico Collins, again, better days are on the horizon. Look, I mean, Jamar Chase, for love of the fantasy gods, didn't even hit the 30-yard mark. Didn't find the end zone. He had an early couple of grabs, and that was it. That was all she wrote. My guy, Chase Brown, getting down. Didn't put up great numbers, but, man, the volume was cranked. He did find the end zone, so a decent fantasy effort in his right. Burrow is going to ball out this week as the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to the Queen City. as a Battle of the Cats Part 2, another free line fracas. I hope it's going to be better than Panthers and Jaguars, Bengals and Jags, but I think that one's going to deliver. And I think the over may cash comfortably in that affair. I think it opened at a 47.5 there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on the show. Don't worry, folks. We're going to have more fantasy football discussions. Again, we're going to update you on what is going down at Soldier Field with the Bears up 7-0 under 5 minutes to go there in the first quarter. Bears got the ball back yet again. And coming up next, we're going to hawk the waiver wire, talking about some guys. We're going to do this in an interesting format. I'll definitely explain on the flip side. Where should you slap the wallet and spend your fab cash? We're going to tell you next, right here. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding two Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's good night. I guess the Ravens are just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Let's go LSU, Florida. Because now you've got, man, that's an opponent I don't want. Okay, Florida coming off an awful loss. Are we going to get them any fight? Are you going to stop your head coach from getting fired? in season. It opened 9.5, and the market for the most part is 9.5. There's some 8.5s out there, which is a little surprising that people are willing to jump in on Florida. It's rivalry matchup. We've seen it a million times. Tough place to play under the lights. Sam, it would be very difficult for me to line up and take the Gators.
It's time for fantasy football advice from the pros on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition of the program. We've been reacting to all that went down in the National Football League in Week 1, and we're going to continue on and hawk the waiver wire in fantasy football. A lot of breakout performances for a number of guys widely available right now, and we're going to throw out some fab cash, and we're going to do kind of a head-to-head version. I'll explain here momentarily. Let me give an update of what's going down in Chicago. Bears up 7-0. Looks like we are under 7 minutes, I believe. Under a minute. 58 seconds remaining there in the first quarter. Caleb Williams so far impeccable. He did have a bad pass, but it count as a catch, the Roma Dunze, which forced the Bears on a pump. Caleb Williams 9 for 9 this game for 56 yards. He also has a couple of rushes for 21 yards and that rushing touchdown, which Ryan Horvat cashed in on. Anytime score was at 5-1 odds. He had a gut feeling, and boy, he trusted his gut, and boy, was it correct. DeAndre Swift, only 3 carries for a yard so far. Dunze, 2 grabs for 13. Swift already has 3 receptions. Cha-ching's already cashing over on 2.5 receptions. That was a plus money, by the way, for 12 yards. Kamanungai has a catch for 11. Remember, no Roshan Johnson in uniform tonight. Colson Loveland, his first catch in the NFL regular season, went for 8 yards. Zacchaeus, 1 for 7. DJ Moore has a 5-yard catch and a 5-yard rush as well in this game. J.J. McCarthy is only attempting 1 pass for 5 yards, and that was a completion of 1. Josh Oliver. Justin Jefferson has a run for 4. Aaron Jones has a pair of carries for 5. And that's it. So Minnesota has been largely lackluster against a banged-up Bears defense. Down 3 starters in this game. No Jalen Johnson, no Edwards, no Kyler Gordon either. So, again, Bears up 7-0. Just under a minute to go. Minnesota get the ball back here in that first quarter. We'll keep you up to date. All the action there at Soldier Field. Friendly reminder, too, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting as well, we're widely available. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's go and hawk the waiver wire. Here's the premise of this segment. I'm going to give you 2 guys, and you're going to have to pick somebody out of that pair who you would target off of waivers, and how much you would spend fab cash wise out of 100 buckaroos of a fab budget. So there you go. I think that was Jordan Mason with his first carry of the game, and a good one too for 6 yards. So give him more touches. O'Connell, don't mess around. And I think he will. Just a really nice explosion, and obviously a power back. Looks like he got a couple yards after contact on that initial run. So, again, I'm going to give you a pair. You tell me who you would pick out of that pair and how much fab dollars out of a $100 budget you would spend. Let's start off with Hollywood Brown, option number 1.
or Quentin Johnston, option number 2. Of course, they played against each other down in Brazil. Johnson had a pair of touchdowns. Hollywood Brown had 10 catches for 99 yards. Hollywood Brown, 25% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues. Quentin Johnson at 9%. So which of the two would you rather target, and for how much, Horvey?
I'll throw like $5 fab cash at Quentin Johnston, man, just because of the narrative that I think he's going to have a really good year, because I heard Justin Herbert say that that's the guy that he trusts most in this offense. And after that game, he said, Quentin Johnston's been working really hard the last couple of years. He's going to have a monster year for us. I really like the way that they used him. He's got a ton of speed. I love the skill set at TCU. He could take the top off of defense, and they're going to use him more, I think some jet sweep stuff too. So I might go Quentin Johnston. Hollywood Brown is just too inconsistent for me, and he struggles to stay on the field. Not that Quentin Johnston's not inconsistent, don't get me wrong, but I think he has the higher ceiling. I know Kansas City has a ton of injuries right now, but it might be Johnston for me, man. I'm a little bit higher on that offense than I thought I was going to be. I like the Chargers a lot this year.
I do too, and I think Johnson's going to have his moments, but I'm going to go with Hollywood Brown. And by the way, if you're only spending $5 on Johnson, you're not going to acquire him. There's no way. It's probably going to take, I would say, at least 10 to 15% of that $100 of fab budget for you to be in the conversation. And some idiot's probably going to go much higher that says prefer a wide receiver. I think it's a similar vicinity, expenditure-wise at 10 to 15% for Hollywood Brown. Again, this is all tied to Xavier Worthy. Again, listed as day-to-day, according to Andy Reid, but may wear that brace on the shoulder. How effective is he really going to be? Who knows? I don't know, Jim. I don't know, as Tony Romo would like to say. But you saw immediately Hollywood Brown stepped in and played the Xavier Worthy role. It was a lot of short field action with the occasional downfield streak route, and he was money. 16 targets? Are you kidding me? 10 catches, 99 yards. Might have been more of an anomalous output, but I think he'll be a busy guy if Xavier Worthy is proven ineffective or misses time. Hollywood, 2.15 yards per route run. That was number 13 in week 1. 6.78, not that great. Again, a lot of short field action. 91.1 passer rating when targeted. Johnson dwarfed him in that category with a 148.2 passer rating. I like Johnson. Again, my preference, because I think the floor is a little bit higher, is Hollywood Brown, and I would spend 10 to 15% of my fab budget. All right, let's go to a battle of teammates in New England. Demario Douglas or Kayshon Boutte? You got to slap that booty. A lot of people who picked him up in the deeper leagues are doing it in celebration. Only 1% rostered right now is Boutte, 16% for Douglas. Which of that duo of the New England Patriots do you like, and for how much?
I still like Demario Douglas, right? Maybe 10%, just because the targets were there. He had 7 targets. He only caught 2 of them. Did score a touchdown. -2 yards, unfortunately. But, last year in the 10 full games that he played with Drake May, he had a 16% target share, 1.67 yards per route run. Nothing that really jumps off the page. But he had 3 top 36 wide receiver finishes. We talked with multiple reporters, that covered the team that thought he could have a big year. So not the best week 1, but I still think I prefer Douglas.
I actually prefer Boutte. I really do. Again, he's from wide receiver U, which you might say is Ohio State very much, in the conversation for that honor. But LSU has cranked out a hell of a lot of talent as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Boutte's kind of an afterthought there from that institution. I think he's kind of the real deal Holyfield, man. You look at the workload, it was vigorous in week 1. 8 targets, 6 catches, 103 yards. He was a top 20 wide receiver for fantasy football devices. Appreciable yards per route run, which is also top 10 among eligible targets. 17.4 ADOT as well. That was number 6. He had a 116.7 passer rating when targeted. Drake May is going to fling it. And I think Boutte is very much going to be in that conversation week in and week out to see a healthy amount of targets. So give me Kayshon Boutte, and I would spend anywhere between 8 to 12% of my fab budget to acquire his services. By the way, Minnesota right now very much in business. It was a 42-yard defensive PI call on, I think it was Wright against Aaron Jones, who was running a wheel route down the left sideline. J.J. McCarthy then follows up with an 11-yard gain on the ground. So right now, there's our guy, Jordan Mason, getting all kinds of work. I think this is the time he finds the end zone. I really do. If you want to fire off a live dive on Jordan Mason anytime touchdown, I would recommend doing it right stinking now. This is his area of the field, usually where he just punishes defenses. I only scored 3 times last season, dozen games with the San Francisco 49ers, but he is a break tackle machine and has looked awfully impressive on a couple of nice gains that he's already got in this game. So I'll give it to you live right now. Hand off to Mason. He gets to the outside and gets bottled up. That play was going nowhere, lost at 2 yards after I just talked him up. Obviously jinxed him. You're welcome, Chicago Bears. But Jordan Mason getting a lot of love here on this drive, though setting up right now to be, I believe, a 3rd down and about 7 yards for the Minnesota Vikings. But Kayshon Boutte, I would definitely target in your fantasy leagues. Let's go to another wide receiver head-to-head here. Cedric Tillman of Cleveland or Calvin Austin? You called him, of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tillman only 4% rostered at Yahoo leagues. Austin at 2%. Who do you like out of this duo, and how much you spending?
Probably like 15% on Cedric Tillman, although I really like what I saw from Calvin Austin yesterday, a 20.7% target share, 4 catches. All we needed was 2.5 for 70 yards and a tutty. Also, man, 2.41 yards per route run. Second on the teams in routes with 29, but I think Tillman is wide receiver number 2 next to Jerry Jeudy. And I don't know what we're going to get from the Pittsburgh offense every single week, especially with Arthur Smith calling plays. Tillman had 8 targets. He caught 5 of them for 52 yards and a touchdown. I think the targets are going to be there every week, 8 to 10. So I prefer him.
Yeah, I'm going to go with you. I like Tillman. I grabbed him for like a buckaroo in a couple of salary cap / auction leagues. And he delivered instantaneously for me because I did play him because it's a heavy, flexy, sexy kind of format. I like the number of targets you mentioned with 8 and as well the yards per run, appreciable. I think he's going to be in a rhythm and flow with Joe Flacco, and a team that's going to play from behind often this year, the Cleveland Browns. Speaking of Cleveland Browns, working at tight end, Harold Fannin. Wow. The guy was talked up in training camp, and boy, did he deliver in week 1. Only 1% rostered, or Juwan Johnson of the Saints, who had a very nice opening week, 2% rostered. So those deep pulls at tight end, who do you like and for how much?
How much do you think I would have to spend on Harold Fannin, man? Because I thought maybe there was just a little bit too much hype. I think like $10 on Harold Fannin.
8 to 12. 8 to 12. Yep.
I'd go Harold Fannin, man. I mean, 9 targets, 7 catches, 63 yards. A lot of people were hyping him up. I just didn't see it. I think that would be my answer.
Yeah, it's Harold Fannin all day as long as Joe Flacco is under center there in Cleveland. I'm with you there. Only 1% roster. Go grab him. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Jared Smith is joining us. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Even though the perception is down on Clemson, that's still a very, very good team. I'm sorry. Are they a great team? No. Still very, very good, even though they struggled with Troy and lost week 1. So Circa opened Clemson as a 6-point favorite, -6 at Georgia Tech. That number now is 4.5 at BetMGM and 4 across Vegas. Huge move on the dog. And Haynes King, a little banged up at quarterback for Georgia Tech. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to play, and clearly the market thinks he's going to, but he took a shot in that game in week number 2. That has not stopped the money from coming in early on Georgia Tech. So Clemson from -6 to -4. Support early for the Jackets.
I also like the Seahawks +3 against the Steelers on Sunday. For me, that's just a numbers play. I think getting Seattle +3 is a great bet. They won 7 road games last year. Mike McDonald, the head coach for Seattle, was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens for 2 years. He knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the Steelers well. And look, that Pittsburgh offense was very good against the Jets. A lot better than I think a lot of us expected them to be. The defense did have some trouble against Justin Fields, but I think Seattle keeps that game close, and I think they're alive to win that game as well. How about the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots? I mean, is this just not a Joes versus pros type game, right? We were all over the Colts on Sunday. It was our favorite bet in week 1, non-sweat. Colts take care of business. We knew they weren't losing for Jim Irsay. Well, now turn around. The Dolphins look awful, and a lot of people were down on the Dolphins going into week 1, yet it felt like everybody was betting the Dolphins in that week 1 game against the Colts. And all those people who bet on the Dolphins now are so disgusted that they did, and they don't want anything to do with Miami, and they're going to see that that team is favored this week against the offseason darling in the New England Patriots. Drake May, by the way, 1-10 now as a starting quarterback, but go ahead. Keep betting them to make the playoffs. Keep betting their over-win total. Guy's got 1 win as a starting quarterback, and he's an underdog this week. You don't think everybody's going to be lining up to bet the Patriots after what they just saw after the Dolphins? Dolphins are going to win that game. We'll take them on the money line at -125. How about the Broncos, -2.5 at the Colts? Again, that game was just way more about the Dolphins than it was about the Colts. Don't let that fool you. Daniel Jones goes from playing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL to playing now maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Denver's offense didn't look all that great. Tennessee was very competitive. They forced some turnovers. I think getting the Broncos under a field goal, really good bet. I would expect that to go to 3. I like Denver at -2.5.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house. us on this manic Monday. Keep tabs on Monday Night Football. Bears and Vikings. Bears already knocking the door yet again, though it's 3rd and 11 here. They're already in field goal range right now inside the 35-yard line. We're going to see what they do here. We're going to give it to you live. As Caleb Williams in shotgun formation takes a stab at it as a direct handoff to DeAndre Swift. Nice little juke move, but going to be short of the first down by about 3 yards. A 7-yard gain there for DeAndre Swift, I believe. Are the Bears going to go for it here?
Yeah.
It looks like Caleb Williams is like nodding his head.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what they do. They're going to go for it. We're going to have Jared Smith on here momentarily, so hang tight, America. We're going to give it to you live here, whether or not the Bears are going to pick this bad boy up in real time. Again, already in field goal range for Kari Santos, and we're going to see if they can get this converted. Timeout. Okay. We'll keep you up to date. Yeah, we'll keep you up to date. 4th and 3. They may debate go ahead and kicking this and trying to go up a full touchdown. But 7-3 right now. Chicago over Minnesota. Vikings not looking all that great so far in this game. J.J. McCarthy looking very much like a quote-unquote rookie quarterback, even though he was in the building all of last year, mending that knee injury. Somebody who did not log a single snap under center. Okay, let's go out to our buddy in Animated Picture and Sound and talk to Jared Smith, a man that you can hear right here on the BetMGM Network, a man you can hear on Fox Sports Radio, a man that you need to follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, welcome back, my friend, to BetMGM tonight. And let's go ahead and straight away ask you about what happened in NFL Week 1. And there were many wild and unexpected occurrences in the opening act of the regular season. Which one were you surprised by most? Detroit maybe getting smacked by Green Bay, the Chargers beating KC in Brazil, or Steelers-Jets combining for 66 points? Who would have thunk it?
Yeah, that was a big surprise. I'll be honest, I wasn't really shocked by anything. I think the most exciting game was obviously the Sunday night game. I think the Bills coming back, not surprising. Neither was the Ravens blowing a game, not surprising. I mean, we've seen many of those instances take place in the past. I think the Chiefs' defense was a bit of a surprise. They looked very young. They looked very disconnected, especially in the secondary. My guess is Spags will clean that up. But that was a bit of a surprise. Like, if you were going to ask me of the two defenses, which one would look more like the rookies, the youngsters, the guys that don't really know where they're going? I mean, you had one instance, I believe it was on the first Quentin Johnston touchdown. They're running mesh, two Chiefs run into each other, and that's why Johnston was wide open. So that's not something you see very often with the Chiefs defense. I expect they'll clean that up. In terms of games that maybe people thought would go the other way, I think the Patriots hype needs to be a chill out a little bit there, right? We heard a lot of Patriots hype over the summer. That number got bet up. I think they were 7.5 wins, and then it closed 8.5. I mean, they don't look like a team that's an above 500 team right now. Not with the weapons they have on offense, and not unless that defense just plays lights out. But I think the New England hype, the Indy quarterback move turned out to be a pretty good move so far. I know Daniel Jones isn't exactly Peyton Manning, but I do think he is a significant upgrade over Anthony Richardson in terms of going through the progressions, clicking off one side and getting to the other side of the field and being able to run the Shane Steichen offense with efficiency. And Tyler Warren looks like an absolute beast. So I would say nothing was like overly shocking, Brad. I mean, I do think you had some fluky results. Atlanta deserved better. New Orleans deserved better. I thought the New Orleans defense played pretty feisty, and Rattler, that offense gave you a little RPO game early. But I thought they were kind of feisty. So yeah, it's certainly was an exciting week 1.
Jared, I was pretty high on the Niners coming into the season, and yesterday I actually like what I saw from the defense, man, under Robert Saleh again, because the preseason they were a mess. They couldn't tackle. They weren't wrapping up. Looked pretty much like the defense did last year, but now these injuries are concerning. Purdy most likely looks like he's going to miss time, so it would be Mac Jones. They're already without Brandon Ayuk. Now George Kittle's also going to miss some time. What are your thoughts on the Niners? Can they survive these injuries? And then I also want to get your thoughts. They opened to 7-point favorites. That number on the road down to 4.5 against the Saints. You just talked about them. What would be a fair price for you to play the Niners, or would you be looking to play the Saints? You think this is too big of an overreaction? Just your thoughts on the news that we got right before we went on the air, where the Niners are like dropping like flies. We haven't hit week 2 yet.
Great question. So I make Mac Jones a 4-point downgrade over Purdy. So, yeah, I think if you go 7 to 3.5, that's what you said it was, Ryan? 7 to 3.5?
4.5 right now.
So it was only a 2.5 point move. Yeah, I would say there's still a little bit of meat on the bone for the Saints. I would make that a 4-point move. So I would go from 7 to 3. Now you're dealing with a key number, 2 key numbers, so maybe 3.5, right, to kind of split the baby there. But at 4.5, especially with all the other injuries the Niners have, I would be willing to bet that spread, now unless Purdy plays, then it'll obviously go back up. But if he misses, I think that's a half-baked number is what I'm trying to say here. I think you could probably see some more Saints movement before the end of the week if you bet New Orleans plus 4.5. Ryan, I go rub the voodoo doll for the Niners. I don't know what the heck's going on. I have no idea how every year now it seems to be getting worse. Like, I hope McCaffrey can stay healthy. That's a coin flip. You hope they get Ayuk back at some point. That seems a little more likely. You hope Kittle's injury isn't overly serious. I have no idea how serious it really is. But if the Niners' injury luck continues on this pace, it's probably pretty serious. I don't really know what to say. Like, you just can't bet anything long-term with this team right now because you just don't know who's going to be playing week to week.
Yeah, I completely agree. The Ravens were the favorites to win the Super Bowl coming into the season, and last night we saw kind of the same thing that we've seen the last couple of years, man, is they just struggle to close out games. Derrick Henry had a monster game, but then he has the costly fumble. Jair Alexander got absolutely – they located him, and he got cooked in that game, man. I don't know that you could put him back on the field. Where are you at with Baltimore, though? Right? Do you fully trust them when we get to the postseason? Or for you, is it still Mahomes and the Chiefs, maybe Josh Allen and the Bills this year? Maybe a sleeper team like the Chargers. Where are you at with Baltimore? I know it's only 1 week, and we always overreact, but I don't know, man, because it's like, year 10 of this now.
Yeah. I mean, they gained almost 9 yards per play. So it's really hard. It's really hard to, shake our nose, stick our nose up in their performance. The game got funky late, right? Baltimore. I think so. Here's the thing in week 1. Here's what I noticed a lot towards the end of these games. These defenses are gassed because they haven't played. So if you get a scenario, for example, with the Jets, where they fumble the punt return and they put their defense right back on the field, where Derrick Henry fumbles I think it was the first play of the drive. I forget. It might have been a little later on in the drive. But right after the Bills marched it all the way up in the second half on the Ravens, and then the Ravens get it back, and boom, turnover. Ravens defense goes right back onto the field. I think those quick switches that put the defense back into harm's way, I think that matters more in week 1, which means I think the ball rolls a little bit further down the hill, a little more momentum because of just how difficult these swings are to manage for a defense that they haven't played 60 minutes all preseason. They haven't played 60 minutes since the prior year. So you have to let these guys get into game shape a little bit before I have a definitive, oh my God, sound the alarm on the Ravens defense take. They still gained 9 yards per play, and they were up, I think, 3 scores in the second half. So really hard to knock their performance outside of that final stretch there. Josh Allen is unbelievable. The NFL has 3 elite quarterbacks, and all 3 of them on any given day could put up that kind of performance and come back and bring their teams back from the depth. I think it all comes down to 2 things towards the end of the year, Ryan. Who has home field and who's healthier? And right now, I can't answer those questions. So it's really hard to sell on any of these 3 teams, Baltimore, Buffalo, or Kansas City.
Yeah.
We're talking to the outstanding and a man who's bringing out the gun show tonight, Jared Smith. Call him, ladies. A man you can hear on Fox Sports Radio. You can also hear him right here on the BetMGM network. And you can follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Jared Smith Bets. Again, on X at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, we just got some breaking news, and we're going to go to college football, and this is a perfect tee-up and segue into my question. The ILL and Indiana matchup has just been moved to primetime. Announced by NBC. It is going to be on national TV here in a couple of weeks. Illinois inside the top 10 for the first time in 24 years. I had amazing hair 24 years ago, Jared. I mean, it was a tale of two halves against Duke. I think they got really worked in that first half. They were lucky to have a slim lead going into halftime, and then they worked Duke after halftime, laying the smackdown and winning 45-19. How impressed were you with Illinois after the half in steamy Durham? I know they got Western Michigan this week in primetime on Saturday, laying 27.5 points. And, of course, again, IU on the immediate horizon. That game being played in Bloomington in 2 weeks. And now, again, just announced, NBC, national TV on Saturday night 2 weeks from now. So talk to me about Illinois and how we're winning the whole shebang, my man.
Oh, Brad, you know I love you, right? I don't know. I mean, they won the turnover battle 5-0 against Duke.
Yeah.
I think it was just Duke being Duke. I don't know how good this Illinois team is just yet. Now, I'm wrong all the time. They might be the best thing since sliced bread, and they might slice through Indiana in a couple weeks, who I do think is kind of a paper tiger this year. I think Indiana, not as good as last year's team, not going to sneak up on anyone this year, and I think their schedule is very favorable, other than their game at Penn State and at Oregon. I mean, they legit could go 9-3 just by backing into all these wins. But their game against Illinois is obviously a tough one. That's their first tough game of the year. Y'all should win that game. But I just don't know how good this Illinois team is. We'll find out in about 4 weeks when they go to Ohio State. That'll be actually, to be fair, I think the game the following week against USC, I think this USC team might be a little bit better than people think. I bet them over 7.5 wins this year. They have been, I know it's Georgia Southern and Missouri State, but they dropped 2 really big numbers in their first 2 games on offense. And Mayava's the real deal. They got some dudes on the outside. So I actually think, Illinois will pretty handily defeat Indiana. And I really think that USC game might be a tricky one to see how they handle some of those athletes on the outside. So obviously the Big Ten championship is squarely within your sights when you have a schedule that, features Washington and Rutgers and Maryland and Wisconsin and Northwestern down the stretch. I mean, you should be right in the mix in the Big Ten title hunt. But I don't know how good this team is ceiling wise to really get into the college football playoff.
Yeah, yet to really be determined about Illinois.
Yeah.
Offense is firing all cylinders right now with Luke Altmaier. Defensively, really good on the back end. The offensive line had a little bit of concern there in Duke, but hell, we're only 2 games in. We got miles to go before we really understand, the true strengths and weaknesses of some of these schools. Jerry, we only got about a minute and a half left. As always, I get to the window early to take advantage of soft lines. What tickets have you already fired off on, whether in the NFL in week 2 or college football in week 3?
I bet the Jags plus 3.5 at the Bengals this week already. I mean, listen, guys, I think we are full sell on this Cincinnati team. They gained how many yards per play against the Browns? When all we heard all summer long, start fast, get out of the gate quick. I mean, you look at that box score. How the heck did Cincinnati win that game? Now, maybe their luck is turning because last year in a game like that, they probably lose by 2 or 3 scores based on how bad their defense is. But I think a little bit of that, too, is you're facing Joe Flacco and the Cleveland Browns, who just are not expected to be a very good offense this year. So I look at that Cincinnati box score. I mean, 2.9 yards per play. If you don't win the turnover battle 2-0, you're losing week 1 to the Browns. So I'm selling on Cincinnati right now, and I think 3 in the hook, right? My guess is we'll see those hooks evaporate at some point during the week. I took the Jags plus 3.5. I thought they looked pretty decent in their opener against Carolina, despite some weather delays down there in Jacksonville.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Should be an interesting one between Jacksonville and Cincinnati. Outstanding stuff from Jared Smith. Again, follow him on X at Jared Smith Bets. We appreciate the time, Jared. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're making the full shift to college football. Our Week 3 breakdown, numero uno of the week. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out. We're heading out to the college gridiron next on BetMGM tonight.
What are we doing in this game? Move on Miami. The market is saying, all right, enough is enough. That was a nice win to open the season against Boise State. People weren't sure what to expect without Genty. Good job. Oh, you went to Florida and you won? They helped you out a little bit, but hey, got to give you credit, right? South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early. I'm curious if this gets to 17. We're sitting 16.5 right now on Monday morning after opening at 15, Sammy.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. I'm actually lower than market. I'm 14.5. Now, to open 15, I mean, it opened right there. But again, these are bets. These moves on Sunday night, Monday morning are from respected players. These are not public pushes. The public is still figuring out what to do on Monday Night Football and what it's going to parlay tonight and who it's going to score the first touchdown with. That's what the public's doing today. Respected play is betting these college numbers. Even though the limits are low, they're getting good numbers. And that came in on Miami. They laid 15 and 15.5 and 16. Now, there would be resistance, you would think, on South Florida if it were to get to 17. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot. They know that South Florida is going to get money. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to put USF in their slips. The books are well aware of that. And the books are looking at the early bets on Miami from respected players and saying, oh, we better move this because we don't want to write big limit bets on Miami. We'd rather write those smaller bets at the right number, get to the right market price, and then raise the limit. So that's all that's happening there. You have respected players on the Canes, and they were happy to lay the 15, 15.5, 16.
And he is, look, he's a guy that got a lot of derision in New York, and I get that. But also he played, like Saquon, for example, with some really bad teams. And I'm not saying to put Daniel Jones amongst the top-tier quarterbacks in the NFL. There's a very real possibility he could be a very good quarterback in a system that probably benefits him, like getting out of what was going on in New York, and now being able to show what he can do because he's a dual-threat quarterback. He can really run. I think he could have a fine season. I've never bought into this idea he's a terrible quarterback. I think he's had some moments that weren't great, but it's hard to find a very good quarterback or an above-average quarterback in the National Football League. Guys just cycle through. Teams cycle through quarterbacks all of the time. So it's not going to surprise me if he ends up having a better season than we anticipated. There's a reason why they signed him. There's a reason why he beat out Anthony Richardson to take this starting role. And yeah, he looked great yesterday. Miami's going to be terrible this year. They're already just an internal mess, but I certainly think Daniel Jones is going to have his moments.
Yeah, I thought if Miami stood a chance, like in an indoor, like that would be their chance for their offense to look good because they have a lot of speed, but it's just nothing was working for the Dolphins yesterday. And I do think Mike McDaniel's probably the first head coach fired in the NFL this season.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday edition. And we got a bit of a stalemate going on at Soldier Field. Nobody's doing much of anything. Kind of a war of attrition has broken out. It is 7-3 still, and Bears had a white-hot start on the first drive of the game, working the ball down the field and punching it in with Caleb Williams calling his own number on a run. He's already got 4 carries for 32 yards and a touchdown. Right now, really the only shining somewhat a fantasy star in this game. Caleb Williams overall 10-13 through the air for 86 yards. No TDs, no INTs. On the ground, though, 4 for 32 in that touchdown. Swift just got another carry, 5 carries for 12 yards. He also has 3 receptions for 12 yards, so no hope is lost there in the PPR world. DJ Moore doing his best Debo impersonation in this game. He's got 2 catches for 35 yards, also 2 carries for 6 yards. Roma Dunze has been targeted 3 times, 2 grabs for 13. Manungai's got a reception for 11, not a carry. Colson Loveland, a 8-yard reception, and Olamide Zaccheaus, a 7-yard reception. Even uglier, though, for the Minnesota Vikings. J.J. McCarthy just 4-7 for 20 yards, folks. That's 2.9 in terms of YPA. Barf. Ugh. Wretched. Jordan Mason, your leading rusher, 4 carries for 14 yards. McCarthy has a carry for 11. Aaron Jones has 3 carries. Oh, there is a first down. Nice catch of Olamide Zaccheaus. About a 14-yard gain. 1st and 10 across midfield for Chicago. Jones 3 for 6. Justin Jefferson has 1 carry for 4. Justin Jefferson also has 1 catch. That's it for 4 yards. Jordan Mason, your leading receiver for Minnesota, 1 catch for 7 yards. Hockenson has a catch for 4. Oliver a catch for 5. Again, just puke-inducing. What the Minnesota Vikings have done on offense, a little creativity, a little aggression. You have arguably the best receiver in the NFC, and you're not even using him. Justin Jefferson looks a little bit frustrated, to say the least, there on the sideline as DeAndre Swift gets a carry for about a 2-3 yard gain there on first down. So far, what are your takeaways? Bears, Vikings, again, grab a bucket.
Yeah, so Bears offense, while not exactly explosive right now, I've liked what I've seen, right, where you got pre-snap motion, Caleb under center, Caleb using his legs a little bit more, all the pieces moving around. We got DJ Moore lining up in the backfield, lining up outside, lining up in the slot. So I'm excited, man. I think they're only going to continue to get better, right? This is only week 1, so really this is a glorified exhibition game. But for the Vikings, I got some major concerns about my guy Justin Jefferson, who I have in not 1 but 2 leagues. Yeah. JJ looks like a rookie making his first road start, but does not look like Sam Darnold did last year, man. So I'm a little bit worried about Justin Jefferson. I only need tonight 3 points. I thought I needed 4. I need 3 fantasy points. So if I don't get at least 1 more reception for 10 yards, this is going to be one of the worst beats I've ever had in my life. So that's my major takeaway right now is it's early, but JJ doesn't look very good. The offense doesn't look very good, and I'm a little concerned about Justin Jefferson. And I need a lot more carries for Jordan Mason, and at least, 3 targets for Aaron Jones would be nice. He's got none.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for me, if anything, is that DeAndre Swift keeps getting carries on the ground for a lot of meaningless gains, but he's already got 7. I need 15 to cash a plus money ticket. Everything else for me in terms of some of the bets I've made, not looking great. I would like to get Jordan Mason in the end zone. As a Bears fan, hell no, I don't want that. But as a gambler and somebody that did bet on that at plus 155 at BetMGM, I'm hoping that one comes to fruition. He's just looked like he's run with more power, more juice than Aaron Jones. You also had the under on 12.5 rush attempts for Aaron Jones. Any kind of live dies that may be of interest to you. Honestly, dude, I'm going to look at the Aaron Jones receiving market, especially the Bears get more points on the board here by halftime. He doesn't have a single catch. Did draw that 42-yard pass interference call early in the game, but Jones could be a busy pass catcher after halftime, don't you think?
Yeah, that would probably be my look, man. Maybe a live dive on some Aaron Jones receptions. They got to get J.J. McCarthy comfortable in the second half. So some quick, easy throws. Of course, Jordan Mason gets the reception, not the carry. But I do think that they'll, look to open it up a little bit more with the pass game in the second half. The problem is they haven't been able to sustain drives. It's just 3 and out after 3 and out. And then Ben Johnson's seeing this, and it's just a bunch of checkdowns from Caleb. They're getting the ground game working a little bit, just eating that clock and keeping Justin Jefferson and that offense on the sidelines. But in the second half, man, I would look for Aaron Jones on a live dive. And also, if we get real low, I might come around on an over. Right now, I don't want to do that because the Vikings offense can't sustain drives. But if we get too low, I might have to come in on an over because I do think we'll get some scores in the second half, hopefully.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, it's just absolutely hideous what is going on. The over-under right now sitting at 35.5 at BetMGM with the Bears on the live line at minus 6.5 right now. Again, 2 minutes remaining. Caleb Williams takes a snap, fires a completion. Olamide Zaccheaus has been a busy receiver on this drive. Bears first down. They're already within field goal range, so they should be able to get at least an opportunity at adding some points in this matchup. Again, we'll keep you up to date right now, though. We got to do another snapshot of 4 college football games ahead of the Week 3 slate. Again, I'm going to give you the line, and I'm going to play a little numbers nerd. So with that, and we got to play our fancy sounder here. Hopefully Brando's got it. Hey, Brando, it's time once again for another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade? Or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
Bravo, Brandon. Bravo. Our EP and a man is a master of the board. All right, let's go to Thursday night. NC State, the Wolfpack. Oh, laying 7.5 against Wake Forest at a minus 110 juice. ESPN's Football Power Index has NC State at number 59. Wake, the Deeks, at just number 101. Pro Football Focus offensive rating so far through a couple of weeks. NC State at 46. Wake Forest at number 75. Defensive rating, NC State at number 42. Believe it or not, Wake Forest at number 20. With all that information at your disposal, Horvath, NC State minus 7.5 on the road against Wake. Fade or follow?
I'll fade NC State, actually. I like Wake Forest in the game. So NC State, unfortunately, just beat my boys from Virginia, and they covered because Virginia's kicker missed an easy field goal, which would have covered for us. But I do like NC State's quarterback, C.J. Bailey. The kid's good. But I don't know, man. I kind of like – now, Wake Forest hasn't really seen anybody yet. They just beat up on the Catamounts last week. They beat up on Kennesaw State. Actually, like barely, 10-9. But it's because their quarterback, Claiborne, got hurt. Then he came back, had 2 rushes of more than 80 yards. When he's healthy, I like Wake Forest's offense. I like catching more than a touchdown. And I feel like NC State, coming off that win against Virginia, this is going to be a letdown spot. So 7.5, I don't know that they win the game outright, but I do like Wake Forest to keep this maybe even within a field goal. So give me the Demon Deacons here, the Fighting Tim Duncans.
Oh, maybe Yar. Captain Hook's going to come into play and do you a solid there on that 7.5 line. All right, let's move on. Houston laying 3.5 against Neon Dion's Colorado Buffs at a minus 110 juice. ESPN's Football Power Index has the Cougs at number 55 and Colorado. Oh, how convenient at number 54. Offensive rating at Pro Football Focus. Houston number 85, Colorado number 79. Defensive rating according to PFF. Houston Houston at number 3 nationally. Colorado at 123. Yikes. Again, with all that background info that you can use whatever you want with. Houston minus 3.5 at Colorado at a minus 110. Jews, fade or follow.
You know, I didn't think Colorado was really going to skip a beat without Shedeur and without Travis Hunter. Boy, was I wrong, because Dion, he can recruit, but I just don't know that he's a head coach at this level, man. He doesn't know when to take timeouts. The clock management's terrible, and I kind of like Houston, man. For the first time since 2018, they're off to a 2-0 start. They brought in Connor Wegman, who at one point was like a 5-star quarterback at Texas A&M. Granted, they beat Stephen F. Austin, but they shut him out. And then they beat up on Rice 35-9. Their running back, Dean Connors, had 132 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. And you said it, man, all the ratings better right now. Like Houston, 81st in FBS in overall offense. Their defense, 4th. Colorado's outside the top 90. Their defense right now, outside the top 100. The only thing I'll say about Colorado that's improved is their run game. Last year, they only rushed for 847 yards all season. This season, 277. I thought Salter was a decent option at quarterback. They might not even play him next week. They're playing 3 quarterbacks right now. So give me Houston in this game. I think they win this game by at least 4 points.
All right, going to follow Houston minus 3.5. Let's go to the next game. And the team that's been an ultra letdown, to say the least, this year. Oh. Kansas State continue to kick themselves right in the crotch, laying 1.5 on the road against Arizona at a minus 118 juice. So a little bit heavier there if you want to back the Wildcats, who are looking to get their first win of the season. Football Power Index at ESPN. By the way, the Bears booted a field goal from Santos, 10-3, 19 seconds remaining in the first half. Football Power Index has K-State at 46, Arizona at 44. Pro Football Focus offensive rating for K-State at 23, Arizona at 65. Defensive rating at Pro Football Focus, K-State at number 74, Arizona at 23. Pretty even matchup. Those strengths and weaknesses are really going toe-to-toe there, especially on the defensive end. So with all of that, K-State minus 1.5 in Tucson against the Arizona Wildcats. Fade or follow.
You said it, man. Kansas State has been one of the bigger letdowns in all of college football. They were one of the favorites to win the Big 12, and they just lost to Army on Saturday as a 17-point favorite, 24-21. They barely got by North Dakota last week. They won 38-35. They were 4-touchdown favorites and only win that game by a field goal. Week 0, they lose in Ireland 24-21 as 2-point favorites. And then Avery Johnson's dad and his brother are fist fighting on the streets of Ireland. So I should fade them, but I feel like this is the perfect buy low, man. So Arizona is 2-0, but they beat Weber State and they beat Hawaii. 15.5-point favorites, huge favorites, 31.5 in that Weber State game. I think this is a good buy low spot on Kansas State. I'm hoping the running back that got hurt on the opening kickoff, Dylan Edwards, who averaged over 6 yards per carry, is back. If not, I do like them to bounce back after losing to Army. They're embarrassed now. Last year we saw this game, and I thought Arizona's roster was better because they had Tet McMillan. Kansas State beat them 31-7 as just a touchdown dog. So I like Kansas State in this spot, plus 1.5. Perfect buy low, I think.
By the way, Minnesota already in field goal range. They're going to attempt a field goal. Jalen Naylor with a 33-yard gain. Finally threw the damn ball down the field and took a shot there. As they're going to try to put points to the board here and cut this lead to 10-6. 11 seconds remaining here in the first half at Soldier Field. All right, last one. Clemson minus 6.5 on the road at Georgia Tech. You look at Clemson, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, at number 32. Georgia Tech at number 30, so pretty even matchup there. Based on that ranking, offensive rating at Pro Football Focus, Clemson at 93, which is wild to me. The Ramblin' Wreck there at 74. Defensive rating, Clemson at 57. Georgia Tech at 82. The kick is up, and it's good. Looks like Chicago's good going to have with a 4-point lead, 10-6 on the Minnesota Vikings. And Clemson minus 6.5 against Georgia Tech. Fade or follow.
I'll follow Clemson, but I'm going to wait, man, because this got bet down to 4.5. Money coming in on Georgia Tech. I get it.
Wow.
Clemson has not covered the spread in 4 of their last 5 games against FBS teams going back to last year. They looked terrible against Troy. They were losing by double digits. They only won 27-16. But they were also coming off a disappointing loss to LSU to kick off the year. And they were without 3 of their starters, including their stud wide receiver Antonio Williams. We don't know if any of the 3 are going to play, but we also don't know if Georgia Tech's quarterback Haynes King is going to play. He didn't play last week. It didn't matter. The backup led them to 680 total yards of offense, but that was against Gardner-Webb. So I feel like, again, this is the perfect buy low on Clemson. I still think they win the ACC. I still think they win double-digit games. I'm not out on them yet. I'll take the Tigers here.
All right, you're big on Clemson, minus the now 4.5. I shaved off 2 points off the line when I put together the script this morning. All right, to recap, Horvath is fading NC State. Going to ride Wake Forest plus 7.5 on Thursday night. On Friday, he is going to follow Houston minus 3.5, taking on the Colorado Buffs. He is going to follow Kansas State, near Kansas City, to get their first victory of the season, minus 1.5 against Arizona. And he is going to follow Clemson, now minus 4.5 on the road in Atlanta, taking on Georgia Tech. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, our cards so far, we're going to tell you how we're doing. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding 2 Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens were just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Let's go LSU, Florida. Because now you've got, man, that's an opponent I don't want. Okay, Florida coming off an awful loss. Are we going to get them any fight? Are you going to stop your head coach from getting fired in season? It opened 9.5, and the market for the most part is 9.5. There are some 8.5s out there, which is a little surprising that people are willing to jump in on Florida. It's rivalry matchup. We've seen it a million times. Tough place to play under the lights. Sam, it would be very difficult for me to line up and take the Gators.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. Putting the cherry on top of the Sunday of my time on the show tonight. But don't you go anywhere, fools, because Horvat's going to be sticking around for bonus time hour of BetMGM Tonight. Going to give you some early thoughts. College football week 3. Probably going to, back up the entire truck and dump it out on Illinois, laying in 27.5 against Western Michigan in prime time at Memorial Stadium. Off air, I told him this. Again, I didn't go to the Western Illinois matchup because I had to do radio with my fine colleague who went to Western Illinois, and Illinois covered that monster spread in that game. And, of course, they got the huge win against Duke. So this is the first game I'm going to. It's a night game. I have 50-yard line seats, my kids in the band, and my wife has volunteered to drive me home from the game, where there will be excessive tailgating, will there be excessive high noons consumed. Hell, I might even throw in a little tequila. Hell, I might throw in a little THC beverage as well before kickoff and have a grand old time at Memorial Stadium on Saturday night. So if you see a bald dome dude just kind of chilling like a villain there on the west side of the stadium, come say hi, and hopefully I will remember your name. So if you see me at Memorial Stadium, yes, that is me, possibly in an altered state, enjoying every single second of Illinois, 9th-ranked Illinois, who's going to be playing in prime time in a couple of weeks and now tonight against Indiana on the road in Bloomington on NBC. Doesn't get much better than that. I'm living in a bizarre world right now, I can tell you that. All right, we're going to get after with our cards here momentarily. How we're doing so far. It is halftime in Chicago. Really kind of a disgusting first half is the best way to really describe it. 10-6, Bears up by 4 as Minnesota banged home a 59-yard field goal as time almost expired there in that first frame. So Bears came out of the gates with guns a-blazing, got a touchdown on that first drive with Caleb Williams' legs.
So I'll just give you a quick box score rundown at halftime. Caleb Williams, 13 to 16, 112 yards in that first half. No TDs, no INTs, 4 rushes for 32 yards and a rushing touchdown. My guy, DeAndre Swift, he's getting closer. He's got 9 carries already, only for 22 yards. So I need him to get to 15 carries on the ground to cash in. DJ Moore, 2 carries for 6 yards. I'm going to share a bet on a live dive. I just fired off on him at BetMGM here in a second. Moore also leading the Bears in receiving, 3 targets, 2 catches for 35. Olamide Zaccheaus was quite busy toward the end of the half. 4 targets, 3 catches for 30. Rome Odunze, 4 targets, 3 catches for 16. Swift, 3 targets, 3 catches. Threes are wild for a dozen yards. But guy's got a catch for 11. And Colson Loveland, 1 for 8. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, finally showed some semblance of an offense on that last drive. J.J. McCarthy, though, still just 5 of 8 for 48 yards. No TDs, no INTs. Does have an 11-yard rush. Jordan Mason, your leading rusher, 4 carries to 14. Aaron Jones, you're on the under on rush attempts, 3 in the first half. That is it for 6 yards. Aaron Jones doesn't have any catches, kind of like his over-under on the over side of it on 8.5 receiving yards at -118 right now at BetMGM. Jalen Naylor, not Justin Jefferson or TJ Hawkinson, is your leading receiver at the half. 1 reception for 28 yards. Mason a catch for 7. Oliver a catch for 5. Hawkinson a catch for 4. Justin Jefferson, 1 catch on 2 targets for 4 yards. What in the living hell is going on, Horvey?
I don't know, man. They can't sustain any drives, right? And so the Bears have done a pretty good job shutting him down. I should have figured because, like I said, I only needed 3 fantasy football points to win week 1 in my Dynasty League. And so far, I haven't got there. Hopefully in the second half. Now, as a Bears backer, I do worry a little bit, man, that Minnesota, they haven't really had the ball at all. They haven't really done a whole lot, but they're still hanging around. They're down only 4 points, and it's JJ making his first start. So I think Kevin O'Connell is going to make the right adjustments. We got to remember, he's a top 3 head coach, top 5 head coach in this league. So I do worry a little bit that they're going to be able to open some stuff up in the second half. So maybe now that you're getting soft numbers, look at some overs. I like Aaron Jones a little bit more than Justin Jefferson. He's still priced like kind of where I think he should be for the second half, but Aaron Jones should start eating, man, in the second half, I would hope, at least in the pass game. Jordan Mason's got the only reception out of the backfield, unfortunately. So hopefully they get Jonesy going here in the second half because I really need him to catch 3 balls.
Yeah, again, the number's only 8.5 on receiving yards, Aaron Jones. One of my favorite props is on him on that over. A little heavier juice there at -118. The other one I actually bet on, and this is a sicko I am, DJ Moore. I've seen a half a yard on the ground, and I cash in at plus money. It was +110 when I fired off on that because the live line is at 6.5. And again, he's already got a couple of carries for 6 yards. So you're just betting essentially, does he get another touch on the ground? I say, hell yeah, he does. Feed the man, Ben Johnson. Feed him. He's doing his best Deebo Samuel impersonation, kind of Xavier Worthy-esque in a way, jack of all trades. Could be a backwards pass behind the line of scrimmage. Could be a jet sweep. Could be a simple handoff. And again, the 2 carries that he had were simple handoffs is all they were. So that one hopefully is going to come home for me. But let's go ahead and get after with the other bets that we made on our cards tonight with some of the other action that we also popped off on. Horvat, with a half of the books, how are yours looking?
All right, so we're up big, actually, because Caleb Williams scored a rushing touchdown, and that was priced plus 500. We got the Bears on the money line, which right now I'm feeling okay, 10-6 lead. I wish they had a little bit bigger of a lead. But let's look at the card. So we got Aaron Jones over 2.5 receptions. Right now doesn't even have a target, so we don't feel all that great about that. We do have Aaron Jones under 12.5 rush attempts at the half. He has 3 carries for 6 yards, so we feel really good about that. Jordan Mason, I bet over 8.5 carries. He's got 4, so we need 5 more there. Like I said, I do have the Bears. And then one last one that I'll be cheering on. Jordan Mason, leading rusher in the game, which I bet plus 310. Right now, he's the leading rusher for the Vikings. The problem is Caleb Williams is actually the leading rusher in the game, man. I wish I would have bet that. And then the last one I had was Caleb Williams over 4.5 carries. So We need one more, even if it's the quarterback kneel if they win the game. That comes home. And then we had a little sprinkle from last week, seduced by the juice, on Colston Loveland anytime touchdown at plus 400. So wouldn't hate that coming home either.
All right, my card so far, not great. Caleb Williams over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 130. I doubt that's going to come home, but you never know. Maybe he gets, catches fire here in the second half vertically. Adam Thielen, I thought I had a feeling he was going to be dealing. Apparently, dealing me a whole bunch of nothing. I had the over 3.5 receptions to plus 115. Doesn't have a single target in the first half. Had Aaron Jones over 18.5 receiving yards at minus 110. Again, doesn't also have a target in the first half. So it could be an 0-3 night for me. Sledgehammer special not looking great. Bears 17-plus points. They may get there. All they need is 7 points. But Justin Jefferson, 75-plus yards. Again, he's got 1 catch for 4. Weird. Jordan Mason, anytime touchdown at plus 155. That might come home. And then DeAndre Swift, 15-plus rush attempts at plus 115. That one has a shot. He's already got 9. Bears start off this half with the ball, and I got DJ Moore in a live dive. 6.5 on the over on rush yards. Just need a carry for a positive gain, and that one cashes. And I also have the Aaron Jones over 8.5 receiving yards. Should have just waited and bet on that live instead of taking the 18.5 at the beginning. Much better number, 10 yards lighter than the original line. As let's see, the second half underway. Caleb Williams takes a snap, surveys the field, tries to check down to DeAndre Swift. No connection there. So it's going to be 2nd and 10 for Chicago to start on this first drive in the second half. So, again, not great. That's the problem with some of these games. I mean, outside of the Jets and Steelers game, which is still almost unbelievable to me. They put up over 60 combined points, and then the 80-plus points scored last night, and that thriller in Western New York between Buffalo and Baltimore. Scoring was way down in the league this week, and this game is shaping up to be more to that story, Horvey.
Yeah, all unders yesterday except for the lowest total of the day, which was 38 with the Jets, which was a complete shootout. And then the night game, which, man, I'm mad at myself because I did bet the Bills and I had some props that came home, but I really liked the over. And I was like, primetime overs, Lamar versus Allen, everybody's going to bet it. I'm going to stay away. Sometimes just ride with the public, man, because it seems too good to be true, but it's going to hit if it's 2 great quarterbacks, 2 great offenses like that. Scoring's been way down. We've seen this, though, the last couple of years. It's because nobody really plays in the preseason. Hell, even we were all excited about the Bengals not getting off to a slow start because they played their guys in the preseason and they still look like dumb. So it's going to take a couple weeks, I think, for these offenses to pick back up. I'm waiting to see if there's a huge adjustment with some of these totals. Then I'll fire off on some overs. But right now, I'll probably just stay away the first couple weeks of the season. Also, like, these passing offenses haven't looked all that great. Much of the same the last couple of years with the too high shell. Teams just really aren't taking much down the field, many shots down the field. A lot of dinking and dunking for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. And the Bears even tried to dink and dunk on that drive. Immediately a 3 and out. Right now on the live line there at BetMGM, we have a significant line movement as the Bears now just minus 2.5 on the live line. The over-under sitting still at 38.5. Again, 10-6. The punt is up. And it's down the field, caught about the 30-yard line from Minnesota. Oh, and a sizable run back already in Bears territory down to the 48 of Chicago. That is the reason why, because you got about the 40-second delay from the live updates there at BetMGM. So that's why Chicago's down to minus 2.5. Does that interest you? At what point do the Bears become bettable in your mind? Or are you thinking more Minnesota on the live money line right now, plus 118?
Yeah, at 4.5, I was thinking, man, because I had the Bears plus 2.5, minus 115. I considered playing back Minnesota because I think this game could come down to a field goal. So I wouldn't take the Bears right now. I would probably look to play Minnesota, but under a field goal, I would just stay away right now. Maybe wait till you get over a key number. Oh, God, because JJ almost just got picked.
Yep, I'm going to exit stage left. Stick around for a bonus hour. Adios, amigos. Wake up, Bears.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
even though the perception is down on Clemson, that's still a very, very good team. I'm sorry. Are they a great team? No. Still very, very good, even though they struggled with Troy and lost week 1. So Circa opened Clemson as a 6-point favorite, -6 at Georgia Tech. That number now is 4.5 at BetMGM and 4 across Vegas. Huge move on the dog. And Haynes King, a little banged up at quarterback for Georgia Tech. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to play, and clearly the market thinks he's going to, but he took a shot in that game in week number 2. That has not stopped the money from coming in early on Georgia Tech. So Clemson from -6 to -4. Support early for the Jackets.
I also like the Seahawks +3 against the Steelers on Sunday. For me, that's just a numbers play. I think getting Seattle +3 is a great bet. They won 7 road games last year. Mike McDonald, the head coach for Seattle, was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens for 2 years. He knows Mike Tomlin. He knows the Steelers well. And look, that Pittsburgh offense was very good against the Jets. A lot better than I think a lot of us expected them to be. The defense did have some trouble against Justin Fields, but I think Seattle keeps that game close, and I think they're alive to win that game as well. How about the Dolphins on the money line against the Patriots? I mean, is this just not a Joes versus pros type game, right? We were all over the Colts on Sunday. It was our favorite bet in week 1, non-sweat. Colts take care of business. We knew they weren't losing for Jim Irsay. Well, now turn around. The Dolphins look awful, and a lot of people were down on the Dolphins going into week 1, yet it felt like everybody was betting the Dolphins in that week 1 game against the Colts. And all those people who bet on the Dolphins now are so disgusted that they did, and they don't want anything to do with Miami, and they're going to see that that team is favored this week against the offseason darling in the New England Patriots. Drake May, by the way, 1-10 now as a starting quarterback, but go ahead. Keep betting them to make the playoffs. Keep betting their over-win total. Guy's got 1 win as a starting quarterback, and he's an underdog this week. You don't think everybody's going to be lining up to bet the Patriots after what they just saw after the Dolphins? Dolphins are going to win that game. We'll take them on the money line at -125. How about the Broncos -2.5 at the Colts? Again, that game was just way more about the Dolphins than it was about the Colts. Don't let that fool you. Daniel Jones goes from playing maybe the worst secondary in the NFL to playing now maybe the best secondary in the NFL. Denver's offense didn't look all that great. Tennessee was very competitive. They forced some turnovers. I think getting the Broncos under a field goal, really good bet. I would expect that to go to 3. I like Denver at -2.5.
Madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark. Ryan Horvat with you here on Monday, September 8th. Happy birthday to my son Nathan, turns the big 12 today, so happy birthday to him. We had a nice little lunch today, opened up some presents, had some cake, had a little chocolate cake, cheated on the diet today. I had chicken tenders. I was like an 8-year-old today. I had chicken tenders. I had French fries. I had some chocolate cake. Had a couple Diet Cokes. And now my wife's making me pizza rolls. Shout out to Andrew Williams, Mitch Rosen for allowing me to work from home like everybody else on the network. Because now, right after I get off the air, Monday Night Football, I get to eat some pepperoni pizza rolls, play a little Madden, and then hop in my bunk bed and go to bed. I'm like an 11-year-old all over again, and I love it. It's like the movie Big with Tom Hanks, only I'm really pushing 40 years old. I feel good right now. I'm in a good mood because I bet the Bears huge, not only to go over 8.5 wins, not only to make the playoffs at 2-1 or better, but also to win tonight against the Minnesota Vikings. Now, still plenty of ball to be played. We got 12:51 to go in the third quarter. J.J. McCarthy, though, kids, doesn't look very good. He looks like a redshirt rookie quarterback because he didn't play last year because of the knee injury. But this is his technical second season, but really his rookie season, making his first road start in Chicago at Soldier Field. And he just threw a pick six, which went over 70 yards to right. And the Bears now up 17-6. We'll dive into the box score here in a second. I have to pay attention for some player prop purposes. Jordan Mason, preferably to go over 8.5 rushing attempts. It's been a good night. It's been a good week. We're going to recap everything that we saw in the NFL Week 1. Last night I hit on Dalton Kincaid, first touchdown in the Sunday night game. And then tonight we had Caleb Williams, anytime touchdown, plus 500, which I'm kind of kicking myself. This is when you know you're greedy, because I should have bet first touchdown for Caleb. I think that was better than 11-1. Instead, I bet anytime. Still awesome. Still $500, so that's cool. 17-6 is the score right now. Like I said, 12:05 to play here in the third quarter. J.J. McCarthy, little play action pass. He's under duress again, and he is sacked again. J.J. tonight, like I said, making his first start on the road against this Bears defense, who started all right last year and then really fell off a cliff after they fired Matt Eberflus. They gave up over 30 points in like 5 consecutive games. But like I said, all summer long, because we talked about the Bears pretty much every night. You guys are probably sick of hearing me talk about the Bears. I'm not even a Bears fan. But I think there was a lot of quit in that locker room. You had a rookie quarterback in Caleb. The defense, I think they said to hell with it once Eberflus got fired. And this year, so far, so good. Granted, it's week 1 and it's against a rookie quarterback, but the Vikings tonight are 0-6 on third downs. And they're averaging over 8 yards to go on third down. So known passing downs. This is why JJ, a lot of people are going to say, why did JJ look so bad tonight? Well, the offense has done him no favors. And I love Kevin O'Connell, coach of the year. I think he's a top 5 head coach in this league and play caller. But when you're a rookie quarterback, I'm going to call him a rookie even though he's in his second year. When your quarterback making his first start ever in the National Football League is in known passing downs every single drive, that's not good. You got to get a run game going, but they haven't been able to do so tonight. Jordan Mason, 5 carries for 17 yards, only 3 yards per carry. J.J. McCarthy, 1 carry himself for 11 yards. Aaron Jones, 5 attempts for 8 yards, 1.6 per pop. So stop giving him the damn ball because we need him to go under 13.5 carries. Right now, I believe it's Jordan Mason in the backfield. He does get the halfback draw. I don't care where he goes. I don't need the yards. I just need the attempts. That'll be attempt number 6. Let's get 4 more home for Jordan Mason. So that's the box score for the Vikings right now. Really struggling to sustain drives. A lot of 3 and outs. Now it's 4th and 20, and they're going to punt the ball away again to Chicago. But J.J. McCarthy, 5 of 9 passing, 48 yards through the air, 5.3 yards per completion. And this is an offense that has T.J. Hawkinson, has Justin Jefferson. They don't have Jordan Addison until week 4 because he's suspended for drunk driving. But you still have a top 3 receiver in Justin Jefferson, and you have 48 yards to show for it. Bears, oh my God, almost muffed that punt. That is definitely not Devin Hester back there, but they do recover, and they're all right. Jalen Naylor, the leading receiver tonight for the Vikings. Who had that on the bingo card? He's got 1 grab for 28 yards. Jordan Mason, 1 grab for 7 yards. Josh Oliver, 1 grab for 5 yards. TJ Hawkinson, 1 for 4. Justin Jefferson, 1 catch tonight. I need 3 damn points in my fantasy league. And I have Justin Jefferson going tonight. 3 points to win my week 1 matchup. I know you don't care about my fantasy team. It's okay. I don't care about yours or anybody else's either. But I just need 3 points from Justin Jefferson. I may not get that tonight. Meanwhile, for the Bears, probably some high expectations with Ben Johnson taking over as head coach and his play caller right away. It's going to be a little bit of a work in progress, but you got to like what you're seeing tonight. For one, the offensive line hasn't got Caleb killed. For two, Caleb is getting rid of the ball quick. He has barely, in fact, has he been sacked tonight? I don't have it on this box score. Let me pull up this box score. You guys will wait, damn it. It's my show. No, he hasn't. Caleb Williams has not taken a sack tonight. How many did he take last season? That was his issue, holding on to the ball too long. And this is why, again, I bought into the Bears this year in the Ben Johnson hire. Caleb's been under center a little bit. Caleb's been in the shotgun. We've seen Caleb use his legs. We need to see it one more time. Over 4.5 rushing attempts needs the hit, but he's got 4 carries. He has the first rushing touchdown of his career. Right? Go back and watch the tape when he was at Oklahoma. He was more of a dual threat quarterback. Was used a little bit differently at USC, but he's a hell of an athlete. He reminds me a lot of Aaron Rodgers, which is why I think I like Caleb so much. But tonight, so far, so good. Again, they have 17 points. They don't look like the greatest show on turf, but it's week 1. It's the first game for Ben Johnson, and they have a 17-6 lead with 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. Caleb tonight, 13-19 passing, 112 yards through the air, no touchdowns, no picks. He has 4 carries for 32 yards. He's actually the leading rusher in this game for both teams. DeAndre Swift, 9 carries for 22 yards. And then DJ Moore. They're lining him up in the backfield, giving him just traditional halfback carries. He's got 2 carries for 6 yards. He's also the leading receiver for the Bears with 35 yards on 2 grabs. And Roma Dunze has got 3 catches for 16 yards. So that's the update. We'll keep you updated when play does resume. Right now we got a timeout in the action, but the score, Chicago 17, Minnesota 6. The Bears on the live line, 10.5-point favorites. Opened as 1.5, 2.5-point dogs. Closed as a 1-point favorite, so pretty much a pick. Now a 10.5-point favorite, week 1 of the Ben Johnson era. Total in the game, 39.5. Crazy stuff. Although not too crazy because we all saw it coming, and that's why we bet the Bears. Let's go through everything that we saw week 1. So we were here on Thursday night. The Eagles beat the Cowboys 24-20. Eagles also make a trade. They trade for Tank Bigsby, a backup running back, for Saquon Barkley. Chargers get past the Chiefs 27-21. Justin Herbert looked damn good. Played like an MVP candidate, which you could have had before the season, 25-1. That was a small bet that we placed here on BetMGM tonight after dark. Caleb under center. We got a pitch to DeAndre Swift, who goes absolutely nowhere. Tampa Bay really burned my pocketbook, unfortunately, yesterday by beating the Atlanta Falcons 23-20. Now, if you look at the box score and you don't see the final score, you're going to say, man, Atlanta won that game by how many points? 10-17? No, they actually lost the game. But the box score is going to tell you that they outgained the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and really, they outclassed the Tampa Bay Buccaneers yesterday. Somehow, though, they lose 23-20. They close as 1.5-point dogs, so Tampa comes home on the money line, minus 110, and the spread at 1.5. Total goes under 47.5. But let's look at the total yardage in that game. Let's try to figure out how the hell does Atlanta lose that game. Atlanta, total yards, 358. They ran 71 plays. Tampa, 260 total yards on 56 total plays. How? Because I don't know that Raheem's the guy in Atlanta, unfortunately. Right? The defense was better. They spent draft capital on the pass rush, which was their issue last year. Defense looked fine. You held Tampa to 23 points. Michael Penix played really good, especially late. But they still find a way to lose that game. They miss. Younghoe Koo misses the game-tying field goal. It was just like every other Tampa game the last 3 years. Emeka Egbuka. What a performance, though, for a rookie wide receiver. That was the worry for Tampa, right? No Tristan Wirfs, their stud tackle. No Chris Godwin to start the season. An aging defense, but Egbuka filled in that Godwin role, and he looked damn good. 2 touchdown passes or catches, including the 25-yard strike that gives Tampa the win. And they start 1-0, and they're looking to win the division again. And Atlanta outclassed Tampa in the box score, but still couldn't find a way to win the game, which was the same story for Atlanta the last couple of years. And that has to scare you a little bit if you're a Falcons fan. All right, 17-6 Bears, 2nd and 13 for Caleb here, and he skips one into the dirt. That'll bring up 3rd and 13 with 8:11 to go in the third quarter. The Bengals yesterday were my survivor pick. I broke rule number 2 in Survivor. Rule number 1, pick a winner. Rule number 2, I stay away from divisional matchups. These teams, they see each other twice every year. They know each other too well. And Joe Burrow in his career, for whatever reason, has been terrible against the Cleveland Browns. If you guys didn't watch the game yesterday, go back and watch Myles Garrett. He almost had 3 sacks on 3 consecutive plays. Did have 2 consecutive sacks on Joe Burrow. There's a reason why he's the highest paid edge rusher in the league. Up there with Micah Parsons now, of course. He's still a stud at 30 years old, man. And the Bengals didn't look all that good. Now, the defense, if you look at the box score, is going to look much improved because they held the Browns, if you want to call it, held the Browns to 16 points. But the Browns are expected to be one of the worst offenses in the league. They are starting Joe Flacco in the year 2025. The backups are 2 rookies in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, who might not be in the league in 4 years. The defense, though, under Al Golden did look a little improved, but I was more worried about the offensive side of the ball for the Bengals, man. I thought the whole reason that they played Joe Burrow in the preseason and Chase Brown in the preseason and T. Higgins in the preseason and Jamar Chase in the preseason was to avoid the slow start that has plagued them really the last couple of years. The reason that they've missed out on the playoffs is they're always chasing late. They're always 3 games back in the division and in the wild card standings. This year, they want to get off to a quicker start. Instead, what do they average? Like 3 yards per play? That was not good yesterday. They barely get by the Browns. They don't cover. Luckily, they do win because I had them in Survivor. But they win the game 17-16 only. Joe Burrow had 29 dropbacks, 24 passing attempts, only 15 completions for 114 yards and 1 touchdown. He got outplayed by Joe Flacco in that game. Those were not the numbers you were expecting from Joe Burrow. I think his touchdown passes were 2.5. And he only throws 1. Doesn't even throw for 130 yards. Again, it's week 1, but I wasn't all that impressed with the Bengals, so I'd probably avoid them right now in the North. But I was happy that they did come home and win the game because I had them in Survivor. So now I move on to week 2, and we'll figure out who we play week 2. The Colts looked awesome. I bet the Colts last minute, and I'm glad that I did because that was the easiest bet that you'll win all NFL season. Unless you have an anytime touchdown and the guy scores on the first play of the game, that was a slam dunk, man. 33-8. The Dolphins don't even get into the end zone until the final drive of the game. And at that point, Indianapolis was just playing prevent, like whatever. 33-8. Daniel Jones looked like an all-pro. 22 of 29 passing, 271 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, had a passer rating yesterday of 115.7. Granted, it's week 1. Granted, it was against the Dolphins, who every day in the summer had a corner get hurt. But man, Daniel Jones looked good. The Colts looked all right. And you got Shane Steichen, who might be coaching for his life. I don't know, man. Maybe Indianapolis is the sleeper team. I still like the Jags, and we'll get to them here in a second, but Colts looked good yesterday. The Dolphins might be the worst team in the league. Mike McDaniel might not survive week 4. It might be time for a new voice in that locker room. I'm not saying he can't go back to San Francisco and be Kyle Shanahan's caddy or his run game coordinator or maybe even the OC, but I don't think he's a head coach in this league, man. I don't. Look at the guy, right? Tua was terrible yesterday. 14 of 23 passing for 113 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Tua's not the answer. The Dolphins have no shot at winning 8 games this season. They might be a top 5, I was going to say lottery team, picking in the top 5 next year and looking for a quarterback and looking for a new head coach. What an embarrassment, man. Losing 33-8 to Daniel Jones and the Colts. You got Tyreek Hill pouting and complaining on the sidelines. He most likely gets moved at some point this season unless they fire McDaniel. It don't look good right now. And I don't think that's just a week 1 overreaction. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to more takeaways from week 1 of the NFL season. Did the Bears just force another turnover? No, I think they're going to call that one down. I don't know, actually. 17-6 right now, Chicago. Third quarter, 6:50 to go. Minnesota does have the ball, 2nd and 8 after a TJ Hawkinson. I believe that's a reception. Yes, it is, but for 2 yards. JJ McCarthy, not looking all that great right now. But when we come back, we'll take a look at everything else that went down week 1, keep you updated on what's going down in Chicago on Monday Night Football. Again, Bears 17, Vikings 6, 6:39 to go in the third quarter.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
What are we doing in this game? Move on Miami. The market is saying, all right, enough is enough. That was a nice win to open the season against Boise State. People weren't sure what to expect without Genty. Good job. Oh, you went to Florida and you won? They helped you out a little bit, but hey, got to give you credit, right? South Florida 2-0. Now they go to Miami. Things are getting real now. What are you going to do against the Canes? Well, the market says this is when you're brought back down to earth. They are betting Miami early. I'm curious if this gets to 17. We're sitting 16.5 right now on Monday morning after opening at 15, Sammy.
That is big respect for the favorite in the game. Understand that. I'm actually lower than market. I'm 14.5. Now, to open 15, I mean, it opened right there. But again, these are bets. These moves on Sunday night, Monday morning are from respected players. These are not public pushes. The public is still figuring out what to do on Monday Night Football and what it's going to parlay tonight and who it's going to score the first touchdown with. That's what the public's doing today. Respected play is betting these college numbers. Even though the limits are low, they're getting good numbers. And that came in on Miami. They laid 15 and 15.5 and 16. Now, there would be resistance, you would think, on South Florida if it were to get to 17. The number feels a little high, but understand that is the books respecting Miami big time in this spot. They know that South Florida is going to get money. By the time we get to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to put USF in their slips. The books are well aware of that. And the books are looking at the early bets on Miami from respected players and saying, oh, we better move this because we don't want to write big limit bets on Miami. We'd rather write those smaller bets at the right number, get to the right market price, and then raise the limit. So that's all that's happening there. You have respected players on the Canes, and they were happy to lay the 15, 15.5, 16.
And he is, look, he's a guy that got a lot of derision in New York, and I get that. But also he played, like Saquon, for example, with some really bad teams. And I'm not saying to put Daniel Jones amongst the top-tier quarterbacks in the NFL. There's a very real possibility he could be a very good quarterback in a system that probably benefits him, like getting out of what was going on in New York, and now being able to show what he can do because he's a dual-threat quarterback. He can really run. I think he could have a fine season. I've never bought into this idea he's a terrible quarterback. I think he's had some moments that weren't great, but it's hard to find a very good quarterback or an above-average quarterback in the National Football League. Guys just cycle through. Teams cycle through quarterbacks all of the time. So it's not going to surprise me if he ends up having a better season than we anticipated. There's a reason why they signed him. There's a reason why he beat out Anthony Richardson to take this starting role. And, yeah, he looked great yesterday. Miami's going to be terrible this year. They're already just an internal mess. But I certainly think Daniel Jones is going to have his moments.
Yeah, I thought if Miami stood a chance, like in an indoor, like that would be their chance for their offense to look good because they have a lot of speed. But it's just nothing was working for the Dolphins yesterday. And I do think Mike McDaniel's probably the first head coach fired in the NFL this season.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
If they'd like. Play clock is at 1. They just got it away on 3rd and long. Watch out! Picked off. There's Wright down the sideline. Gets a block. And now a touchdown. The former Vikings. Pick 6.
Yes, the great Joe Buck on the call, courtesy of ESPN, ABC, Monday Night Football, ESPN, Monday Night Football. We have a 17-6 Bears lead. DJ Moore with a little reception out of the backfield. I love the way they're using him tonight. I love the way that they're using everybody tonight, man. I have to go back and watch this game on the All-22 as soon as we get the tape. And I'm going to go back and watch the condensed version as soon as I get off the air. And as soon as this game goes final tonight, because Ben Johnson, as the kids say, in his bag. Now, we're not seeing like any of the real tricky stuff. That comes probably like year 2, maybe like, I don't know, after week 4. But everything looks really good tonight. Caleb under center right here. Another 1st and 10 for the Bears. At the 30, a little pre-snap motion. Caleb with a pitch to DeAndre Swift, who takes it only for about 3 yards. But the Bears looking to milk some clock. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. They have a 17-6 lead on the Minnesota Vikings. And not the best night for J.J. McCarthy in his first start on the road at Soldier Field. If you're looking to bet the game live, right now the total, with the score being 17-6, is sitting at 35.5, minus 118 to the over. Bears, who close as a pick, a 1-point favorite, 10.5-point favorites. Caleb back to pass, under duress. Take it, Caleb. Give me that one last rushing attempt. There it is, Brando. We got 5 rushing attempts. So I give you, I'm like Santa Claus around here. I give you a Caleb Williams anytime touchdown plus 500. And there's Caleb Williams over 4.5 rushing attempts minus 130. So don't say I never gave you anything.
You've given me more money tonight than my wife has in our entire relationship. So I appreciate you.
So you're a Bears fan, and we'll get back to all the rest of the week 1 breakdowns here in a second. I'm not getting myself in trouble with your wife. I'm in enough trouble usually with my own. What are your initial thoughts here? Concerns? What do you feel good about? Talk to me a little bit. Bears up 17-6, Monday Night Football. I'm not going to lie, man. I'm not going to say, I never saw this coming. I kind of did. That's kind of why I bet the Bears. It was JJ making a start on the road. And I think people are sleeping on this Bears defense a little bit, man. I'm not saying they're going to be top 10, but I think they could be serviceable enough, competitive enough to win 10.
Yeah, look, I the one place where I am comfortable with this defense is the defensive backs, right? They are pretty deep when it comes to cornerbacks and DBs because they've got a lot of guys with a lot of talent. And so I don't like the fact that Jalen Johnson's out, and I don't want him to miss a ton of time. But I'm comfortable with the guys that they have to replace him for at least one game, right? So I was okay with that. I was comfortable with what they were going into this game with. Where I, was questioning is maybe, at safety, what are you going to see, out of Jaquan Brisker? What are we going to see out of the safety room? And they've been good, man. Dennis Allen has had a really good approach tonight. I've liked everything that I've seen. I got to tell you, man, as a Bears fan, seeing an actual coaching staff is I still can't kind of fathom that this is the Bears that are playing right now because it looks like a real NFL football team, and I've never seen this in my lifetime. So
it's a good point, man. I mean, Dicka was a long time ago, right? Now, I will say, okay, so let's give our guy Lonnie some credit. Wannstedt had a couple decent seasons, and he cracks me up at least, Would I hire him to coach my football team? Absolutely not. But would I hire him to come drink beer with me on the golf course? Absolutely. Sign me up for that every day of the week. You had the Trestman era, a couple seasons, which was actually when I was interning for the team. Hold on, DeAndre Swift takes one to the 30. But see, this is why I was buying in on the Bears, dude. Right? I get some people are like, Ben Johnson's never been a head coach. It's much different. That's why I always ask a lot of these former play callers, like a Jay Gruden, hey, what's the biggest difference going from being a play caller to being in charge of the entire locker room? Because some guys, dude, could do it. Some guys cannot, obviously, right? There's Adam Gase. Adam Gase could not, but he was a hell of a play caller. And a lot of people, Ben Johnson comes from the Adam Gase tree. So, but what I liked is the way that he filled out his staff. Reminded me a little bit of what McVay did when McVay got hired, because a lot of people were like, oh, who the hell is this Sean McVay kid? He was only like 29, 30 years old at the time. But what he did was he brought in Wade Phillips to call the defense at like 80 years old. And I like how Ben Johnson did the same. You know, Eric Bieniemy, running back coach, has been around the Kansas City Chiefs, and he learned from Andy Reid. Should he be a head coach or a play caller? No. But does he deserve to be around football players and a football team? Yes. I like Randall L. as the wide receiver coach. But I love the Dennis Allen hire, dude. Dennis Allen is a solid defensive coordinator. He's not a head coach, but he's a solid defensive coordinator. Kind of like Eberflus. I don't hate Eberflus as a DC. He's just not a head coach, man. Like, I don't really like hiring defensive-minded coaches, to be honest, Brando, anymore, right? Like, if the Ravens don't win this year, I think they got to move on from Harbaugh. If the Bills don't win this year, I think they got to move on from McDermott. Because we see in these situations, these guys think like former defensive players or like defensive coordinators. They're not aggressive on the fourth downs. They'll punt on 4th and 1. They'll kick field goals, you know, against teams like the Bills or the Ravens when you can't kick field goals. That's what I like about Ben Johnson, but also him having enough brains to also be like, hey, I'm going to bring in some guys that are football smart, but also have experience as a head coach. Dennis Allen was a head coach for a couple of years, so he knows what it's like, even if it wasn't successful. All right, play action pass for Caleb. See, get rid of it quickly, man. Do not hold on to the ball. Gets it to Swift. I think that's coming back for a hold, but it is what it is.
You're going to hear people complain about like all of the checkdowns and all of this stuff. But what I'm watching, the little bit that I get to see is actually Caleb reading his progressions. I'm watching him look downfield and look for guys, and when they're not open, checking down as opposed to taking chances down the field that might get intercepted. I'm watching this team, and I try not to get too excited, right? Because I'm a Bears fan, and I have what I call BTSD, Bears Traumatic Stress Disorder, and so I try to not get too. But I like what I'm seeing. And what you saw tonight, like there was sort of a stalemate, right? Because you have two really good offensive-minded head coaches going at one another. This is an offensive-minded league now, which goes back to your point of not hiring a defensive-minded head coach. When you have two offensive minds, they start thinking alike. So you start to see a little bit of a stalemate. I was really interested going into halftime to see what type of adjustments you were going to make, and so far the Ben Johnson adjustments, the team adjustments on the Bears side of the ball have been the better adjustments, and I like it. The Bears are doing everything that I wanted to see them do tonight, and that was go into a game that you waited for ever since the day Ben Johnson got hired. Go in and just win this football game, and they're doing it. They're doing it on every side of the ball right now, and I'm excited for this football team, and I still think that they're a 9-win team, 8 to 9-win team, but I'm excited for the future of this franchise. For the first time in forever.
The only thing that, I mean, it's game one, but 8 penalties for 97 yards. Oh my God, Caleb, whatever that was. Not pretty.
I don't know.
But he also just missed a throw to Cole Kmet where he had him wide open in the middle of the field, which would have been big. That'll bring up 2nd and 20 or 3rd and 20 here for the Bears. 17-6 is the score, 5 seconds to go in the third quarter. There's a flag, but I completely agree with everything that you said, man. And so far, so good. All right, let's get to a couple more of these recaps really quickly here from week 1. Left off on the Colts and the Dolphins. Colts might be a little bit more competitive than I expected coming into the season. Dolphins might be worse than I thought, and I did not have high hopes for them. Jags, 26-10 winners over the Panthers. And it's too early, I think, to completely write off Bryce Young. Although, is it? Man, he's been benched the first 2 years, and then yesterday threw a brutal interception, also had a fumble. But I don't want to rag on the Panthers. I need a couple more games of a sample size. But, man, the Jags look good. I know it was only week 1, and they make a move. They trade away Tank Bigsby for future picks. Reason they do that is they got 147 yards on the ground yesterday from Travis Etienne. They like Tutton, their other back, a little bit. Trevor Lawrence didn't have to be too spectacular, but he also played a clean game, which is what you want to see from Trevor Lawrence. And the Jags defense looked good yesterday. 26-10 winners over the Panthers. I bet the Jags coming into the season to win the South. I wouldn't do that today because it's only plus 200, but I like Liam Cohen to win Coach of the Year. Like Ben Johnson could easily win it if the Bears win 11 games, but he's the favorite right now. You can still get Liam Cohen. As you hear right there. Is he a little goofy? Yeah, but he's also 14-1 to win that award. Raiders 20-13 winners over the Patriots. That was one of my bigger bets of the week. I'm not there with the Pats. I think there's way too much hype. I like Mike Vrabel, but it's year one. I like Drake May, but it's year two. The defense should be improved as we saw yesterday, but they still got a couple holes on that side of the ball, and I'm not sold on the offensive line. Will Campbell's a rookie, and he's already hurt, and I didn't really love the offseason as much as everybody else did for the Patriots to make their win total go from 4.5 one year to 8.5 the next. Meanwhile, the Raiders, they're fun. Geno Smith goes for over 340 yards through the air. Brock Bowers gets dinged but look good. Ashton Genty gets in the end zone. And the Raiders start 1-0 in the Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly era. Cardinals, that's my team this year to win 9 games. Not my team to win the Super Bowl, but to make the playoffs, I bet that plus 150. So far, so good. Although the Saints gave them a scare like Brandon told you guys on Friday when we were doing our picks. He said, I could see the Saints covering this game. Now, they don't, depending what number you got, because Arizona covered as a 6.5-point favorite, but barely by the hook. They win it by a touchdown, 20-13. Strong showing from Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what I ask for entering year two. He was a little bit of a letdown year one. I think people had unrealistic expectations, though, because of who his dad was. He went to Ohio State. He was a stud at the collegiate level. Malik Neighbors balled out as a rookie. Like what I saw yesterday, catches a touchdown. Cardinals do enough to get past the Saints. That's all I ask. Just keep winning. Win 9 times this year, and you've made me a couple $100. Steelers, the most exciting game of the day. Until the day, I'll say. The night, the primetime game. That was the most exciting game maybe of the year when it's all said and done. But Steelers-Jets, the lowest total of the day, 38.5, was the only total before we got to primetime that went over. Aaron Rodgers throws 4 touchdown passes, including 2 in a 50-second stretch after halftime, and he gets his revenge. You always want to bet Aaron Rodgers when he's looking for revenge, although Justin Fields and the Jets looked all right, too. I was a little let down with that secondary. Supposed to be a top 5 secondary. Sauce Gardner, now one of the higher-paid corners in the league. And Jalen Ramsey, I thought, was better yesterday. Got cooked a couple of times, but he's pushing 50 years old and had the big pass breakup to end that one. All right, Bears are going to attempt a 50-yard field goal here to look to make it a 26 lead over the Vikings. Kick is up, and it is wide left. So they walk away with nothing on that drive. 17-6, Chicago with the lead. 14:55 to go in the fourth quarter as we see Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson having a little bit of a conversation on the sidelines. And Minnesota will take over possession. Cardinals look good. Steelers, I like them this year. I'm also an Aaron Rodgers apologist. Jets, I think, might be competitive, but I would still take the under on their win total, and I think Aaron Glenn's looking for work in 2 years. That's just my take, though. Commanders, 21-6 winners over the Giants. I was an idiot. I bet the Giants. I thought the Giants were going to be more competitive. I still think that the defense could be good, but Russ Wilson ain't it. In the year 2025, he just ain't it. I thought he could be serviceable enough the first couple weeks of the season before they eventually turned to Jackson Dart. Boy, was I wrong. The only positive you could say about Russell Wilson yesterday is he led the league in rushing yards. Led the team in rushing yards. But I don't think that's a good thing. When Russell Wilson, pushing 40 years old, is your leading rusher, as Jordan Mason gets another attempt. I need a couple of more of those. 17-6 Chicago. But my biggest takeaway was the Giants suck. And I still think that the Commanders take a step back, maybe even miss out on the playoffs. I wasn't all that impressed. Now, Jaden Daniels is a stud. He had 233 yards, had a touchdown through the air. Deebo Samuel had a touchdown in his debut for the Commanders. I still think they win 8 to 9 games. Hold on. Jordan Mason breaks a huge tackle. I needed that. Jordan Mason, I also have to be the leading rusher in this game, plus 310. So all about the Jordan Mason props. Still 17-6 Chicago, 14:03 to go. I didn't see officially how many yards that was, but that was a nice scamper there from Jordan Mason. And Minnesota now threatening from the Chicago 20. 7-yard gain there for Jordan Mason, who I got to be selfish and check the box score. 8 carries for 40. I only need one more rushing attempt for Jordan Mason, and we win $500. That's play action. They tempt us with it. Damn it. JJ has a man, and it's Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson jumps off the milk carton and catches his second ball of the game. And Minnesota now in the red zone looking to make this a 17-13 game if they are able to score. 17-6 is the score right now. I'll tell you what, we'll wrap up the week 1 stuff and the Monday Night Football stuff when we come back from a break. But I'm going to be paying attention to this right now, not going to lie. Need one more carry here for Jordan Mason and hopefully a touchdown at plus 180. And we're rich and maybe we don't come back tomorrow. BetMGM tonight. We wrap up the show next.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
The Baltimore Ravens are gutless cowards. Period. Gutless cowards. That is the Baltimore Ravens. Ever since it's been John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, this team cannot get it done in the big spots. And I don't know when that's going to change. Maybe they just get to the dance so many times, they get so many cracks at it that things just go their way and they finally have that breakthrough moment. Guess what? Sitting here right now on September 8th, I'm not going to be the guy that bets on it. And you can hold me to that. Because this time last year, I was telling everybody, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. And then we got to December, and then like a crack addict, I went back and I had a relapse, and I fell for it, and I got my heart broken in the divisional round. It's not happening this year. I'm not doing it. Because this Ravens team, with all of the stars, with all of the talent, they have championship-level talent without championship-level toughness. You cannot tell me that's a team that we saw last night that you feel comfortable putting your hard-earned money on to win multiple playoff games. You can't do it. And if you tell me that, I think you're a liar. And I think deep down, you know you're a liar if you believe in this Baltimore Ravens team to actually win multiple playoff games. Like, these guys dominated. 8.6 yards per play. Somehow they lost the game. Derrick Henry, he damn near averaged a first down, 9.4 yards per carry. They lost the game. Lamar Jackson, 11.7 yards per carry. And somehow the Baltimore Ravens lost the game. Now, if you were living under a rock and for some reason we're not glued to the TV like I was, like many of you out there listening and watching were, the Ravens really tricked the game off once we got early into the fourth quarter. So Baltimore goes up 40-25, and it was such a beautiful sequence, by the way, too. Lamar Jackson under duress, ends up avoiding 2 Bills defenders, runs for like what felt like 80 yards, but ended up racking up like 20 yards in the actual box score. Like, boom, all right, Ravens cooking with gas. Next play, bang, Derrick Henry to the house, making Taylor Rapp, which I hate to throw shade to Taylor Rapp. He's from Bellingham, Washington. Hey, us Evergreen State guys, we stick together. Man looked like he was running in molasses. Derrick Henry ran right by that dude like he was standing still. And then all of a sudden you look at it, well, I guess that's a good night. I guess the Ravens are just going to win this game. Have you seen them play?
Let's go LSU, Florida. Because now you've got, man, that's an opponent I don't want. Okay, Florida coming off an awful loss. Are we going to get them any fight? Are you going to stop your head coach from getting fired in season? It opened 9.5, and the market for the most part is 9.5. There's some 8.5s out there, which is a little surprising that people are willing to jump in on Florida. It's a rivalry matchup. We've seen it a million times. Tough place to play under the lights. Sam, it would be very difficult for me to line up and take the Gators.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Final segment here on a Monday, September 8th. Again, shout out to my son, Nathan. Happy 12th birthday to him. Best day of my life, Brandon. This and, of course, when the Cubs won the World Series in 2016. But right now might not be the best day of my life, although the props are all coming home. Jordan Mason officially over 8.5 carries. Cha-ching. Aaron Jones ain't going over 13. He's got 5, so we feel good about that. Now we got to sweat out Bears money line because Minnesota gets in the end zone. It's Justin Jefferson, who tonight has been completely shut down. Only 3 catches. But for 34 yards and a touchdown. Was shut down, I should say, because now he's in the end zone. And just like that, it's 17-12 Chicago. Now, the 2-point conversion was failed. So a 5-point lead for the Bears, which is huge, obviously, because the field goal doesn't tie it. Simple math. 12-13 to go here in the game. J.J. McCarthy now 9 of 15 passing for 86 yards and a touchdown. Jordan Mason, 9 carries for 45 yards. Justin Jefferson, 3 receptions for 34 and a tutty. And now here comes Caleb Williams. Let's see what he can do. So far tonight, first game under Ben Johnson, 17-26 passing, 147 yards. DeAndre Swift, 15 carries for 54 yards, leads all rushers tonight. And DJ Moore leads all receivers with 3 receptions for 57 yards. See what the Bears could do here. Points would make me feel much better. 12-13 to go and a 5-point lead. While we're watching this game, we're also recapping everything that we saw week 1. I had a really good week. Not to toot my own horn, but I was also wrong about one thing, and I was wrong big on it, and that was Duke against Illinois, although I was on the right side. I hate I was on the right side guy, but Duke should have won that game. They outgained them by nearly 200 yards. How did they lose, Ryan? Well, they threw up all over themselves 5 times in their own red zone, so not great. The other thing I was wrong on, the Giants being competitive. It's not happening this year. They get blown out by the Commanders. I know the score only says 21-6. You never felt that game was in question if you were a Commanders fan. Broncos. A lot of people like the Broncos. I'm not there with Bo Nix, man. I really am not. I think he actually has a sophomore slump. The defense could be the best in the league. I still like the Chargers more than I like the Broncos. I might like the Raiders more than I like the Broncos, and I definitely still like the Chiefs more than the Broncos. My God, no. Caleb Williams takes a sack from Hargrave. And that is now the first time he's been sacked tonight. Bears have 3, but Caleb does take a sack. But I'm not there with Denver like everybody else. I actually avoided them in Survivor. I felt like Tennessee was going to win that game at one point, man, but they didn't. Denver does overcome the 3 turnovers from Bo Nix, and they beat Cam Ward and the Titans. It was Cam Ward making his first start in the National Football League. Now, Bo Nix, there was some good. He connects with Cortland Sutton for a touchdown. R.J. Harvey had a 50-yard run to set up a J.K. Dobbins fourth-quarter touchdown that put the game out of reach. But I just wasn't all that impressed with the Broncos. The Titans, I think they're heading in the right direction, but I can't see them finishing with more than 5 wins this season. Although last year, the Commanders got blown out by 3 scores with a rookie quarterback and went on to go to the NFC Championship game, so you just never know. All right, let's watch this play. It's a 3rd and 19 for the Bears. I would call halfback draw and play the field position game. I'm sure Ben Johnson probably will do the same, although it's Ben Johnson, so maybe he won't. Nope, yeah, screen pass, which, Jesus, almost gets picked by Van Ginkel. 17-12, 4th and 19. My God, this is bad. San Francisco 17-13 winners yesterday over the Seahawks. If you're a Niners fan, you felt good for about 4 hours, and then you woke up and you saw the injury report. Brock Purdy has a toe, a shoulder. He's like the game of operation right now, all the injuries that he has. So most likely he's going to miss next week, which means you're starting Mac Jones. Christian McCaffrey, the guy everybody was worried about, not only is he healthy, he's 95% of the offense. The other 5% is Ricky Pearsall because George Kittle is expected to miss multiple weeks. Niners do get the win, but man, you got to be a little worried with all these injuries to start the season. Luckily for them, though, they do play the easiest schedule in the league. I still like them to win double-digit games. Even though Seattle lost that game, I was pretty impressed. Sam Darnold was sloppy. The offense wasn't great, especially Kenneth Walker. But the Seahawks might have one of the better defenses in the league. But I still, man, like going back to higher-end defensive-minded head coaches, Mike McDonald wasn't great yesterday. Great defensive mind. I just don't know that he's a head coach. So I'm going to pump the brakes on Seattle. I still like the Niners, but these injuries do scare me. Packers 27-13 winners over the Lions. They cover every single number. They get out to a quick lead. They never look back. The Lions only lost 2 regular season games last year. They start 0-1. It begins. This is what I called for. Regression. And you figure there's going to be a regression when you go 15-2. Even if you go 13-4, that's regression. But Ben Johnson is gone. He's calling plays tonight and head coach of Chicago. Aaron Glenn's gone. And I'm just not fully sold on that defense, which yesterday gave up 27 points. And I'm not sold on Goff without Ben Johnson. So, big win for the Packers. I think they're legit contenders in the NFC. Rashawn Gary is going to have a monster year because Micah Parsons is going to see a ton of double teams. He's barely playing. He was only playing on 3rd downs yesterday. Did have a sack. What was Jerry thinking, trading him away? But the Packers defense is going to be good, man, and I think they're legit contenders as long as they can keep Jordan Love healthy. Because if it's Malik Willis starting down the stretch again, they're screwed. Rams get past the Texans, 14-9. Lowest scoring week 1 game, which is funny because I think a lot of people thought that had shootout potential. I like what I saw from the Rams defense. I really did, man. They looked excellent yesterday. Texans have some serious issues on the offensive line. Nick Chubb looked all right, but they got to get a run game figured out. I was impressed with the defense, but I'm going to pump the brakes right now on the Texans. Rams, I just need them to stay healthy, and they're a playoff contender. Best game of the week probably ends up being the best game of the year. The Bills, down 15 points with less than 5 minutes to go in the game, somehow end up beating the Baltimore Ravens 41-40. Derrick Henry was averaging 10 yards per carry, but he has the costly fumble, and Buffalo wins that game in a shootout, 41-40, in an instant classic. If somehow you missed that game last night, go back and watch it. It was excellent. I was on the Bills, so I was happy. Brando, out of those 2 teams, I give you $100 right now. You got Baltimore and you got Buffalo. Who's your pick to represent the AFC if you have to choose between those 2?
It's still Baltimore. I liked what I saw from
Really?
Baltimore yesterday. Look, I know they gave up that lead late, and the defense has got to clean that up. But for 55 minutes of that game yesterday, Baltimore just looked dominant. They looked so good. I saw so many tweets going out that Baltimore is going to be a problem. Baltimore is really good. And then obviously the last 5 minutes happens and it is what it is. But that offense looked good. Derrick Henry looked really good. Lamar looked really good. And Buffalo's a good team, man. And you can't count them out and you can't put them away. Josh Allen is a stud under center, so I like that very much. Thank God he missed that. I like that very much.
I know.
And so, yeah, I'm still on Lamar. I'm still on the Ravens. I picked them before the season started to win, and it looks like Wright is down with some sort of injury.
Oh, my God. And it looks like a real injury because he's pounding the damn dirt, too. And the Bears are already so beat up in the secondary, obviously, tonight without Gordon and without Johnson. And now this absolutely sucks, especially when you're playing against Justin Jefferson. Sorry, I have too much money on the Bears. Also, you know what I was thinking, though? I do have – so last night, a 2.5 with Chicago popped up -115. So I did grab that, which I feel good about. But then I also bet the money line tonight. So I really need them to win this game. And I have them over 8.5 wins. I know it's only week 1, but now I feel so good. All right. Anyway, I like Buffalo a little bit more than I like Baltimore, but I'm not on either team, to be honest, in the AFC, dude. I'm considering buying in on the Chargers right now after just 1 week. Justin Herbert looks like he's on a mission. It looks like he was on social media, or he was watching like these debate shows, or he was reading these newspapers and Sports Illustrators or whatever, and he's just been clipping everything, man, because he just like had like the fire in his eye. He's got a new girlfriend. Look good.
Got a great coach.
Real good, dude. And well, that's the thing, man. Harbaugh is a great coach. He might be one of the better coaches of all time. I mean, both
Quentin
levels.
Johnson learned how to catch too, so that helps.
Yeah. And Justin Herbert's really high on him this year, man. They're going to get Amarion Hampton going. I think they're going to be really good. That defense is going to be good. How crazy would it be, though, if Harbaugh, 1 year removed, 2 years removed from winning the national title, won a Super Bowl? He's coached in one, lost to his brother. But man, I mean, you gotta have him as one of the best, right? Especially because it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do at both levels, as our guy Bill Belichick is teaching us right now, man. We all watched that game last week, although they do bounce back against mighty Charlotte last week. We'll do our college football recaps tomorrow. It wasn't the craziest weekend, but there's some stuff that we got to hit on. We did make it through every single NFL game. If you missed anything tonight, including the first 3 hours of the show, go back, check out the podcast, BetMGM tonight, wherever you find your podcast. Tomorrow, we'll be back on a Tuesday night, myself and Brad Evans from 7 to 10, then the solo hour 10 to 11. I'll have a bunch of college football bets. In fact, you know what? Because these numbers might be gone, here's a couple for you people now, because we had such a good night. Duke +3 against Tulane. I know what you're thinking. Horvat, you're going to do it again to yourself? Absolutely. So they were +3. They closed at 2.5 against the number 10 team in the country. Granted, the game was at home. Now they're 2.5-point dogs to Tulane. They dominated Illinois in the first 3 quarters. The problem was you're not going to win many games when you have 5 turnovers. So I like Duke not only to cover the 3 against Tulane on Saturday, but beat them outright. J.J. McCarthy with a complete garbage ball, but my God, that's going to be a flag on Chicago. I bet Duke +3 against Tulane. I think they win the game. I bet Pitt. Here's my favorite bet of the weekend. And the number's actually gone, so bet it now. Oh my God, is the number gone? I bet Pitt -4. They are now out to 6.5. Probably your last chance to bet them, because I do like them to win by a touchdown. They're 2-0 this season. They play at a real fast tempo. Eli Holstein, their quarterback, he's a sophomore. He's a stud. But Desmond Reed, their running back, might be one of the better players in the conference. Watch him on Saturdays. He's a stud. Love Pitt to beat the living hell out of West Virginia. And then the last one that I bet, Kansas State catching 2.5 against Arizona. They beat them last year by 24 points. I know Kansas State's a disappointment, and they just lost to 17.5-point favorites, and they're 1-2 this season. But I do like them to take care of business and get back to 500. All right, I'm going to watch the end of the game. Last check, 17-12 Chicago over Minnesota, 9:50 to go. But the Vikings have the ball in the red zone. JJ back to pass. Aaron Jones wide open. Frickin' touchdown, Vikings. BetMGM tonight.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Even though the perception is down on Clemson, that's still a very, very good team. I'm sorry. Are they a great team? No. Still very, very good, even though they struggled with Troy and lost week 1. So Circa opened Clemson as a 6-point favorite, -6 at Georgia Tech. That number now is 4.5 at BetMGM and 4 across Vegas. Huge move on the dog. And Haynes King, a little banged up at quarterback for Georgia Tech. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to play, and clearly the market thinks he's going to, but he took a shot in that game in week number 2. That has not stopped the money from coming in early on Georgia Tech. So Clemson from -6 to -4. Support early for the Jackets.